experience, but we do. Check it.
We got what you need, you want it. We know what you want, we got it. We know what you feel, you want it. We got what you want, you can have it. We got what you need, you want it. We know what you want, we got it. We know what you feel, you want it. We got what you want, you can have it.
Orientation in this place we call Earth. Love from conception, from your mom, your birth. Pops planted the seed in the turf. From there, you must find out what life is worth. Grew up learning your do's and don'ts before working on your motor skills, working on your coordination, right? And orientation to what your life. The brand new thing, so gentle the soul we're capturing. In this distance, the alphabets the kids sing. They celebrate when it's time to go outside. As you get older, you learn to let all the troubles in your life just glide away. Stay focused, keep it smooth, keep you cool. Things in life can make it get rude. If you let it, don't let it. 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 If you let it, let it, let it, what? If you let it, don't let it, let it. If you let it, what? Don't let it. If you let it, don't let it, let it. Don't let it.
We got what you need, you want it. We know what you want, we got it. We know what you feel, you want it. We got what you want, you can have it. We got what you need, you want it. We know what you want, we got it. We know what you feel, you want it. We got what you want, you can have it. We embark on this journey through your soul. We wanna have a good time. We embark on this journey through your soul. We wanna have a good time. We do something that you know you can't deny. We're just slipping in and out on a journey, you and I, on a mission to salvation. Our spirit be our transportation. We think you'll do a little loving that is true. For real, we bring something that you know you can't deny. We're just slipping in and out on a journey, you and I. Bring it. We got what you need, you want it. We know what you want, we got it. We know what you feel, you want it. We got what you want, you can have it. We got what you need, you want it. We know what you want, we got it. From our hearts just past, embedded in our society's identity. But then again, can you tell me that's free? They explain to you what your mind should perceive, suggest things they want you to believe, like your skin color dictates your race. They're calling you an idiot to your face, like life is much more simple than that. We're all slaves and the cards are stacked, while we fight over problems we can fix. Industrialists turn our kids to addicts. The television does a job, introduce you. The radio's right there to seduce you, keep you locked on the wrong damn track. Cigarettes is just legalized crack. They want you to catch a damn heart attack. They want you to catch a damn heart attack. What? Stop believing in the flag, it's a trap. Cause men rule this world, that's a fact. They don't know, but I'm gonna make it right tonight. They don't lie, but I'm gonna say it like I know. They don't know, that I'm gonna hit them with this shit. They don't lie, that you're gonna feel mine tonight.
tonight, tonight, tonight. That you're gonna free your mind tonight, 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 tonight. That you're gonna free your mind tonight, 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 tonight. That you're gonna free your mind tonight, 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 tonight. If you see a man that needs help, then help a brother. If you see a sister on her own, still love her. Cause life is about how you choose to see it. But you gotta teach people how to learn to see it. The planet's been through suffering many times. We propagate many wars many times. The people need to wake up and stop accepting deceit from their own government's deception. You can't blame the people for needing protection from the government's bad reputation. We need to sing a song called Free the Nation. Cause we done had a whole lot of separation. Racism, classism, nationalism, based on keeping people out on the plantation. That's the plan, no doubt. Cause rich people got a plan, no doubt. If you still don't understand and believe that we are all one from the same mother, and respect each woman and man with the same consideration you would like to be given on a daily, then you need to retire so the new generation can take over and show you how to live and govern this place we call Earth home. To the human bliss.
Everybody here, yeah.
They don't know, kid. They don't know. But I'm gonna make it right tonight. They don't lie. But I'm gonna say it like I know. They don't know. That I'm gonna hit them with this shit. They don't lie. That I'm gonna feel mine tonight. They don't know. That I'm gonna make it right tonight. They don't lie. But I'm gonna say it like I know. They don't know. That I'm gonna hit them with this shit. They don't lie. That I'm gonna feel mine tonight.
Every day the children dying. What about the children crying? No.
What about the kids?
Don't forget the children
Tell 'em
starving.
about the children.
What about the children crying? No.
Yeah. Digging, scratching, working, struggling, hoping. Some is hustling, every man hustling. Stay alive, that's the game. It don't matter if another gets slain. Pain, recession, other cats want a war. We got the weapon, people want bombs, so they gon' get them. This is the rhythm, the politics ticking. It's sad how we living in this life. It's gonna be a time that we change. Shit is not finite, life is the same. Motherfuckers killing each other to make a claim. Stop that bullshit, you have no respect for each other. You know the truth, you come from your mother, your sister, your brother, so love one another. If we make that change, the whole world will do the same. So listen,
All we need is one love. Every day the children dying.
Alright, now
What about the children?
it is 0846 Central European Time. That makes it 0246 Eastern Standard Time in the Americas. What's up? And also, it's 0847 West African time. What's up, West Africa? And big up to everybody else out there. Damn, as the world turns, as they say in the 80s, the mid 80s, you know what I'm saying? Those of you that watch soap operas and shit, I'm sure a lot of y'all that listen remember that soap opera. As the world turns. Yeah, welcome to another episode as the world turns, because hey, at least it's still turning, all right? It could be worse. It could be worse. I mean, Trump is planning on blowing up Earth. So let's just keep it real. He could be worse. He's going to find a way. He is going to find a way, because you're dealing with a maniac, a person that if they just don't get it their way, they want to make everyone else suffer. Very simple. There's no other math to it. But the problem is that if you don't stand up against a bully, it's going to be even worse. Look, what do you want? Do you want to be, he's giving you a choice. He's going to try to blow shit up. You will survive. You will get over that. The blowing up can only happen for so long. But then there's the idea of slavery. He wants to have you enslaved. You see what I mean? He wants everybody at his knees, like straight up. I mean, this is what Trump apparently has learned from power. What you do with power is you make everyone bend to you. And, and how you do that is you pay a bunch of actors to go out there and bend to try to teach everyone else to bend. Like, yeah, this is how you do it. You see, you get on your knees and you grovel like JD Vance and shit and Marco Rubio. This is how you do it. And then, I wouldn't trust Africans, though, if I was Trump, because they know how to play that game. They will, they will smile in your face. That they played that. They know that game for a long time. They play that game. They happy to play it. Smile. Hello. Okay. Yeah. Fuck you too. They will play that game to the end. You know what I'm saying? That's the main game they got to play. They've had to play that game with a lot of people and shit until it's time. You know what I'm saying? Then it's gotcha. Ha! You know what I'm saying? But until then, they have to play the game. Even look. The Middle East is playing the game. They don't even hesitate. The Middle East just rolls out. Doo, 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 doo. You want a plane? Here you go. Take a plane. We'll give you a plane. What you want? What do you want, Mr. Trump? It's like. But who hasn't done that? I mean, everyone's doing that. Everyone's doing it. Everyone's doing it to some degree. The only person that I haven't seen really do that is two parties. The EU, I mean, they got one dude in NATO that is like they hired him to do all the groveling for everybody else. Nobody else is groveling. They just gave him two things. You can believe all of us and what we say, or you could believe the little dude that we send out there in NATO to grovel to you, or you could believe him. And Donald Trump likes that shit, like straight up. He likes that one dude. And then there's Putin. And they try the same game. Putin sends out the other guy, Serge or whatever his name is, the number 2 dude. And he tries to talk it up like, too bad too many world leaders don't understand Trump and blah, blah, blah. And then, then they try to come down hardball and, act like they want something. But the truth is that they really are scared too. They scared too, man. Trump is fucking unpredictable. But don't ever forget who helped him get elected. Putin. There's rumors that China did too. Of course, Putin and China, Russia and China really, really worked to get Trump elected. And then there's some rumors. I don't know if it's how true it is anymore. You know what I'm saying? They say that Iran maybe tried to get groups to play both sides, Democrats and Republicans. But look, let's just say Iran's not a superpower, so we don't blame them. We don't blame them. That's irrational. It's irrational. They trying to survive. They have to play between a lot of players and they got to make moves between. So I give them credit for just having a spine. Straight up. I have them credit. I give Iran credit for having a spine. For at least saying, you know what, you ain't gonna bully us. I like that. And having a brain too. Not just having a spine, having a brain also. Having a brain too. Is Trump still alive? Yeah. Fuck if I know. Maybe. Is he dead? Hey, shit. Let's go celebrate. One thing for sure. When Trump dies, we know that the next person is not promised to be better because they are even more weasels. They have nothing. See, Trump came into this game with a little more than the rest of them. He grew up with fuck you money. He's been used to saying fuck you the whole time. And he knows people just use him. He knows that. That's how Trump, that's his whole life, man. Come on, he been hanging out with Jeffrey Epstein for 15 years. That's treacherous. You know what I mean? So, but that's not Marco Rubio and JD Vance. Marco Rubio and JD Vance will be more owned than Trump is, if you can imagine that. Trump is crazy. Marco Rubio and JD Vance are completely in the pockets of the oligarchs. They don't have fuck you money. They never will have fuck you money. They're just even weaker. I mean, they're even weaker. I mean, no one likes that type. You know what I mean? They turn their back on their own kind. Who the fuck does that? Even these weirdos that go out there talking about, you won't replace us. Don't do that. And they're totally fucked up in the head. Like, no one's trying to replace you, man. It's goddamn global warming replacing your ass. The machines are replacing you. The robots are replacing you. Your poor pick in policy is replacing you. You don't want SNAP benefits for people like you. They're fucking around and, they say you won't replace us and then vote for everything to replace them. It's like, you can't convince these people of nothing, because they're extremist Christians. So they just lost. They're not the reasonable Christian type. You know what I'm saying? Like, every religion has a reasonable group. These aren't the ones that we're dealing with. These are the snake holding kind. Like, you know what I'm saying? They'd rather get bit by a snake than to live in a neighborhood with with an immigrant and shit. They'd rather have a rattlesnake, play around with a rattlesnake every Sunday than to have an immigrant, cutting their lawn and shit. You know what I'm saying? Anyway, well, look, damn, that's crazy. But look, I want to start off with something different today. Today's podcast is called hold on, what is it? Let me see here. Let's get the name right. Let's get the name right of today's. Is MAGA really America first? Yeah, that's what it's called. Is MAGA really America first? You don't even have to say, because, I mean, we go through this so often. What is America first about them? They don't like Americans. They don't vote for America first. They say it all the time. It's almost like, as if you think a person that holds a flag up every day of the week is actually proud. No, it doesn't work that way. Holding a flag up is a symbolic gesture. It doesn't go deep enough. You know what I'm saying? It's like outside of the flag, they have nothing else that they're proud of regarding the United States. Nothing else except their dear leader, Trump. Outside of that, nothing. There's nothing they don't like it. They don't like the country. They wish it was still they wish they could create the Confederacy. They don't like the Constitution. They, want judges to go against the Constitution, and they try it every day of the week. They want private corporations. I mean, they don't know American history. They want private corporations to have more power than the Constitution and the people. That's what they want. They're willing to watch private corporations kill everybody. Kill people, and that's not what's going on. That's not the same kind of pride in the rest of the Western civilizations around the world. That's not what pride is. Pride is in the people, not in the corporation. It's in the people. If the people aren't part of the movement, there's no pride in it. You know what I mean? So when you go to other countries and you see them holding up that flag, it means something different than these folks holding up that flag in the U.S. I'm telling you. It does. A lot of Americans are very, very proud, but they don't, how can I see this? They don't hold the flag up in a gross manner. They actually do have a connection to the flag, but they're not going to hold it up in a cheap way. They're not going to misuse it in a cheap way. You see what I mean? And these MAGA people, they do it all the time. But before we get to that, I want to check out a few things. I want folks to look at some of the comments that I get on this page sometimes, just so you get an idea of what's going on. I don't know how many of you that watch the podcast actually go to look at some of the posts, but I'm going to bring it up right now. And I want to give you an idea of what it looks like. Is this it right here? Okay. Oops. Sorry about that. Let me take that off. Let me see right here. Let me go over to here. Here it is right here. So I hope everybody can see this. If not, let me fix it up real quick. I can arrange it so it can be seen better. Right. Boom. Now let's go down. I want you to check out some of the comments. Like, okay, let me see. Let me start here. Boom. Let's start here. Hold on, not this one. Let me go to one to give you a better example. 2 seconds here. Let me find something there. Where is it at? Is it here? Over here? Let me see what this one is. Where is it at? Okay, well, I'm gonna get to it. Let me just go through all of these here. It's not that one, not that one, not that one, not this one. Maybe it's this one. Right? So okay. Look at this. Here it is. Why anyone would vote a Muslim into office is beyond idiotic. So we have open bigots there, right? We have an open bigot, just proud bigot. But here, and this isn't the only one. These are, and it's not even just about the bigotry. It's about the stupidity even more. Everyone's not an outright open bigot, right? But some of the people, right, or most of the people, even if they're bigots or not, are just ignorant as fuck. You know, the bigots are, you know, there could not most of the people. There will be ignorant people, and then people that are bigots, flat out bigots, open bigots, and totally ignorant as fuck. So let me just pull this over. I want y'all to see this. Hold on, I gotta fix it up a little better so everyone can see what I'm talking about here. All right, so here we go. Now, since the youth cannot do anything out in public, skateboard, play in the streets, cruise down. This is the same person that wrote, why would anyone vote a Muslim into office, right? Play ball in the street, cruise towns, anything with a harmless beer or cog. The Dems would rather our kids die for heroin. Basically, no human to human interaction. All the malls went under during Democrat rule, and the shitty Democrat PA, they are the cause of all this happening again. I mean, even though Trump is the president, even though the House is controlled by Republicans, even though the Senate is controlled by Republicans, even though the White House is controlled by a Republican, the most extreme Republican White House in the history of the country, even though the Supreme Court has the most extreme Republican Supreme Court in the history of the country, this person blames it all on the Democrats. Look at this. PA, they are the cause of all this happening again to our people, supposed to go in and help their community, not even making laws to lock us up for what was perfectly normal 30 years ago. DUI laws are a fucking joke. Newsflash, ass hawk. Same amount of people die every year. And so don't say DUI save lives because I don't even know what this means. I don't know what it means. Look, check this out. Now, this post is about the summer youth program for 100,000 youth, right? Let me pull this over again so people can see it. Is that better? Let me do something here real quick to this one. I see him. I can help it out. 2 seconds. Watch this. I'm going to show you guys something. Is it this? Is it this one? Right. Okay. It's this one. Okay. Let me go this way. Oh, wow. I can't do that. Okay. I can do it like this. All right. Well, I can't do that. So this is what it's going to show. I can't really show more than this. Why can't I show more than this? Oh, maybe I can. Just have to do it like that, maybe. All right, here we go. Maybe I could do that. Right. So this is 100,000 youth jobs, right? This is what they're complaining about. 100,000 youth jobs. If you can see that right here. This is what this summer, right? So what the post says is that red states are going to complain about this, right? They're furious about it instead of wanting these jobs, right? Now look at the comments here. Let me just go back, show you what kind of comments they are. They're not even concerned about any details. Look at this. Who's paying for all those jobs? Who's paying? That's a question. Who's paying for all those jobs? It's almost like these people have never heard of a summer youth program jobs initiative in their state, right? So obviously, since they've never done it in their state, think about this. That makes a lot of sense. They don't have summer youth programs for youth. They don't have it. So they never heard of it. So they never heard of get a little bit of job experience. When they hear that, they don't have any clue how it works. So you have to explain the whole thing to them, right? That's crazy in 2026. That's crazy in 2026. No problem. People can explain it, but you have to look at the interaction. You can explain it all you want. They don't know what the fuck it is still. Look at this. The people of the state pay for it. It's their own tax dollars being put to use for their own youth and communities. Do you want to know what jobs they will be doing for the state? It's a question. Look, I mean, don't you want to know that? New York City's Summer Youth Employment Program, SYEP, which achieved a historic milestone under Mayor Zohran Mamdani's administration by providing 100,000 paid opportunities for young New Yorkers aged 14 to 24. That's called getting them ready for something, getting them out there, trying something they never had an opportunity to try, a job, get a little bit of experience, at least get the frame of mind of what is expected in a job, get them in an actual job situation and some actual job training as a young person. Why? Because for the rest of their goddamn life, they'll be expected to have a job and pay taxes. Duh. Now look, the initiative is designed to introduce young people. This is my comment. The initiative is designed to introduce young people to the workforce, tech finance literacy, and offer a safe, productive outlet for over the summer months. Does that sound like a bad thing? Does that sound bad? Who pays for it? The guy asked who pays for it. The program is heavily funded by New York City government, primarily through the Department of Youth and Community Development, DYCD. They have money already. It's already money allocated. You see, these red states don't have programs like this for their own people. They never heard of shit like this before. New York's not the only city that has a summer youth program. And what is it designed to do? It's the same thing. Guess what, y'all? I'm 56 years old. I went to a summer youth program. It's called the Mayor and Barry Summer Youth Program back in DC when I was like 16 years old. 16 exactly, 16 and 17 years old. I went 2 years in a row. These people never heard of this shit before. This is the United States of America. That's what I'm saying. This is how backwards these people are. Check this out. Participants are paid by the program, meaning the city handles the wages pegged to the state minimum wage for the vast majority of younger or entry-level slots. This removes the financial burden from the organization's hosts themselves. What are the jobs? The jobs span from massive variety of industries across all 5 boroughs. Depending on the participant age and experience level, placements track include community and nonprofit sector, working with local community centers, summer camps, food banks, and neighborhood advocacy groups. Does that sound bad? To a maggot, it does. Government, and to a dumbass, it does. Government and public services internships with the city agencies, local libraries, and public infrastructure projects. This gives you a head start and getting a job later in your life. Duh. Okay, it's not the end of your education, but it gives you a head start. It lets people know, okay, you got a little initiative. You got up and showed up at 8:30 a.m. You showed up to this program. You went to the whatever it is, the introduction phase. You got out there into a job. You showed up. You did your thing. You did your training. You da la 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 la. Okay, on and on and on. Now check this out. You get down here to the bottom. Does the private commercial industry connect with this? Yes, it does. That means the private industry is partnering up. Is that a bad thing? Is that communism? Is that socialism? when the private industry connects with the local, with the public sector, what do you call that? Apparently, they don't have this in red states. Red state people never heard of it. They don't even know how it's going to function. Yeah. So then look, I put all that there. Now look at the next one. And which do you think is going to run this better and more efficient? A private company or the government? You see how stupid that reply is? And look what I wrote. Did you read the reply? What you're asking implies you didn't actually read it or you don't comprehend it. This person what is this? What is this? It's working together. There is no which one is going to do it better. They are coupled together in a youth summer program. It's not one or the other. And, you know, this is really ridiculous. You can see. So either this person is a complete moron or they're a red state person that's a complete moron. Look, and then they say that they didn't like my comment. And I said, what you wrote implies you didn't read it. Then he says, yes, I did read the reply. The reason I'm asking the question is to use economics calculation problem to use the economic calculation problem to show you that socialism can never work because a centrally planned economy can't possibly have enough knowledge to correctly plan everything and send the correct amount of the correct things to the correct place. Hello. Anyway, next. I'm just giving you an example of what's there. People that listen and watch the program, you should join in sometimes in these comments because it's ridiculous sometimes. Look, the next person writes, having like 52 stores already closed since Mom Donnie tried to make markets free. Mom Donnie didn't try to make markets free. But in any case, look, so this is a prime example. Disinformation. No, 52 grocery stores have not closed due to Mayor Zohran Mamdani. The claim stems from a viral, hyperbolic clickbait video and political rhetoric surrounding his controversial municipal grocery store initiative. Here's the actual breakdown of what is happening. The source of the 52 stores figure, the claim originates from online commentary and sensationalized YouTube videos with titles like Mom Donnie freaks out as 52 supermarkets vanish. The narrative distorts a real world political feud. John, whatever this dude's name is, a prominent billionaire grocer, owner of the Gristades, I'm sorry. Okay. Supermarket chains publicly threatened to close, sell, or relocate his stores if New York City moves forward with a municipality-run tax-exempt competitor, while TDs, whatever, supermarket empire has contracted naturally over the last decade from its peak size. His remaining stores have not suddenly shut down en masse. The timeline doesn't match. Mamdani, the self-described democratic socialist who ran on an affordability platform, took office as a mayor of New York City in January 1st. The idea that dozens of supermarkets went bankrupt or shuttered because of shuttered because of his administration in just a matter of months is completely unfounded. No city-owned stores have opened yet. The viral rumors often claim that private stores are closing because of Mom Donnie's free grocery stores are flooding NYC. In reality, right, the proposed stores are not free. They are intended to be public options that sell food at a lower price by eliminating corporate profit margins. None of them are open. The Mamdani administration has budgeted $70 million. So you could see people that are against this. It's not that they're willing to try. It's not that they even know anything about it. It's not that they've even done the math. It's not that they've done any real comparative data. They are just willing to openly lie. Why? Because they want the consumer to be in perpetual servitude, paying all types of money, wasting every penny that they earn for their 40-hour week, they just want to waste it just because someone who's rich decided it should be that way. It's not that they can't spare a little money. It's not that they can't get the prices down. No. It's that they run a business that is designed to only think about themselves and not the communities they sell their products in. That's a problem. And somebody's trying to do something about it. Okay? Don't ever forget. These people don't have to let you have a fucking license to operate. Okay? They can revoke your license. Okay? Like, seriously. And on top of it, why would you want to work in a state where you don't care about the people? You know, you only care about your profit margin. Why would you want to do that? And a lot of these stores ain't paying their employees shit anyway. You see what I'm saying? Why they keep driving up the prices. Now, look, after I put all this shit down there, then this person writes, grocery stores in New York are closing due to the combination of razor-thin profit margins, typically 1 and 2%, exorbitant commercial rents, so exorbitant rents and recent retail shrinkage. Additionally, independent grocers are currently threatened by so now they changed it. So here. You start off here having like 52 stores already. Look at this. That person starts here having 52 stores already closed since Mom Donnie tried to make the markets free. The person starts off with a complete total lie and then ends up here. Now he's saying it's threatening them. Which one is it? So why don't you complain about the commercial retail price being too high for the locations? Why didn't you have a problem with that? No, because I wanted to blame it on Zoran Mamdani. I didn't want to blame it on the retail I didn't want to blame it on the real estate developers because Mamdani is saying real estate developers are a problem in New York. You see? So this is like what we're dealing with here. Let me go back. Then we're going to get in. Yo, you there? Yeah, okay, this is your town, right? This is your town. This is your town, man. I rarely go through these comments, but today I felt like, fuck this. Let me spend some minutes going through this bonkers shit because people need to be put on blast when they come on my page and leave these dumbass goddamn comments. Like, what is up? Stop spreading your disinformation. I'm going to put you on blast. What's up, bro? Go ahead.
What's up? No, sir.
Co-producer?
First of all, Gristedes is a high-end grocery store that actually runs at a profit margin at a loss. No profit margin at all.
Okay.
He loses money.
Okay.
So most likely he's just doing it because he has other investments that he can take the loss and write it off as
tax write-off. Right? Exactly. There you go.
That's the whole, like that's what a lot of these people don't understand.
Okay.
And they don't dig deeper into, these people who are making claims, And first of all, that person does not live in New York. And then second of all, his reply to you went from him not knowing nothing, from him using ChatGPT.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah,
that reply is a ChatGPT reply based off of a hypothetical. Why?
Right, he changes it.
That's exactly what it is. And this is what's wrong with a lot of individuals, right? They assume that they know something because they have the internet or they have access to ChatGPT, but it's how they use it, right? He didn't choose to rebuttal your claim with any facts until he made an arbitrary claim with ChatGPT involved, right?
Right. Yeah.
None of it had to do with Mamdani.
None of it had anything to do with Mamdani. And then check this out. None of these people, the person that wrote who's paying for the jobs, they didn't have a problem with this person writing, why would anyone vote a Muslim into office? They didn't have a problem with that, right? Let me just put it down with that. That's a bigoted comment. But they didn't put it down to it. They didn't give a rebuttal to that. You see what I mean? But instead, they want to add their lies on top of that. So to compound it, you see what I mean? To compound the negative energy. And it's not even fair energy. Come on. You're going to blame somebody for their religion? What is he? And he's never invited you to the mosque. What the fuck? He's never invited you to come and pray with him. What the fuck? What's going on here? You know, I just none of them had a problem with this. None of them had a problem with that. Anyway, go ahead, continue, bro. Continue. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
yeah, no, I mean, real estate is an issue, right? And the pricing of real estate, but the same goes throughout the whole real estate market, both commercial and rental, right? And it's the
Yeah,
reason for the rent freeze, right?
right.
If you think businesses can keep up, what about your average everyday individual? The more they spend on rent, the less they have to shop, right? So it
Exactly.
goes hand in hand, and these young people just have just the most utterly poor idea of what economics is, and then choose to make a claim that they hear from a talking point, right? Talking head, right? A talking point from a talking head that they got from, some alt-right media or Fox News, which gives half truths, right?
Right.
And they can't comprehend when you actually rebuttal what they say, right? When you give them an actual factual rebuttal, they start to make other claims and pulling straws and say, what about this and what about that and what about under Biden and what about Obama? And it's like that's not what we're talking about right now,
Yeah, exactly.
right?
They keep
And
moving the
especially in New York
goalposts.
City, right? Exactly. Especially in New York City, I think they're just upset because one, they most likely don't live here.
They
Two, if
jealous,
they
bro.
do,
They jealous.
yes,
They jealous.
and again, the real estate market again is now like I said, the less they have to spend means the more they have to spend means that the more they're spending on rent means the less they have to spend overall, right?
Yeah.
And that's something that they just don't understand. And it's things that, certain economists don't necessarily take into account, right? They'll hyper fixate on the market and not understand that when a person saves on a basic necessity like housing, they tend to use that on other goods because that individual who is struggling with housing also struggles with some of the basic necessities like food, like
Facts.
basic furniture, basic luxuries that a lot of the individuals who don't struggle don't take for granted.
Right.
And a lot of economists don't take that into account. And so they'll give a vague instance or a vague example of how it can benefit or hurt the market, but not take into consideration um
Anybody else
patterns
is
and
paying.
behaviors of consumers. Yeah,
Yeah.
of consumers, right?
Nobody else's
And
pain matters. The consumer's
yeah,
pain don't matter. Exactly. The
exactly,
9 to 5,
right,
the person working 9 to 5 for minimum wage don't matter. The person
right.
who's got 2 kids and trying to raise a family don't matter. No, you know what I'm saying? It's like they just, man, it is so crazy.
It's
And
sad. It's sad.
I'm not saying that government should not be cognizant of businesses, what businesses go through, small businesses, medium businesses. But look, you can't claim to be a business person, think that it's good for your market when you have other businesses exploiting consumers. Why would you think
Yep.
that's good?
Yep.
You see what I'm saying?
And
So it's
yeah, no,
yeah.
exactly. Like
Even
I
as a
feel
business
like
person, why
what.
would you want that?
Yeah,
You know? So yeah.
what I agree with is the fact that being a progressive nonetheless, who has a basic understanding of economics, we would want our government, instead of giving, if they're going to give any type of relief, it should be in the form of a rent freeze or anything similar to that, so that way it could eventually leak off into the smaller businesses, right? If you're concerned about smaller businesses, how you support smaller businesses is you help the consumer be able to get that economic relief so they can support that local business,
Right.
right? So they have more money to be able to spend at that local business, right?
Right.
And instead of austerity, instead of them holding on to what they have and rationing and not going to spend, obviously the more economic help they get from the government on some of the basic necessities like food, like education, like housing, now they have more money to spend in the actual market to stimulate your economy, right?
Right.
And so I hate that when individuals don't understand just that basic fundamental of economics, that they retort to just the randomness of nonsense, and that makes no sense. But it's all emotional. It's very
Yeah.
emotional, and it's very just so biased without any common sense at all. And then they'll have the nerve to tell you to say, "Oh, it's just common sense." Like, what common sense are you talking about? Because me and you have a totally different definition of what common sense is. And if common sense is the way you're thinking, then guess what? That's the common sense I don't want. You
Right.
know? And that's where MAGA claims to be America first. What's not America first to help your people? What's not America first to give them the economic relief that we give to businesses and big companies every single day?
I think
Right?
MAGA is
What
just too partisan. So it's not what you're
agree?
doing; it's that you're doing something.
Yes.
More, So anything you do is wrong. Anything you do is wrong. You know what I mean? If it's coming from Mamdani, if it's coming out of New York, if it's coming from a blue state, if it's coming from a place where liberals live, it's wrong. Period. It's not what you're doing; it's who's doing it. And
Yes.
and instead of them being smart enough to say that, why can't we have mechanisms that drive prices down? Aren't we angry about inflation too? Instead of putting those two things together and get something done, they're worried about what's going on in New York. They're worried about places trying to bring the prices down.
And
It's
you're right. You're right. And I would prefer for them to just say that. Say that. Say that anything a Democrat does, you will dislike, regardless of the economics and the facts behind it. Say that. So that way I don't have this disbelief, or even just
waste your fucking
mild
time.
disbelief.
You can just chat
Yeah.
back.
You know what?
Just
This person is acting this way because they just don't know. Yeah, no, this person's acting this way because they don't know better, and they don't want to know better. And that's a different kind of conversation then, right?
Yeah.
That's a conversation I don't have to waste my time on.
I'm going
And
to
I can
start
dismiss you.
replying. I'm just going to start replying. Shut up, maggot, and on to the next one. No explanation. Who's going to pay? Who's going to pay? Who's going to pay for the program? Shut up, maggot. It's just be on to.
You know what's funny is when I do get frustrated to that level, I just call them a functioning illiterate. Like,
Yeah, you are
you're
functioning
fucking
illiterate. You can't comprehend words and shit.
Yeah.
That person couldn't comprehend what was there. It's like, it's not
Yeah.
duh. It ain't private. It ain't public. It ain't private. It's a combination, jackass. What's going on there? It's doing what
Summer youth.
And if
That's
it was,
something that they've never experienced.
And
They've
if it-
never
yeah.
went to a major city. They never lived in a major city if they don't know about summer youth.
and what is public education? What is
Right.
public? What are trade schools? There used to be trade schools everywhere, bro. What's that? What is that? The trade schools used to get you job placement. What's that?
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? So it's almost like we're talking to people that are not even Americans, bro. Either that or they are from red states and they've been so disenfranchised. They had no idea that the rest of the world functioned that way. The rest of the country functioned that way for generations. The country was functioning that way in the 50s. A trade school was getting you a goddamn. The high school was the trade school in the 50s, bro.
Yeah.
And they was doing job placement. You know what I'm saying? You can get
to the
you
point
get
where
a
they had
technical
two
school
different types of high school.
Yeah.
Right. Technical and vocational.
and
So
vocational. Exactly. You know what I'm saying?
these are things that they don't know. Like sometimes I wonder, like, did you like? Is there two Americas? Because
there is,
damn,
bro.
like,
There's two goddamn Americas, bro. There's two goddamn.
they remind me of it. They remind me that those two Americas exist, right? And I forget, right? Because I've always grown up in a major city, obviously
Right.
New York City to be
Yeah.
specific, so I haven't been privy to the ignorance and the lack of to a lot of these red states. So when you hear this, it's like, oh wow, you didn't even live life. Like you have the most basic
Disenfranchised.
understanding. Yeah, like America failed you.
America
your
failed
red
them, bro.
state failed you. Yeah.
Yeah, America has failed them, and blue states have problems, but we don't have that problem. That's a total, utter disenfranchised problem with people that don't even know what the word disenfranchised means. At least blue states know what disenfranchised means, so we fight against it. We want shit. We want kids summer youth job. That's a great thing. Congratulations. Your 15-year-old kid, instead of being at risk of being on the streets and getting killed, might get a first opportunity because he couldn't get it in the private sector, right? To find out what it's like to show up on time, have a job, and just be introduced to what it's like to have a job. That's all.
Yep.
It's just 2 months. God damn it. It's just 2 motherfucking months. What the fuck? What's the big deal? You know what I mean? And they don't even understand that. They don't even want their goddamn trailer park as fucking 15-year-old kid being able to get inside of some kind of place. Just get some little experience, get a little paycheck so he could bring it home and get his mama who's on fucking welfare some goddamn oatmeal. What the fuck? Yeah. Oh man, it's just too much, bro. It is too much.
But it's by design though, right? Like I truly believe it's by design, right? Like this has to do with property taxes, states that have lower taxes, which are red states.
Yeah,
right?
They stingy. They stingy with their money because they don't make money.
Their education.
They don't make money, bro.
Their education.
Yeah,
they don't.
Yeah. But
nor do they tax them to make enough money, right?
Yeah, yeah. But when it's time for their representative, that Mitch McConnell asshole that they vote for every fucking years for 40 years, he's the one that's supposed to bring industry, bring jobs, create shit in their goddamn state. They keep voting for motherfuckers that don't do shit for their fucking people. Like, it is insane.
Because all they have to use is rhetoric, right?
Kentucky Fried Mitch. Kentucky Fried Mitch. Colonel Mitch. Fucking Colonel. Good old Kentucky Fried goddamn Mitch, man. I'm like, what the? Isn't he from Kentucky? Where's he from, man? It ain't Ohio, bro. I think you messed up on that. I think he's from Kentucky.
Yeah, no, I think.
I don't know, man. But in any case, he reminds me of Colonel Sanders. But listen, his ass, they vote for people like this for 40 years that do nothing for them. And then when somebody else is getting a summer job, they're mad because their kids won't get one because the people they vote on aren't even smart enough to say, look, you know what we have down here? We may be in the rural areas, but what are the trades we need down here? Let's have a student program, summer youth program that fits that. If you're in Florida, to get a kid a first opportunity working in one of these a thing where you learn about wildlife, right? Before you even take up the education, get them a chance to just see what it's like. Not that of course, a safe environment for that. Or what about to learn about the environment? You see what I mean? Like really, to learn about the fucking environment, man. These businesses and the people operating down there that are doing things on a professional and high standard, right? They need hands. They would love to educate young kids if the government wants to meet them part of the way. You see what I mean? Then you get an early start into something. You get inspired. A lot of these kids don't even have an idea of what they can do. So when you ask them, what do you want to do? They don't know. They don't have any idea. They don't know what anything is for. They don't even know what education is for. So you have to give them ways of knowing. You got to, inch them into opportunity. You know what I'm saying? At least to just get their brain going. It's only 2 months, man. These people. But look, there's more. Look at these. Now we got Trump. Let's go over to some videos. But look, now we got Trump. Trump does this. The judge blocks it, right? The judge is like, man, fuck this, Trump. You can't. Here, let me make sure everybody can see this. The judge is like, fuck you, Trump. Judge permanently blocks Trump order requiring proof of citizenship to register to vote. Right. So that's done. Okay. You can't. It's like, what the fuck? He wants a Gestapo. He wants people checking ID when you register to vote, when you go to vote, when just every little chance, every little second chance. But states, they're the ones that decide how you register. It's done by the states. But in any case, so look, you have this, right? And look at the comments. Here, we got first dumbass comment. How is that? Can one judge permanently block doing something? Who's right? Who's who's riding the country. They're supposed to be running the country. Judges, liberal judges. Well, in case you didn't know, 6 right-wing judges blocked Congress and the Senate. Congress and the Senate passed a bill for minority farmers because they were being discriminated against. The farm grant money that was given out, federal dollars collected from every American, was given to farmers, supposed to help farmers with subsidies. When minority farmers came from certain states, they were rejected, their applications. So Congress said, yeah, that's not good. We can't have that in America. They're contributing too. They're supposed to get that. That's what the law is for. So Congress and the Senate passed the minorities farmer bill. They went to Biden signed it. It got shut down in the Supreme Court. That's what the courts do. The student debt relief passed by Congress, passed by the Senate, right? Put in Biden's hands. He signed it. Same judges blocked it. So, yeah, that's what judges do. You didn't know that? You didn't know that that's what liberals complained about? You didn't know Democrats complained about it? You don't know that people blame Biden for something that he didn't even do? There was people saying, how come Biden ain't do nothing for the minority farmers? He signed the bill and shit. And then the right-wing judges shot it down. So it's like plenty of Americans are like, full of shit here. Look at this one. This one really gets me. This is so wrong. So others can cheat the system. Is that what the judge is issuing? How is it possible for a judge to make a decision over the say of the United States president? Man, if this is not the dumbest goddamn, this person, have you paid attention to anything in the United States? This is happening all the time. You just notice when it happens once? Like, what the hell? Damn, there's always something coming in between situations to do right. Why? Baby girl, you missed out on a whole heaping lot. I don't know.
No civic understanding at all, right? That person has no understanding of civics, right? They just think the president is an all ruler who just makes shit happen and gives rules like it's some sort of dictatorship. It's sad.
Then the next one is, to be fair, like you interested in being fair. To be fair, isn't it needed? Isn't it time illegal immigrants trying to vote or non-citizens trying to vote less than the time? It's more people talking about this online than the government is actually showing anyone illegally voting. When is the Trump administration showing anybody illegally voting or trying to illegally vote? When have they done that? I've never seen it. Where's that at?
I mean,
it's a felony. It is a felony, bro. If you're an immigrant and you get a felony, you can go to jail. If you are seeking a residence and then you're not a permanent resident, you can be expelled from the country. There is literally no incentive for any any immigrant. Yep. There's no, it's more, if there is anybody that's voting, it's more likely voting illegally. It's more likely American citizens that go into two different places and try to vote twice.
Yep. That is the most common way for voter fraud. Yeah,
that's the most common way. It's not illegals. And then the worst part about it is just assuming the way that, they're assuming that it's happening. But why doesn't Trump prosecute them? Look, there's already been elections, right? Did you see them prosecute anybody yet? Have they found one person in the California election yet that voted illegally? Have they found one in the last elections all over the country? What about, was it North Dakota that just had an election? Or Colorado?
No.
Colorado, Georgia. What about them? What happened? Where's the illegal voting going on? Those are federal elections. Where's the illegal voting? How come they haven't blasted the news with, we caught one trying to vote here? Where are they at? So, yeah, it is. It's crazy. But these aren't the only dumbass comments. I mean, there's loads of dumbass comments. I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm happy the trolls found my spot. You know what I mean? And they do boost up the algorithm and shit. But it's kind of like I just want people to see how dumb it is. Look, 5,000. This is going to be a hot one. I wrote this because of course this is what you got to write. Maggots as a base consist of wealthy and rich people. None of them are middle class or poor, so they don't need to worry about this. NPR. 5 million have dropped ACA insurance after Trump and the GOP. Yeah, exactly. So, of course I'm being ironic, right? Because, they don't want health care. So, that's the thing about it. But in any case, look at these comments. Good. Saving taxpayers money. How are you? Dumbass. Don't you realize that just because you don't get it doesn't mean you're not paying for it in your taxes? This is not saving taxpayers money. What are they talking about? They being taxed for it even if you can't get it. What is it? I don't get it, bro. I don't get it.
I mean,
They don't see. They don't understand.
Up,
they don't see. Yeah, go ahead, please.
No, it's sad. It's sad that this is the state of America, right? Like we are now
This ghetto, bro. This ghetto. This trailer trash. One of them. One or the other.
Look, I wouldn't even. You know what? That's an insult to ghetto people.
This is an insult to ghetto people. This is an insult to trailer trash, right? God damn. Is it that bad?
Like you can't. Like I'm still baffled at that. The fact that these people are that ignorant and bold-faced. Like they will look at you in your face and make these claims.
No, go ahead, man. I'm sorry.
Right?
Keep going.
They'll make these claims, and these are the conversations that they're having with their loved ones, right? With the people who share their ideology. And unfortunately, they're allowed to live in these echo chambers because of the current zeitgeist of the world, right? Like the fact that we have the internet, the fact that we have algorithms, AI, they just keep on repeating and giving you what you like versus opposing views, right? And a lot of these individuals didn't experience the educational system at its best and to create critical thinking skills, right? And critical understanding. And that's what's frustrating. The fact that we have individuals who are so uneducated that they don't even know that they're uneducated. I never thought that we'd get to that point in America, right? That we have people who are functionally illiterate, but somehow can't acknowledge it because they're that dumb. Like that's like an idiot will never know they're an idiot because they just don't understand, right? And I don't even use the word idiot, just ignorant, right?
They're ignorant.
And I think it's something it's obviously by design, but the fact that even here in New York, they do have those individuals who are born and bred in New York who never experienced higher education, and they themselves are the same people who advocate for less taxes on millionaires. They're the ones who advocate for less funding to education, and not understanding that education is proportionally tied to property tax, right? They're just, and even in New York. But I think what's good about New York is we have a good balance of that, right? We have the ignorant New Yorker, that person who works a city or state job and is allowed to be ignorant because they make a paycheck and they have a pension, so they don't have to worry about or never thought about the finer nuances of, how we function as an economy, as a city,
right?
But we do have that starving artist along with that educational individual who has their masters, who has their bachelors, right? And was forced to go through school, reach a higher education, and now has a better understanding of just critical thinking, right? Critical thinking, because I think that's the most basic skill. Some of these things you don't have to go to college for. You have to have the basic critical thinking skills to look them up. So just look them up.
Well, this,
right?
yeah,
Just look them up. That's it.
yeah, because that comment shows that out of all the talk about healthcare, because this talk of healthcare started in Biden's term, right?
Yep.
Trying to get more.
Mhm.
So people have had ample time to catch up, to get informed about this individually themselves. It's a basic responsibility. So even after all this time, and then people talked about it more when it was cut, when more of the people were cut off of healthcare by the big, beautiful, ugly bill, right? So people have had plenty of time to figure out how to find out and inform themselves about how it actually works. So people need to understand this. Just because people aren't getting it doesn't mean they're not paying the taxes for it. You are still paying the taxes for it, whether you're kicked off, whether you are whether you are not, whether you're on it but can't afford the deductibles or the copays, or can. You are paying for this through your taxes. Every single taxpayer that pays federal tax dollars is taking a portion of their check, a big one, to go to this program, whether you can access it or not, whether you're on it or not, whether you have health care or not, whether you can afford the deductibles or copays or not. So this comment here, good, saving taxpayers money. I don't get it. I'm like,
I mean,
okay.
they don't get it, right? But they don't understand that when we allocate this to these budgets, not taking it away is just going to fund some other program that won't benefit the people. Right? That's what's going to happen, right? And that's
programs.
what Trump has been
They
doing.
got a lot of scam programs now. Now it's like cheaper than ever healthcare. $100 a month, man. You can get it. And guess what? You're going to sign up for that program, and that's the type of healthcare that don't get you nothing.
No, and they live in Texas, uninsured.
And they call it healthcare. Healthcare with nothing to it. They're selling this shit now to people.
With uninsured individuals are red states.
Yeah, bro.
They're complaining about Obamacare as if they actually have health care.
Yeah. True, bro. True. Absolutely. Look at this.
That's the sad part.
Look at this. Here's another one now. This is interesting. Okay. Congress has two sides. ACA, when it ever was it ever affordable? You really just pander, don't you? Democrats have controlled the House and the Senate more than the Republicans have. So why didn't they do a better job when they that power? I don't know. Okay. When they had that power, I'm assuming they mean that. You seem smart, but then you did some and see what is really happening. Okay. I don't understand that part. But then clicks and likes, please subscribe. Giving me your money. This is reminding me of a movie. This is reminding me of some Wayne's Brothers movie and shit. Where the dude tried to rob the bank, but he couldn't write the motherfucking bank threat. Give us me money now. It's like he couldn't explain. He couldn't write the note properly to the bank teller and shit, trying to rob a bank. Look, you guys are like. You guys are like televangelists and shit. Look, but then I wrote, the good thing is you pay for Republicans and Democrats, representatives' lavish lifestyle who all have health care, their kids go to private schools, all on taxpayer dollars. It's so funny you do this voluntarily. Enjoy. You don't want better. But that's true.
Yeah, it is.
You know, it's like there's a total disconnect from the fact that they're worried about Democrats or Republicans. Listen, I've said it a million times. You as a baseline, every Democrat and every Republican and every president and every Supreme Court justice has an example. And you know what that example is for healthcare? That is every other Western country, capitalistic country that exists, because they all have universal health care. and we're choosing to ignore all of them, right? So you have not talked about how other Western countries, capitalistic countries, are able to provide universal health care. You, the voter, have not talked about that. You haven't demanded, you haven't asked your representative about that, right? So instead, what you have done is try to figure out who's to blame. Who's to blame? Who's to blame? Well, you're here in the chat. You're to blame. Because at the very end of your statement, you could have wrote, every other Western capitalistic country has universal health care. Why don't we? Then it might make some sense. But you didn't write that. You left it at Democrats. Okay, if that's how you feel. But do Republicans want universal health care for Americans? Are Republicans pointing to every other Western country and saying, look, they've been able to achieve it. Why can't we? Are they doing that? No. And you're not asking Republicans to do that. And you're not asking Democrats to do that. I am. In any case, this is just an example. This is just an example. We got some good comments. Let me see. Look, this is another one. This is so funny. Prices skyrocketed right after the nightmare passed, and you know it. Thanks, Obama. Right? And then you have the ACA was a disaster. Only little kids would think getting government involved is a good job. Insurance prices tripled under ACA. Right? You see this? They don't even realize. They don't realize it's the insurance companies that made them, that did this. It's the fact that they don't want they don't want to hold the insurance companies because they're private corporations. They don't want to hold them to better service. So if they want to charge you 30% of your, let's say you go to the doctor and 30% of it is your administrative fees from the insurance company, the government says that that's okay. They don't do that in any other Western country. In every other Western country, they say, this administrative cost, how much work is that really? And does it warrant 30% of the bill? Or is it more like 5% and they still make some money? 10% and they still make some money. But the U.S. government doesn't do that. So that's why it's that way. They give them the opportunity to do it that way. Why don't you, as an informed voter, demand that Congress stop allowing insurance companies to charge such absorbent fees for administrative costs? Why don't you deal with that? But they don't want to deal with it. It's more important to say Obama, but Trump's in office. Like Obama's not even the last president. You see what I mean? So in any case, I think people get the gist. Oh, this person said it again. Yeah.
What happens is they, again, this is what I mean about critical thinking. They don't understand that affordability when it came to healthcare was the main reason why the ACA Act passed. Healthcare was on the rise regardless.
It was worse.
It was already becoming unaffordable. Yes.
Yeah, it was worse. Less people were on it already. Yeah, that's true.
We had so many people uninsured, just completely uninsured, right? And that's what frustrates me, because they could easily look this up. It's no more than a Google search away, right? That they can look up why was the ACA passed. That's all they have to do. They don't even have to specify Obama, whoever. That's all they have to do, and yet they still choose not to do it because they just want someone to blame. They want to blame the liberals. It's the liberals. It's their fault. It's sad.
Yeah, it's true, man. I think it's they're more interested, or they feed that line of thinking. They want to make people focus on who's to blame instead of ask the right questions. Ask the right questions. They don't ask the right questions, and unfortunately, the trolls aren't interested in that. They want to keep people blinded to what's going on, and to some degree, legacy media is kind of like a troll farm too, because they do the same tactic. Like They don't ask the right questions. They're okay with people fighting each other while they know that every other capitalistic Western country has universal health care for a reason, because that is the best way to run it. It keeps costs down. But if you want to have a healthcare system that every American can access and it's top grade, you need to understand how other countries are able to do it. You see, that's just the thing. And we're not interested in that because we don't give a fuck about Americans. That's all. Just like we don't give a fuck if you work yourself to the bone and die before you get your Social Security or your pension. We don't care. They don't give a fuck, man. And how do I know that? I know that because I live outside of the U.S. and I see how other countries treat their own people when they do care. So I have something to compare it to as an American citizen. So, there it is. You don't know if you don't have something to compare what you have to, then you don't know how good what you have is really or how bad it is. You don't know either one if you don't have something else to compare it to. And you have to compare it to something that is close and most similar to you. You can't compare it to North Korea. You can't compare it to North Vietnam. You can't compare it to, you need to compare it to a Western capitalistic nation. Major economy. That's what you need to compare it to for you to know how good your good is and how bad your bad is. You need to compare it to something that's within the same realm as you. You see what I mean? And then you will find out that, damn, people are exceeding. They're exceeding on basic levels with less, less crime, smaller prisons. I mean, how many people do you think the United States has in prison, for example? Before we get to this, we're going to get to some to these clips here, but I want to ask the chat, how many people did the United States, with 350 million citizens, how many people are in prison versus Europe with 450 million people? How many people do you think are in prison in Europe? And how many? Yeah. And what do you think the difference is per person? Let's pull that up real quick. It's just as an example, because if you don't have something to compare yourself to, you don't know how good you are or how bad you are. You just think you're good or you just think you're bad. But good and bad without knowing how bad or how good is not really nothing to know. It's just like, we're good. That's it. Don't need to know how good. That's crazy, right? Let me see. How many people are in prison let's see here. Prison in total across the EU versus the USA, right? And also who imprisons more per person? That's what we want to know. We want to know how good the US is at throwing people in prison. Who's better? Is it the EU better or the US? Who has more? I mean, this is going to show you a lot. This is going to show you a lot, man. I mean, fuck healthcare. This should tell you a lot too. I mean, healthcare is part of this now. Healthcare is one side of this coin. The other side is the prison population. If you want to know how things are going, how good could things be going for you when you got a whole lot of people, way more people being locked up in prison? How is that a sign of good things going well? Here's the data. Okay, the latest breakdown: total prison population, United States, with 350 million people. This is fucking embarrassing, bro. This is embarrassing. Let me get my shit straight here. Sorry about that. Where's my camera? Here we go. With 350 million people, the United States has 1.85 million people incarcerated across federal prisons, state prisons, and local jails. The European Union with 450 million, that's 100 more million, has only 509,000 people in prison. The U.S. has nearly 4 times as many people behind bars as the entire European Union, despite the EU having a larger overall population of 450 million in the EU versus 340 million in the U.S. Who imprisons more persons? Incarceration rate. The United States imprisons vastly more people per capita than the European Union. The United States, roughly 331 people per 100,000 persons, inhabitants, are incarcerated. In European Union, only an average of 113 people per 100,000 inhabitants are incarcerated. How individual countries compare. Even the EU countries with the highest rates of incarceration do not come close to the US's average. For instance, highest in the EU, Hungary, 193 per 100,000, and Poland, 191 per 100,000, have the highest rates in the bloc in the EU, which is still almost 3 times lower than the US. So let me ask you something. Who's doing better? Who do you think is doing better? Yeah.
We have more people incarcerated than China and Russia. China, which has 3 times our population in size. 3 times. And yet we incarcerate more people. That's insane.
That is insane, bro. That is insane. Is that a sign that
And
we're
China's
doing better?
It's an authoritarian country, and
we're richer.
We still somehow, yes,
we're richer per person. Do we have more money per person? If you talk about, we're the richest country on earth. We have the richest man in the world. We have more. We're richer per person. If you talk about how much money is in the U.S. and then you average it out with our population, we have vastly amounts of more money available. Who's doing better though? Who's doing better? How can you be doing better when you got more people in fucking prison than anybody, even China, per person? How's that a sign you're doing better? Is it
the main reason is because of the fact that it is a large number is privatized, right? There's money to be made in incarcerating our citizens, and that is one of the main reasons that allows and perpetuates the incarceration system.
So you per person you have what is it 4 times the amount of the EU, right? Incarcerated. The EU has 100 million more people, and the United States has 4 times the amount of people incarcerated than the EU in prison. Wow. At the same time, the United States has less people able to get health care per person than the EU. Everybody in the EU has health care. 40 million motherfucking Americans, 45 or almost probably 50 million don't. Right? Who's doing better again? Who's doing better? Who's got a better lifestyle? I'm just curious about that. Who's got a better lifestyle?
And
why so much crime? Why so much crime? What's that about? Is it just in their genes? You mean to tell me all those Aryan Nation motherfuckers are just born criminals? The Aryan Nation people, they just have it in their genes, huh? Just gotta be locked up. That's how it is, huh? It's like Hitler said, huh? Yeah, go ahead, bro.
No, and to give greater context, EU is a continent. We are a country, right? That means that continent, Europe as a continent, has over 50 different governments who govern their own way, right? It is not some cohesive melting pot, right? They rhyme a lot, but a lot of these European countries, almost all of them are essentially governed by their own government, own constitution, and somehow have led themselves to a less incarceration rate than the United States as a single large country. And then when we look at comparative data to other large countries like Russia and China, we still outrank them by 3 times as much per capita per person. It's insane.
We have more per person. We have more criminals than anybody else. It's just that simple. Is that a sign of good? Put a 1 in the chat if that's a sign of good. The fact that we have more criminals than any, it doesn't even matter how you do the data, than anybody else. We got literally more criminals per person and in mass. Put a 1 in the chat. Is that good? If it's good, put a 1 in the chat. If it's not good, put a 2 in the chat. Yeah. I'm just curious what people think, maybe we're the best. We are the best at locking people up. We're the best at keeping a big prison population. 4 or 5 times the size of the EU prison population. So, we're more freer than the EU, man. They just walk in the streets scared. You know what I'm saying? They don't lock up enough people. Europeans are just scared. That's why they have so many guns in Europe. I mean, this shit is crazy, man. This shit is crazy. Yo, man, this is just sad. This is just sad. Look, somebody said, if you're going to throw in statistics in there, then you would have to also throw in statistics that black neighborhoods suffer from more poverty in single households. Well, if that's what we want to discuss, but is that true? And here's the thing. If you don't care about poverty in general of all Americans, why would you care about that? Because the poverty in America across all that shit is horrible. What the fuck? You know what I'm saying? Does it make you feel better that, per percentage, the black community might be hit harder than the vast, gross amount of white Americans that are in poverty? Don't you understand that number, the number of white Americans in poverty in the U.S., doesn't that gross amount bother you too? Don't you want to know to me, I never look at that as the most relevant data. The reason why I say that black community, why do I say that? Because that's not a surprise. Black people vote for social policies because they're aware of that, right? They're aware of what certain conditions create, right? But it doesn't seem to be any attention on the poor white folks, and they're bigger in size and mass. So let's look at both. Let's see who's got the biggest mass. How about we do that since we're going to look at data, right? Who in mass has more people living in poverty in the USA? Because don't you care about the mass? Or you don't? God damn. Hold on. Wait a second. Here we go. Let's get this up here. Let's go. We're about to get into some clips real quick, but let's do that. It's good to look at the here we go. So, not that this bothers anybody. Because I'm sure it doesn't, because usually when something bothers people, they get smart and do something about it. I don't feel like Americans are really bothered by these numbers, just like they're not bothered by how many are locked up. They don't care about those numbers. It doesn't bother them, because when something bothers you, you kind of do something about it, and these aren't new numbers. This is just the norm for the United States of America. This is nothing new. It surprises people when you compare it to the EU data. That gives them something to talk about. But Americans are already aware of their own data, and it never bothers them. White non-Hispanic, 14.16 million people. Hispanic or Latino, 10.3 million people. We talking about poverty data. Black or African American, 8.4 million. Asian, 1.8 million. Native American, 0.8 million. But they're almost like only 1%. They're at best they're 3% of the population, right? So my thoughts are like this. I think what goes on in U.S. politics is like this. The people at the top, they're very good at making Americans in the middle and the poor class blame each other and compete against each other and keep this perpetual hierarchy, classic system going, you know? So on one hand, what happens is that in most places on earth, 14.6 million people in poverty would be a lot. That would be like, damn. But in the United States of America, that number is not like, damn. Because the first thing people do is say, well, at least I'm not black or Hispanic. That's what they do. And that's how they justify the 14.6 million by saying, well, Hispanics, look at how many of them. And then after Hispanics, look at how many blacks. You know, it's like, yeah, but listen, if you add the Hispanic and blacks together, that's close to what the whites are. You have to add you don't see that? You don't see that? There's only 2 million difference. If you add Hispanic and whites in poverty, and you you have to understand this. White people in America do not vote against poverty. This is a high fucking number. And if it makes you better to point out how many Hispanics are in poverty, hey, go ahead, man, no problem. If it makes you better to point out the blacks, if that makes that, hey, no problem, man, no problem. No problem at all. Because other countries have laws against poverty. Did you know that? Let me give you an example. It's pretty interesting. Look at this. Look, in Denmark, people say it does. But look, it says here, Denmark doesn't have a specific law that outlaws poverty or makes it illegal to be poor. However, Denmark has the functional equivalent, constitutional mandates and social laws that outlaw the conditions of extreme poverty. Rather than punishing or banning poverty, Danish law creates a legal framework where the state is obligated to prevent it. So a Western capitalistic democracy could do something about it, but it's about your morals and your ethics. It's about how much you care for your own society, how much you care for your culture, how much you care for your history, how much you care for your kingdom, how much you care for your land. Right? Here, any person who is unable to support himself or his family and whose support is not responsible of any other person shall be entitled to receive public assistance. This means that having a baseline standard of living is a constitutional right. If a person cannot afford food, shelter, or health care, the government is legally required by the Constitution to step in and provide. You know, a lot of people know this about Denmark. It's not just Denmark, by the way. It's a lot of countries. It's a lot of countries outside of the United States. You know, and of course, an American, if we go back to this, right? An American would say, I don't want to pay for everybody's health care. I don't want to pay for somebody else's food. And then an American that says, goddamn, wow, this is crazy. Hold on. Look, American that says 14.6 million people in poverty. Well, they would easily justify that by saying, yeah, but look how many Hispanics and Latinos are in poverty. That's not so bad. Or look at how many blacks. They don't say, God damn, why are more people in the United States per person? Why are they locked up 5 times more than the EU? And the EU has motherfucking 100 million more people. Why? They don't say that. So it shows you the kind of patriotism, the kind of love, the kind of care for American culture, American society. Because if you don't care about the American people, you don't care about the culture. It's one and the same. You know, it's not like the culture lives outside of the people. It doesn't. You know, the house of the culture is the people. Period. That's where it lives. It doesn't live anywhere else. Okay? All the culture emanates from the people outward. If you don't care about the people, you don't care about the culture. You know, yeah, but in any case, I mean, this is how I see it. Let's move on to the news, bro. Shall we, Mike? Because yeah, I do know there's a lot of people
Let's
that
give the viewers something to watch.
yeah, there's a lot of people that don't care what the data says. It's not going to shock them. It's not going to wake them up. It's not going to make them do anything different. Some people have cognitive dissonance, and it just shuts them down. You know. So all right, let's continue. What we got here? We got what is the state of America on the 250th birthday from the necessary conversation. Should we rock that?
Yeah, so the necessary conversation is a YouTube channel that has two liberal adults who are the children of two MAGA
Ooh.
parents.
Oh, wow.
And it gives kind of an interesting dichotomy. They are heavily MAGA. Like they support and will justify anything Trump does. And it's a good way to show how, you know, even within a family you can and have such drastically different values, and also the age difference, right? That generational mindset and how things are viewed. And it can get pretty nasty at times and snarky, but it's a great way to just see more into that MAGA mindset versus that liberal progressive mindset. But yeah,
Okay. All right. Let's rock it. Let's see something. Let's let it go. Here we go.
The aftermath of the 2024 election,
Hold on. Here we go.
the brink of a
His closest competitor was Patrick Bertolini, I think. He ate 51, and then James Webb came in third with 47.5. Now that comes down to one hot dog and bun every 9 seconds he ate. And that is not the most he's ever ate. On a Netflix competition, he had 83 of those eaten in the 10-minute period. So congratulations, Joey Chestnut.
What a weird thing to say. I thought you were gonna one of the world's greatest athletes. I thought you were
so
gonna
here
talk
they're talking about
like,
Joey Chestnut, who was the competitive eater, who eats the most hot dogs at Coney Island's eating competition.
Okay. Should I fast forward or should we just start it here? That's the first.
Yeah, let's fast forward a bit.
Okay. Let me see here. Joey Chestnut.
why are you still in his corner?
Here we go.
Even prompted loyalists to leave before it ended. The fair itself struggled with thin crowds all week, amid criticism of cheap decorations, expensive food, and almost
Okay, so they talk about the festival still, the
Capitol
or the
Fourth
fair.
rehearsal viewing. On July 4th, 51 people were treated for heat-related ailments who were at the event at Mount Rushmore, where Trump was scheduled to give a
Okay, hold on. Let's hear this. So they're talking about all the shit that went on that day. Here we go. All right.
A lot of information I need to get through
Here we
here
go.
on this.
So let's
is
do that.
Trump's America
So here we are, y'all.
250 celebration is a disaster. Trump's Great American State Fair concluded on 4th of July, and overall the week-long event was a disaster. It kicked off on June 24th with a speech by Trump that drew sparse crowds and even prompted loyalists to leave before it ended. The fair itself struggled with thin crowds all week, amid criticism of cheap decorations, expensive food, and almost all musical acts backing out of the event. On Thursday, a large section of the main salute stage came crashing down during rehearsal. Did you see that?
Yes,
by the way,
on the dancers.
it narrowly missed these several dancers that could have severely injured them. A brutal heat wave with heat indexes of 110 and 150 degrees forced the fair to temporarily close Friday afternoon, canceled DC's Independence Day Parade, a Vanilla Ice concert, and the Capitol Fourth rehearsal viewing. On July 4th, 51 people were treated for heat-related ailments who were at the event at Mount Rushmore, where Trump was scheduled to give a speech. Half-dollar-size hail and rain disrupted the July 3rd pre-program, forcing a shelter in place while Trump was still en route. Then, on the actual 4th of July, Severe thunderstorms forced a full evacuation of the National Mall, delaying Trump's speech until 11 p.m. All remaining military flyovers were canceled, leaving Maga loyalists who waited several hours to be let into the event angry that they were told they had to leave almost as soon as they entered. To make matters worse, it looks as if Trump engaged in a massive financial fraud related to the event when he created an organization called Freedom 250 by executive order. The organization was run out of the White House with Trump loyalist Keith Cratch as its apparent sole employee. This organization replaced the original organizing group for Celebration, which was called America 250. So he made one that sounded almost exactly like it. The bipartisan commission Congress created in 2016 specifically for this event. Over $150 million of Congress appropriated money via the Interior was supposed to go to America 250. They only got $25 million of it, while the rest of that money went to Trump's Freedom 250. And House Democrats report found that donors intending to give money to America 250 were given Trump's banking details, and people unknowingly sent him the money. This is wire fraud. Mom, do you think Trump's week-long 250th anniversary of America celebration was a success?
Some of it, yes. Now, were you there? No. Was Haley there? No. Was I there? No.
What does that matter? 50 people went to the fucking hospital because of heat stroke.
Okay. How can he predict what the weather is going to do? He can't control the weather.
Right. Well, that brings me to my next. Hang on. Before we skip past that, that brings me to my next point. Who controls the weather?
Not Donald Trump.
God.
Okay.
Why do you think God sent crippling heat and
a
golf ball size hail simultaneously to thwart Trump?
That is an interesting point. Yes, that is very interesting because Trump talks about God. He uses God. These Christians marched around there with crosses talking about God. Many of them you hear often, they say that God, Trump has been ordained by God. This is what they say. This is what a lot of maggots say. So, yeah, if God was backing Trump, then why was it such a disaster? Does that mean God isn't anymore backing Trump? Or is God just testing Trump to see his resolve? I don't know. I'm just asking, you know what I'm saying? I'm not the one making the claim. But it is noticeable. I like how he brought that out because they're claiming that, look, they don't like Muslims. They don't like Jews. They claim that. And if you don't like Muslims and you don't like Jews, then obviously you're really caught up on the Christian God, right? Obviously the Christian concept of God, right? Because what would the point of being and not liking Jews and Muslims? That's what a coincidence. You know what I'm saying? So I just find it very, although it's blasphemy for anyone, in my view, to even mix up God, I'd rather, it's more logical to mix up Satan with Trump. I mean, really, it's more logical. After all, he was Jeffrey Epstein's best friend for 15 goddamn years during the height of Jeffrey Epstein's sex trafficking of little kids, girls and boys, blackmailing, murdering, and other shit. I just think it's blasphemous to even, but they mix him up with God. They said this guy is evil, hangs out with evil people, and therefore he has something to do with Jesus. I don't know how they do it, but that's what they did.
Stop it.
Why did God do that?
I haven't. Stop that.
Why is God trying to stop Trump?
He is not.
It was a waste of money. It was a clusterfuck. People got hurt. Shit got canceled. It's literally like the state of the country wrapped in a little bow. Like this is how it's all just the way it should be.
Okay. Like I said, we were not there, but I do have two parent friends of a friend of mine that was there.
The fuck is a
They
parent?
did say they had to stand in line for 4 hours to get in, like through security, and it was hot and all that. They finally got in. Then they had to leave due to the weather. But then they did get let back in, and they said it was so worth it. They saw him speak. They saw everything going on, the fireworks. They said it was amazing, and they really, really liked it. So, we weren't there. Those are two people that I do know that were there. I did see some of the clips, sparse here and there. I did see some of that.
Okay. So, all that aside, you're going to argue that we weren't there, so we can't know. But you do understand events happen when you're not there.
Correct.
And then we get footage that we see, specifically of this, that it was a fucking failure.
But I think you guys just wanted it to be a failure too, and you're like,
didn't have to.
About
Didn't have to.
Yes,
I didn't want that. It's the 250th anniversary of this country, and some of the other stuff in today's show. We're going to be talking about that. Of course, I don't want it to be a failure. Why would I want that?
Because then it would look bad on Donald Trump.
Yo, this whole thing about having a fair. I'm sorry, I'm not with that idea. I'm from DC. That is the weirdest thing I ever thought of. I mean, to me, it was just it was something that's just abnormal. Normally, what happens is people come down there with their grills. People come down there with their own private, coolers, bring their drinks, things like that, snacks. And they hang out for the night and they shoot off rockets and they watch the rockets go off. That's normally what people do. They celebrate. This fucking fair, like, I never seen that before. Is that typical to happen there, Michael? Let me find out. I don't think that's typical. I think that's something new Trump added.
That's new.
It's new, right?
It had to do with him trying to commemorate, obviously, his presidency, evoke emotions of patriotism, while also circling the bicentennial birthday of America. The last bicentennial was under... damn, I am totally forgetting his name. He had a peanut farm that he divested from.
Peanut farm? You talking about Carter? Carter,
yes.
Yeah,
Carter was the last.
Okay. Yeah. There you go.
It was the last president who had who was president during a bicentennial.
Okay.
In most current contemporary terms.
Yeah. Typically, you would never see this kind of thing on the 4th of July. I thought it was just weird. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying you can't do something special, but Trump is known for doing everything special and weird. It's not one day that doesn't go by. It has to be the most special day for him. And to be honest, that is not normal presidential behavior. Usually, the president is very minimalistic, right? They don't want to break tradition. Donald Trump is not minimalistic. He does want to break tradition. And it's very distasteful to do that, But then again, I grew up in DC. I'm used to seeing these monuments be revered. I'm used to seeing, celebrating going to the Smithsonian. Because the Smithsonian is probably the biggest educational institute on earth. Just the Smithsonian itself. The museums. It's nothing. That whole mall is nothing but museums. You see what I mean? So the idea of a Ferris wheel, you can get on a Ferris wheel any fucking where, man. What is this? What is going on? That's why you go to King's Dominion, goddammit. Motherfucking what do they call it? Hershey Park and we into Disneyland. God damn. I just thought it was so distasteful. But in any case, let's hear some more. This is interesting to hear a MAGA mom with two kids, right? These are her kids, right, Mike?
They're her kids. They're both her kids. Yep.
Yeah, and her kids are liberals, but the mom is a MAGA head. So,
and this is a mild episode because they do have a dad. Their dad has been in failing health, but he is 1,000 times worse than the mother.
Okay.
He insults and berates liberals, his kids.
Yeah.
He's a whole lot more belligerent. So this is about a lot more concise and cohesive.
Yeah.
But normally it's a lot more combative. But at least you get to see the dichotomy of the MAGA mindset versus the contemporary progressive liberal.
Yeah, exactly. All right, let's play some more.
The point that I'm trying to make in this line of questioning is more that anything he does is always a failure because he's embezzling money. The bigger piece of this, which we haven't talked about yet, is that he set up an organization that handled the money basically to put all of this on. Years ago, Congress, in a bipartisan decision, set up a group to manage that money and put on this entire show for the 250th anniversary of America. Trump made a group that sounds almost exactly the same. The original group is called America 250. He sets up Freedom 250. He starts siphoning money out of America 250 and putting it in Freedom 250. The person who runs that is one of his cronies, one of his henchmen. Then, when people are supposed to be donating money to America 250, he gives them his bank account. So it goes to Freedom 250. That is fraud. That is a crime. One for which he can never be punished under the current Supreme Court and Attorney General, but
what you're saying, that's allegations against him that the Democrats have brought up.
No, he did do that.
Right now, it's allegations.
It's a report.
True, something would be going on and being done about it.
No, what can be done? Hang on. Haley, hang on. Who can do anything about it, Mom? Who would bring those charges?
The
Todd
Democrats
Blanche.
would?
No.
The Democrats?
No. The Department of Justice. Todd Blanche would have to do it. You think he's going to bring charges against Trump for anything ever?
Did you just forget about like 2 or 3 weeks ago when the majority of the show was about him committing fraud? And you said that's a big X. Yes. So like you acknowledge that he's committing fraud. Why would you think this is just an allegation?
Because that's what I read.
Doesn't matter. He's already committed fraud.
Here's
why are you apologizing for?
Mom, what you're saying it's an allegation. Do you think the Democrats are just like, let's say he committed fraud. Let's make up a story that he created another organization and siphoned money and gave his bank account to people who are going to donate. They have that information. They issued a report about it.
Well, the Freedom this is what I read. The Freedom 250 spokesperson Danielle Alvarez dismissed the Dems report categorically as false and a smear by politicians that they would rather manufacture division in our country than celebrate a national milestone as our 250.
Okay.
So she's saying it's a smear.
Great. And so will Trump say that. But it's not. We have evidence that he does this type of thing, this kind of financial fraud again and again and again. We're going to get to some of it at the end of this episode. One of our last topics is about how he just gave billions of dollars to his two dipshit sons. All right.
Let me see something. Let me look that up real quick. Let me see. Did Trump? He solicited money, right? Solicited.
Well, he created a foundation that had the same name or a similar name to draw donations to that organization versus the original organization, which was meant to fund this fair. But yeah, go ahead, look it up.
Instead, of the original foundation, which is, and what's the original foundation's name? Oh, you know what? Let me just do it like this. It's okay. I don't even need to know. I can just say original foundation and then we'll pull it up. Yeah. Okay. So now I'm going to put up articles. Show me right wing news agencies. Okay, let's just bring this up and see how many agencies talked about this real quick. Boom, boom, boom. Is it here? All right, so let's see here. Okay, right-wing conservative media. Right-wing media, along with official administration platforms and conservative educational partners, portray Freedom 250 as a necessary correction to the original foundation, which they argue was overly bureaucratic, slow-moving, or lacking in clear patriotic fervor. The key points from the right-wing coverage include, so it is true. It is true they're not saying what the mom just said. The mom doesn't even know, actually, because they're making a specific claim. They're not saying they didn't start this. Look, let's go back and listen to what the mom just said. That's interesting. The mom doesn't really know. Let's watch her whole
Make up a
interaction.
story that he created.
Here we go.
Yeah,
It's a out of America 250.
Here we go.
Set up a group to manage that money and put on this entire show for the 250th anniversary of America. Trump made a group that sounds almost exactly the same. The original group is called America 250. He sets up Freedom 250. He starts siphoning money out of America 250 and putting it in Freedom 250. The person who runs that is one of his cronies, one of his henchmen. Then, when people are supposed to be donating money to America 250, he gives them his bank account. So it goes to Freedom 250. That is fraud. That is a crime. One for which he can never be punished under the current Supreme Court and Attorney General, but
what you're saying, that's allegations against him that the Democrats have brought up.
No, he did do that.
Right now, it's allegations.
It's a report.
True, something would be going on and being done about it.
No, what can be done? Hang on. Haley, hang on. Who can do anything about it, Mom? Who would bring those charges?
The
Todd
Democrats
Blanche.
would?
No.
The Democrats?
No. The Department of Justice. Todd Blanche would have to do it. You think he's going to bring charges against Trump for anything ever?
Did you just forget about like 2 or 3 weeks ago when the majority of the show was about him committing fraud? And you said that's a big X. Yes. So like you acknowledge that he's committing fraud. Why would you think this is just an allegation?
Because that's what I read.
Doesn't matter. He's already committed fraud.
Why
are you apologizing for?
Mom, what you're saying it's an allegation. Do you think the Democrats are just like, let's say he committed fraud. Let's make up a story that he created another organization and siphoned money and gave his bank account to people who are going to donate. They have that information. They issued a report about it.
Well, this is what I read. The Freedom 250 spokesperson Danielle Alvarez dismissed the Dems report categorically as false and a smear by politicians that they would rather manufacture division in our country than celebrate a national milestone as our 250.
Okay.
So she's saying it's a smear.
Great. And so will Trump say that, but it's not.
But it's not actually, because they did actually open this organization, and they're saying not only did they open it, but they're explaining why they opened it. And so that's a step away from what the mom's even aware of, I guess. Yeah, that's interesting. It says here, fulfilling the patriotic vision. They give their reasoning for doing this. Fulfilling the patriotic vision. Rather than focus on the behind the scenes funding disputes, outlets emphasize the scale of actual events such as the Great American State Fair on the National Mall, the White House, UFC, and the grand fireworks displays. They position the administration's action as delivering a celebration worthy of the nation. Civics and education. Okay. Right-wing media, along with official administration platforms, conservative education partners, portray Freedom 250 as the necessary correction to the original foundation. So this is what they're saying. So the mom doesn't know. She thinks that they didn't start a new foundation, apparently. Right? Yeah.
And this is what happens because a lot of MAGA individuals, they live in an echo chamber, right? And we live in a current alternative facts world where you can have the fact in front of you, but if that doesn't agree with what your moral stance aligns with or what you want to believe, they create a new fact, an alternative fact. And that is the fact that you go by now, because that allows for you to continue to accept these behaviors, continue to accept, the blatant corruption, because you want to continue to live in this echo chamber. right? And it allows for you to live under this falsehood that allows for you to continue to praise and propagate disinformation, misinformation, and alternative facts. She's right now, that's a fact to her, right? She read an article that said otherwise, and because it aligns with her moral stance,
Yeah, she said
now
the
she is
Democrats
going to
made it
believe
up.
that.
Yeah, she said the
Yeah.
Democrats made it up. And that he didn't create a new foundation and get people to send the money to the new foundation. She believes that's made up. And yeah, that's so sad, bro. And the way she kind of, and then the thing about Todd Blanche, she doesn't even know that it's the Justice Department's job. They're the ones that would investigate someone for fraud. She's just like, it's the Democrats who would do that. What? Like, yeah, it's actually sad, man.
As if the Democrats are some sort of law enforcement. But this is also just adds to the fraud and grifter that Trump is, right? And for his base to somehow still find a way to always spin it, and then for this current DOJ to not even investigate it, even though it circles back to what, V? This circles back to the agreement that he had with the IRS to avoid any type of prosecution or investigations in the future due to his the leak info of his tax returns during the last election. This is a part of that deal, right? Now he can justify the whole, hey, no, I was right, and I'm immune from prosecution just because, right? And it's sad.
Yeah, it is sad. And the problem, I think, I don't think MAGA understands this. This president sets up anyone who is president to rip off anybody, rip off everybody. That's a problem. They won't. And because you've accepted it once means you don't have a legal argument to not accept it anymore. Yeah. And the next president will do verbatim what Trump is doing, right? Maybe not the same exact actions, but they will use the same defenses, right, that Trump uses. And MAGA doesn't even see that yet. And you can't predict who the next president is. You can't even predict that J.D. Vance is going to do the same as Trump. You can't predict that Mark Rubio is going to do the same as Trump. If they even get that far, you can't predict anything about the future. The only thing you can predict is that the law is supposed to be the law, right? Now I'm going to ask the chat. Is every president supposed to follow the law the same? Put a 1 in the chat if every president is supposed to follow the law the same. Put a 2 in the chat if every president is not supposed to follow the law the same. And the chat is open, so I'm expecting everybody in the chat to participate. 1 or 2. Is every president supposed to follow the law the same? Put a 1 in the chat. If you think it's not true that every president is not supposed to follow the law the same, put a 2 in the chat. I'm just curious, because it's going to qualify some of the other comments people have made too. Mike from Cali, from LA Cali, also you. Let's get your input. Where's Mike at? Oh yeah, you think so? Yeah. Okay. Betty, did Betty add up in there? Betty, also you, Betty. Yeah. Let me know what you think, Betty. And anybody else that's there. Ron, did Ron answer? Ron, also you, Ron. Please put a 1 or a 2. You have to ask people basic questions like this just so you can understand the rest of the comments. You know what I mean? Sometimes they get, okay, let me see. Mark Hasbro, put a 1 or a 2 in the chat. Should every president follow the law the same? If so, put a 1 in the chat. If not, put a 2 in the chat. Because I can see that. See, it's very interesting. People want to participate in the chat to say their opinion, but when you ask them a question, not everybody wants to participate. I don't know why that is. They find that question threatening to their stance on something. So you know what? Just let them be. Yo, bro, yeah, all the presidents, okay. Yeah, I'm just gonna let them be. They don't want to play the game fair. They don't want to be equal to everybody else. Then fuck it. Let everybody knows it now. So let's move on. And let me show y'all what I'm talking. Oh, no, let's move on. Let's hear some more from them.
We have evidence that he does this type of thing, this kind of financial fraud, again and again and again. We're going to get to some of it at the end of this episode. One of our last topics is about how he just gave billions of dollars to his...
All right, let's speed this up now.
And you know why that is?
Hold on.
Controversial to fucking condemn something like that.
Right.
Yes,
people on both sides.
All right, here we go.
Yeah.
Yep.
No.
Trump is a
government.
horrible
Not that are
racist.
so radical that they would.
Stephen Miller is a horrible racist. Elon Musk, horrible racist. They've all exhibited that time and time again.
This has existed since the beginning of our fucking country. Like, it's rooted throughout our government and our systems.
Right.
Like, systemic racism fucking exists. That's real. And it's people like that who have always existed and will continue to exist that just perpetuate it.
Dad is one of these people.
Who?
Dad.
He is not a Nazi.
Okay.
A neo-Nazi.
Why do you think Trump has not issued a condemnation of neo-Nazis marching in the Capitol on 4th of July?
No idea.
Probably because Stephen
think
Miller
about
is
it.
like the head of it. They are
Think
one
about
and
it,
the
Mom.
same.
Don't just say no idea.
Let me see something here. I see Mike heard what I asked him to do, but he didn't want to answer it, right? Oh, you did, Mike. Okay, Mike put one. So at least there you go. I almost missed that. At least Mike thinks that they should. All right, there you go. Let's
Think
go.
about it. What are the reasons anyone, let alone Trump, would have to not, as the president of the United States, say we should not have neo-Nazis marching on 4th of July in Washington, D.C.?
All right, Betty, you didn't answer the question, Betty. Betty, put a 1 in the chat if you think every president should follow the law the same. Put a 2 in the chat if you don't. I'm talking to Betty. Okay? Betty, please answer that question because the chat is open. It's free. It's great that you got a lot of comments, but you have to answer some questions too, like everybody else. So, Betty, if you think every president should follow the law the same, put a 1 in the chat. If you don't, put a 2 in the chat. I'm just curious about this. Like, sometimes I really don't get why people pick and choose how they want to participate. I like to have the chat open, but and I don't like to time people out too often. But I can see some people are only here. They're not here to dialogue with others. They're only here to get their point across, and they don't care about what anybody else thinks. So Betty heard me. So Betty, I'm going to time you out. So there you go. You just come back. You come back later in 30 minutes. All right. So you can also hop up. Let me put the link in the chat real quick for people to hop up if they want to. I don't have time for that bullshit. I'm sorry. It is very fair and easy. You should have no problem with answering my question. If you don't answer my question, a simple question like that, I don't even know why you came here. Like, don't come back if you can't answer a simple question like that. So let me see here. And I'm not even sure that that's really a Betty. That might be somebody else, a Tom. In any case, here we go. Let's continue. If you want to hop up, just hit the link to the panel. Let's go.
Because it's very controversial, I guess.
No, it isn't.
It's
actually.
not.
Quite the opposite.
It is not controversial to fucking condemn something like that.
Right.
That's expected of our president. And he didn't do it because he is one of them.
Do you think Trump is racist?
No, I don't.
Okay.
Jesus.
Do you think
London,
Trump
what's up?
supports Christian national white supremacist groups?
I think he supports the First Amendment, and everybody can say what they want. And
Do you
No.
think-
Hang on.
wait,
Hang on. That is not true. he tried to get Jimmy Kimmel fired. And you supported that.
And they're locking people up who protested at a concentration camp in Texas. They're locking these people up for 50 years for doing the exact same thing, for protesting and using their freedom of speech. They are now in fucking prison for 50 years while these neo-Nazi pieces of shit are just walking around going to work with everybody. Is that fair?
No, it's not.
Right. Trump is a piece of shit.
Right now, in our country, there's so many things not fair at all.
And you know why that is? It's your fucking president. We have the worst president in the history of the United States. That's why it's all falling apart.
A lot of stuff going bad right now.
Mom, you always branch out. Whenever we get you into a position where we're like, Trump is not, in this case, Trump is not condemning these neo-Nazis because he supports them. Well, a lot of things are going bad. You always like kind of, you step back into the, like this broad generalization that like, well, there's a lot of bad shit. And that in some way exonerates Trump in your mind or makes it okay that he's doing the worst of the shit because so much bad stuff is just going on, can't be stopped. But you have to like really think about these things, specifically this one. I just want to zero in on it. Why is Trump not condemning neo-Nazis marching in D.C. on the 4th of July?
I know.
You know what? This is actually making me a little angry because I'm going to be honest with you. I can't fuck with anybody that fucks with Trump. People have died. Like, that's not a joke. The moment you making excuses for American citizens being fucking killed, all this bullshit going on, yo, I don't give a fuck who you are. Yo, I'm telling you, I don't give a fuck who you are. Like, it's over. Like, done. Bye. There's no talking to you. There's nothing, you know? But of course, to some degree, I could see how they're having this conversation. It's educational. But listen, you're dealing with a person that's okay with American citizens fucking being killed. You're dealing with a person that's okay with people on temporary protective status that are only trying to survive be fucking murdered in the fucking streets. Like, yo, I'm sorry. There's no talking after that. There's no talking. I can't talk to you. I'm turning my back on you. Like, that's it. We can't be around each other. We can't be associated together because you would have me fucking killed. Like, what the fuck? And it's interesting that maybe they don't feel like they can be killed by this man's actions. That's what I'm getting at. But I know goddamn well I can be. They will target me just by how I look. They're going to fucking stop me. Minding my goddamn business. American, born and raised in Washington, D.C. Both sides of my family go back to the colonial period. And these fucking fascists would stop me just based on how I fucking look. And they would look for any reason to fucking murder me in the streets. Like, yo, I'm sorry, but fuck this lady. Yo, fuck her. Fuck her. Like, she is a problem. She's a fucking problem. Like, that's great that they care for her, but I would just be like, man, fuck you. I ain't done. No. You can't be this crazy. You can't be this fucking crazy. Like, yeah, this is, I don't know, Mike, where you at, bro? I'm having mixed feelings about this, man. I don't know what's going on. What?
It's
she can't be held.
Like, yeah, she can't. This is MAGA. Like, this is MAGA. This is the reality of MAGA, right? It's great. I think a lot of individuals, and I mean, including myself, I've been around people who support the MAGA movement and Trump in general. But this, she is literally the epitome of his base, right? This older woman, a boomer nonetheless, right? She believes anything negative that's associated with Trump is just a lie, right? And she'll justify it however she needs to justify it, because if she does it, it breaks her moral compass and her moral code.
That cognitive dissonance.
She came a long way.
She's invested all in. Yeah.
She came a long way. To believe it or not, she was a whole lot worse.
Really?
Dad is on steroids. She was a whole lot worse. Before, she wouldn't concede to anything. And you start seeing it towards the end of the episode. You start seeing her, question some of those things on her end, right? And she goes, I'll have to do my own research, and they'll follow up in the next episode. Okay, so how was your research? What did you gain from actually looking it up? And she's forced to combat really the fact with her belief. And so this is just, yes, is it frustrating? Is it infuriating? Of course it is.
Yeah, because
right?
people gonna die while she's still trying to figure it out. It's like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Yo, what the hell?
And she believes it's her right to be able to do that as an American. And, it's disheartening and it's sad that we live in a current state of America that this is the reality. And sometimes we don't want to, as someone who's progressive and liberal, sometimes we don't want to believe that this is the reality of America or that this is what a lot of Americans actually believe in. But at least a good third of Americans believe what she believed and go about the same mental thought process that she does, right? Like, this is MAGA. She is MAGA, right? And that's how they're able to justify it. Because a lot of times I think, as liberals and as progressives, we often try to think like, oh, how is it that MAGA thinks and can allow this? And she's giving her reasoning, right? Like, this is her reality. This is what she believes in wholeheartedly. As sad as it is, but it also got me to understand a lot. It's like, okay, you're delusional. Like, you're not even like, you're delusional. Like, you live in a different world from reality. And I can't, I'm frustrated and I'm upset, but I understand. And I think when you understand, you get to really treat them and as if they don't know what they're talking about, because they don't, right? It's like, oh, okay, you really don't know. Like, you have no clue what you're talking about. I can't take you serious. I think beforehand, even, a program like this, I used to take MAGA somewhat serious. Like, oh, you actually, you just don't care, right? But no, they do care. It's just that they will mangle their beliefs and force themselves to believe anything other than the truth in order to justify it. And that's she's up again,
which is dangerous. It's dangerous because she will justify a person like me being killed.
Yes.
So I ain't with that shit, bro. Like, that's why I can't fuck with it, because I'm in the straight hairs of fire. Like, these people kill people like me for nothing. Period. And it has nothing to do. They're not checking for no goddamn to see if you're a citizen. I'm probably more citizen, have more heritage in America than these people, than her. I don't know. I can't guess because of her skin color. That doesn't make that doesn't mean she go back to the colonial period. Her wearing a flag doesn't mean she goes back to the colonial period. My fucking ancestors do on both sides of my family. I'm not putting up with this shit for one fucking second. Like, these people are they're delusional, they're crazy, but I'm sorry, I don't have nothing for the lady. I don't give a fuck. It's not just her. Anybody in my family that believes in this dumbass shit, you justifying people, man. Fuck you. Like, yo,
I have family members who believe exactly what she believes. Exactly.
Oh my god, man, they
and
no
it is
good
hard for me to even stand next to them sometimes, because it's like, we are fundamentally totally different.
I ain't gonna stand next to them. I'm not gonna stand next to them, bro. What the fuck? I'm not gonna stand next to them. Why?
I don't speak to them.
Yeah.
Right? I don't. And they'll try to start political conversation.
Look, I've
right?
cut people off for less.
Do you believe that Trump is a good president? Like, they know my political stance, and they'll still try. Hey, do you believe Trump is doing a good job? And I'm just like, I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to talk about it because we're not going to get anywhere, right? We're not going to get anywhere.
Man, if you put up with a MAGA person, you'll put up with anything. That's how I look at it. Like, I've cut people off for less. What the fuck? There's no way in hell I'm entertaining this shit at all. I'm not going to stand next to you. I'm actually going to tell you, get the fuck out of here. Get away from me. Get the fuck out of my face. Bye. Get the fuck out of here. I'm what the hell? Because this is their sickness. They try to normalize that sick shit and get you. But the truth is, if you put up with them, you put up with anything else. What's next?
Yeah.
What's next? You gonna put up with a cross being lit in your fucking front yard? Oh, fuck it. It's just a Klan cross. The Klan's just outside today.
Right.
Let's invite the Klan over.
Forget about it.
Hey, I just decided to invite some Nazis to lunch. What the fuck? Hell, goddamn no. You know what I'm saying? Like, hell no. Yeah. Did you know the 14th Amendment? That's not in the Constitution, Victor. It's like, huh? Slaves were never meant to have a vote. Did you know? Man, get the fuck out of here. I ain't got time for that shit. I'm just like, no, nobody could say anything like that. Don't come around me. Don't stay away from my kids. Stay away from me. Stay away from every fucking thing. I don't want it. I got nothing for you. Nothing for you. But this is their mom. Luckily, my mom's not a nut like this. Luckily, it ain't my mom or my pops. They look at this shit and just like, what? And my mom has great health care. What the fuck? You know what I'm saying? She got excellent health care. You know what I'm saying? But she would look at this shit like, what the fuck? Like, oh, hell no.
Rightfully so.
Oh, my God. Like, man.
When you look at the comments, oh, my God.
On this video? All right, let's look at the comments, man.
Yeah, they go in. They go in.
Let's look at the goddamn comments here. Let's see what's going on here, man. Fuck. Where they at? Do they have comments up here? Comments here. This would be something like that. Oh, you mean in the live video? This is live? Oh.
No, this was a live. They should have the comment section there.
They should have the comment section here. Yeah. Da-da-da. Where is, matter of fact, let me subscribe. Do that. Click the like button. I liked what I saw. So let me see here. How do I find a lot? How do I find it on this? Usually I can find it on my phone, but here it doesn't seem to be visible.
It should have three dots.
Yeah, I see the 3 dots.
So you
you know what?
Swipe it.
Maybe I need to do it bigger.
To the left.
It's not there.
You hold the top of that box and you swipe to the left. And swipe to the right. Swipe to the left. You swipe to your left.
Swipe to the left?
Yeah, so you hold that section where the comments would normally be, and you swipe to the left to continue to live comments.
It's not showing, bro. It's not showing. I'm supposed to hit the 3 buttons, right? The 3 dots.
You don't hit them. You press that gray box and you swipe to the left.
Okay, press the gray box.
It should move it to another section, and then you move it twice over, and it should hit the live section, the live comment section.
Because I'm on my desktop. Is that? Oh, you mean right here? Maybe. Yeah, no, but it's not doing it, man. I don't know why that is. Is it? It's not doing it. I don't know why that is. Maybe it don't matter, man. It doesn't matter. But yeah, this is. Oh no, that's not it. Yeah, that's interesting. I don't see it, man. It's not doing it. I'm here on the 3 dots. You say swipe to the left. I don't see I'm trying to swipe to the left. I'm swiping on my mouse. It's not doing anything. I'm making it bigger and trying to see if it shows more on the dots, but it only says download and report. But usually that's where the comment section is too, right? Maybe if I make it totally large, the screen real quick. If I do that and then I go down, maybe it'll here we go. Now it's starting to appear. It's just if I close it up smaller, it's gone. That's what it is. So I have to do it like this. Now it's appearing. Now I gotta make it visible to you all. That's the problem now. So let me see here. Oh, here it is, right? This one. This. Okay. Right. So now I can adjust it. Okay. Yeah, it had something to do with the formatting, but now it's available. Let me just try to make it visible to everybody real quick. Oops. Video. Okay. Come back over. Almost ready. Let's see here. Right. Just a little more. Yeah, it's going to be good to see some of these comments, what they're saying. All right. Boom. All right, here we go. This is good enough right here. Now, let's see here. All right. Damn, that was the best listener question you ever had. Okay. Let me see. I'm no longer willing to accept maybe as an answer. Fact check. Trump did not sign the SAVE Act. Oh, you guys can't see this. Okay. Let me see here. Time for another week. ML moves the goalpost. Okay, the fact that she ended this conversation with Obama. Hold on, let me pull this up on the screen. Yeah, she ended the conversation with Obama. Damn, that's deep. There it is. The fact that she ended this conversation. Damn, I just moved past it. Yeah, the fact that she ended this conversation with Obama was a nail in the coffin. The current day KKK was marching around on the 4th of July, and Mary Lou didn't like that. But Obama's birth certificate, yes. Oh, you can't see that comment that she wrote. Right, that's weird because I'm a little ahead in comments or something. Okay. Here it is. Yeah, the fact that she ended the conversation with Obama, right? Obama's birth certificate. Okay, and then I believe Mary Lou is dragging her heels to admit the truth. Yeah, I mean, man, I don't know what to say about this, bro. I don't know what to say about this. I mean, I do understand that it's good to have. You need it to have. People need to be able to observe the behavior, right? People need to be able to observe actually the entire thing, all aspects of it, right? But I guess for me personally, I guess it's, I don't know, man. I'm being a little selfish, I guess. Yeah, I'm being a little selfish. I have a low tolerance for these people, man. I've seen people die, bro. I've seen people be affected. I've seen these people insult my country. I've seen these people insult the Western world, bro. I've seen these people insult our allies. I've seen these people kill Americans. I've seen these people laugh. They did this whole DEI thing and pretended like that was justified. They racially targeted. Not that I believe in that concept, but you know what I mean. They used it as a tool to attack people. The concept of ethnicity, race, gender. I'm sorry, this had real life consequences. They have physically and mentally harmed people. I don't have anything to give to this ignorance anymore. I don't have anything to give, It is a old lady, a woman. She's not that old. It's a woman, but this type of ignorance, I just don't believe that Democrats or lefties or independents, we don't need to be tolerated. I think we need to take the offense. It's enough. They've shown what they're okay with, and what they're okay with is fucking hurting, harming, killing Americans. They are anti-freedom. They are not for freedom at all. And they are allowing a person to rob the country, and use ideas that are not even realistic, not based in science. Like, he's using culture war to divide Americans and then attack Americans, rob Americans, there's nobody can stand can take this. Like, I'm not taking it. I'm not sharing space with people like that. I'm just not. And maybe it's because I'm not used to it, because I live outside of the U.S., so I'm not used to seeing this kind of shit anymore. I'm from Washington, D.C., so we typically don't have people that justify stuff like this. Yeah. As you notice, a lot of these people feel alien to the Capitol. They don't even feel like they belong there. You know, they don't even know the city. They don't visit the museums. They don't care about the history of the country. They don't care about any aspect of what made our country great. They mock it, you know, and they're not interested in education for American citizens. They're not interested in a fair wage for American citizens. They're not interested in freedom. They're totally against it. So I don't believe I'm becoming more like Friars. You know how Friars, he said these people can't learn. They're not going to learn. They can't be taught. They can't be educated. It's too late for them. You know, at first, I used to think that you can debate these people, but I've been seeing these people forever. They don't want to debate. After a year or so, they don't want. You saw even the comments that we displayed early in this live. They don't want to communicate. They only pretend like they want to. They don't want understanding. They only pretend like they want to. They don't want fairness. They only pretend like they want fairness. Anytime they make an incorrect statement and you literally show them the facts, they do not engage what you communicated to them at all. And I'm sorry, you know, people cannot just keep trying to make exceptions for that over and over and over. As a grown adult, you have a responsibility to correct yourself when someone has proven you wrong. And that is every single time someone has proven you wrong. You have a duty and an obligation to now correct yourself, right? For the safety of the society, so that the society can continue. And when you just turn a blind eye to being wrong over and over and over and over and over, it means you don't care about the society. So I think people should stop caring about them. Stop caring about their welfare. Stop caring about being fair to them. Stop accepting this lunacy. And undermine them. Don't play fair. Break the rules. They break the rules all the time. You know, one thing I notice is that ICE, they keep showing up in cars with regular tires. Why are they able to roll around with regular tires? I don't understand that. I don't understand that. Those tires are rubber. What the fuck? Those tires are rubber. Just a little pokey poke will stop a motherfucker from driving. You know, come with some better tires. I'm for people standing up and doing what they do to other people, do the same thing to them. That's what I'm for, equality. So if they treat people, if they don't care about the law, they don't care about your Fourth Amendment rights, they don't care about it, I just say, hey, treat them the same way. Why should we care about their fucking rights? That's what I say, you know. I say, yeah, they don't care about the rights. What they care about is lying and pretending like they do. So everybody else has to do the same thing. Lie, pretend like you care about their rights, and then undermine everything about them the whole time. And then just say, oops, I'm sorry. I didn't mean that. Oops, sorry. Sorry. Oops. Didn't know that. Nah. Nope. I mean, these people lie. They literally killed a Mexican man who's a native. He's a Native American. Saw what he looked like and brutally stopped him and murdered him in the street. The man is 50-something years old, owned a business, has kids. His kids are American, and they murdered the man in broad daylight. Why should anybody give these ICE agents any peace? Why should they feel safe? Why? Yo, I'm serious. they feel safe walking around with a bulletproof vest, driving around in a car with rubber tires, wearing tennis shoes. They feel safe. Yo, I can think of a whole lot of goddamn things that would give them a reason to stop and think. Because I'm going to tell you, gasoline is flammable. Gasoline is fucking flammable. And, it's like you don't want a whole bunch of gasoline poured on your ass and then lit. You know what I'm saying? You don't want to show up to a street with water everywhere and a motherfucker just drop a goddamn electric wire, the goddamn electric thing on it. Like, seriously. Like, I'm serious. I'm being serious. Nah, man, these people should not be allowed to just run around and with impunity. At some point, American citizens have the right to protect their communities and protect themselves. And if you have people running around that literally know they want to kill people like you, that's their actual goal, it is not justice. Even if they're wearing a badge, you have the right to defend yourself from people like that. And Trump has let these people loose to do that. So and then this lady, you got people like her sitting around like, because it's not happening to her, she's not in a hurry to figure it out. Because it's not happening to her, she's not in a hurry to figure it out. Maybe it should happen to her ass. Maybe it should. Seriously, because at the point where you are unjustifiably murdering people, the rules change. The rules change. And my suggestion to these people is they better hurry up it fast and start thinking about their own goddamn lives. Start thinking about their lives, because just like these innocent people can be murdered by ICE, it can happen to people like her too. I'm just saying, I'm just saying, that's my feeling about it. Like, no, these people have fucked over our country. They have attacked our allies. They have literally tried to destroy people for nothing. Just people that want to be left free. They have literally gone after people for just wanting to be left alone. They call people liberals. We're paying your motherfucking bills. Liberal states give more to the federal government, raise more money for the fucking operation of the government than these people do. Why are we paying for our own oppression? Why are we paying for our own oppression? Like, I'm not for it. I'm just being honest with you. Of course, it's easy for me to say, right? Because I live outside the U.S. as an American citizen. It's easy for me to say. But, listen, you're going to die sometime. You are going to die sometime. Now, would you rather die taking some of these people out? Or would you rather just die just because they stopped you and you followed all the rules and they killed you anyway? You want to die like the Mexican father, 50-something years old, have a business? You want to die like him? Is that what you're saying? You're going to do that? So you're going to let them stop you because of how you look and kill you, make up a lie about you to cover up the fact that they murdered you. You'd rather do that than to go out with a fight. No, that's not me. That's all I'm saying. That's not me. That's not me. And I've always said that, like, yo, you can hit that motherfucking, you can try to run this vehicle over if you want. You could try to stand in front of me. I know how to fucking duck. And I know I won't be stopping. I'm not going to be stopping. I'm going to hit the fucking gas. And if you are standing in front of me, I'm going to run your fucking ass over. Like, make no mistake about it. Because if you are going to kill me, I'm going to try to take as many of you out also. There it is. What the fuck? Like, seriously. Born in Washington, D.C., my family on both sides goes back to the colonial period. I don't want to be stopped one fucking time that way by anybody. Period. I don't owe you shit. Like, that's how I feel about it. I don't owe you shit. You know, I don't owe you shit. You know, like seriously. So I advise more Americans to, you know, like get their, you know, find their center of gravity and stop putting up with bullshit. You know, stop putting up with bullshit. You don't owe them nothing. You don't owe, if they are willing to kill people, they don't leave you a choice. They don't leave you a choice. You know, that's how I feel about it. Like I don't like watching this shit anymore. You know, because to me, it's great to try to figure it out and people need to understand. But look, at some point, running some of these motherfuckers over is going to be a faster thing to teach some lessons, you know, gasoline and oops, there you go. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm serious. Start planning. And by the way, get some spray paint cans and make sure you write down the constitutional amendments that give you your rights and write them down on your street, right on the ground. So when they drive the little car up, they're going to be standing on one of those amendments when they're harassing people. And you just let them know this is a place where we're not tolerating it. When you see this shit written on the ground, anything can happen to your ass. People are going to defend this Constitution and people are going to defend these amendments, whether the Supreme Court upholds them or not. You see what I'm saying? That's my view about it. Like, you know, that's my view about it. Like, yo, I've seen enough. And maybe it's because I always know these people are very likely to try to kill a person that looks like me, regardless of the fact that my heritage goes back on both sides of my family to even before the goddamn country was founded. You see what I mean? To the colonial period. They don't give a fuck about nothing American. They don't give a fuck about who's American. These people are bigots. That's what they give a fuck about. And if you just keep giving in to them and giving in to them, they're never going to stop. They're never going to stop. They're never going to fucking stop. And one thing they do understand is some gasoline and a match. And they understand that. Red states bow down to California. We feed. Yeah, exactly, man. I'm not with it. I'm not with it at all. I've never understood it. I thought that Americans had the right to bear arms. I'm more like thinking that they had to bear arms because of something Madison said, right? In case their government went tyrannical, right? I'm not seeing that right now. It's not too many Madisons out there right now. And I'm a little confused by it. You know? And yeah, so anyway, on to the next one. Sorry if I said too much. I'm just being honest about my feelings. I'm not telling anybody else to do anything else. I'm just saying when it comes to certain things like this, like I've never been taught to bow down to nothing like this. I've never been taught to bow down to any of this kind of shit. Like, no. I've been taught police are public servants. A government worker is a public servant. Period. If you work off of the people's tax dollars, you are my servant. If you are not serving me, get the fuck out of my way, bitch. You're not paying my fucking bills. I ain't got time for you. Go fill a pothole, motherfucker. Like, seriously, like you are a servant. Like, seriously, like, and I'm just like, I really, I don't understand it. The motherfucking government is not a private institution. You're not my money maker. You're not my business. You're not my employee. I mean, my boss. Okay. You're not the person employing me. You're actually supposed to work for me because you get my tax dollars. Once you've gotten these tax dollars, you're not supposed to hinder my fucking life at all. Not 1 second. You know, like seriously, I don't get that. I don't get it. And we know that they full of shit. So you know that they're here to hinder your fucking life at this point. You don't need to keep watching and waiting to see, is there something to them lying? Maybe the guy did try to run him over one time. Maybe Renee Good did try to kill the guy. Maybe he didn't. Maybe he had to fucking shoot her. Nah, man, you can't keep making excuses for this shit. It doesn't give any. It doesn't. And listen, they already going to try to stop your election. You can sit there and be like, I'm going to just do the right thing. Yeah, register to vote. Register to vote. Definitely register to vote. Let me pull that up. Definitely register to vote. And here it is. Go to vote.gov for sure. But also stand up for your rights in the meantime before the election is over. Like, don't put up with their bullshit. You know, register to vote, and in the meantime, you know, be prepared to kick their ass. Like, seriously, be prepared to kick their fucking ass. You know what I'm saying? And put the word out right on the street. Cops work for us. You're supposed to work for the people. We pay your salary. The moment you turn your back on us, fuck you. Like, start writing that shit on the street. Let them know. So when they get out their car, they just look down and be like, damn, they wrote this shit in this block? Yeah, bitch, this is a death trap. This block is a death trap, you know? And there it is. That's how I look at it, you know? I'm tired of this kind of shit. And Fence, fuck you. Okay, why don't you get your bitch ass off of the net for a change? Let me go over to Fence's goddamn page here. Let me see something. Let me see what Finch is up to today. Let's look. Where are you? Let's see if this can come up. Hop your ass up, Fence. You can still get up here. Here you go. Oh, look at this dumb, stupid, goddamn maggot. Look at this. Miko Ghana Abdullah. Man, what the fuck? You ain't even American, you dumbass. What the fuck is going on here? Like, I guess they pay his ass 2 cents an hour and shit, you know, to be up here on the fucking internet. As a matter of fact, you jackass, don't ever come back to my page. I'm tired of your bitch ass. Okay? Now, as a matter of fact, hold on. As a matter of fact, let me reverse that. Unhide user. And now, if you want to talk to me, at least have the courage to bring your black ass up on the fucking panel, you fucking coon. You fucking coon. Bring your bitch ass up on the panel. Okay? You ain't coming back in the chat anytime soon, okay? But bring your little coonish ass. God damn, Ghana should be fucking ashamed of you. You should take that name off, man. You're embarrassing Ghana right now with that name, boy. You're embarrassing Ghana, man. Just be, you know, what the hell? It's like, what the fuck is going on, man? In any case, what's up, Josh? Yeah, this is crazy, man. I don't. Yo, go ahead, Mike. I'm sorry, man. This is what this type listening to crazy people it invokes this in me. So that's why I have to go the other way, bro. I can't even be around them.
Yeah. No, I mean, I myself try to understand it as much as possible, but there isn't much understanding, you know. And I think it gives insight as to just how delusional a lot of these individuals are in general. Right?
They are abusive, bro. They are mentally abusive. If you sit there and try to reason with them, they're abusing you because they're trying to get you to accept fiction. Fiction is fact.
I mean, I don't think they're trying to get you to accept it or us to accept fiction.
Okay.
They understand that they thrive off of the opposition, right?
Yeah.
They thrive off of this you versus me on the liberals mentality, right? They don't care about us the way we care about, or the way we care about them is not the way they care about us. Period.
Look.
Right? The way you get emotional, they don't care. They don't care. They dismiss us. They will dismiss you as a liberal nonetheless, who is brainwashed.
No. I'm like you could defend. You could see me as a liberal, but you better stay the fuck out of my way. Like, I'm not joking. You are nobody to me. Like, I'm not going to be like kissing up to these people at all. My words is like, fuck you. Like, you know, I'm not going to be treating you nicely at all. But, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know, they can think whatever the hell they want, liberal this and liberal that. It's like, yeah, okay, motherfucker. But just remember, I think you're scum. So you might think I'm a liberal, but I think you're a fucking scum. You know, like really that bad. Kev Dog said, "Would you rather have a sister that believes in flat Earth or a MAGA mother?" Because I have both. He said he can move out the fucking house, Kev Dog. That's what I gotta say, man. What the hell? Yo, I'm not joking. If you, it doesn't matter, brother, family member, anybody. No, kid, man, kid. I'm not even the kid, man. Nope, fuck you. You got to go on your own, bro. Like, if you that crazy, nah, you ain't gonna be around me because these people will try to kill you, bro.
Do you want to move on to the next next video?
Yeah. China. Oh no. Yeah. It's China, right?
Yeah, we could do the China one, or we could do FD signifier, which is a bit more educational, a lot shorter.
FD signifier.
Yeah.
I only have 4 here. You sent me more than one? Them 4?
No, yeah. No. I think it's the last one.
Of course, the World Cup. Oh yeah. Signifier B-sides.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, let's do that one. I'm sorry, y'all, if I went a little haywire. It's just I have a low tolerance for this kind of ignorance. I have a low tolerance for them.
The only reason why I bring up clips like that is because it brings that bipartisanship. It brings that that discourse. It creates it grows the channel, right? Like it pushes the algorithm to push our channel, right?
Yeah. You're right.
Because if not, that's where that both sides, even if we disagree, that's what pushes the algorithm, right? That's what gets the comments going in the live. That, like, sometimes I see channels with just rhetoric like this that go, they don't even comment the way we do. They just play lives and they have 1,000+ people just because it's decisive, right? But obviously we give context to what we put, right?
Yeah,
Which I would hope that we have an educated viewer. But
yeah. I and maybe I have to, it's okay to rethink things, every once in a while and just try to be objective about what you're doing and if you're achieving your goals and things like this. Yeah, I'm achieving my goal, but no, I want to spread the message as large as possible. And but obviously I'm only the right person for a certain extent because I'm not going to be teaching people to tolerate this shit. Like, and I'm
obviously, not to be tolerated.
Yeah, and it's
they
like
tolerate it because that's their mother. I wouldn't even tolerate it if it was my mother.
What the fuck? Yo, this, because I can't, bro, because I mean they want you dead. They believe in this. They believe in you dying, bro.
And even if they don't believe in it, they'll justify it.
They would. That's what I'm saying.
They'll find a way to justify it.
That's the
like,
same thing.
I don't agree with it, but you know.
But you should have just went along. Even though the officer was wrong, you should have just went along. Just, it's like, sure, the officer rammed you, but you should have just, it's like, whoa. This motherfucker doesn't come from anywhere in this state. And this person is just running around in the communities harassing people? Like, is it, that's what's going to go on? You're just going to go around in communities you don't come from, stop people based on how you think they look, kill them.
Yep, and the Supreme Court made it justifiable to really stereotype someone.
Yeah, man. I'm really I'm very impressed with Democrats, with liberals, not just Democrats. I would say liberals. I'm very impressed the fact that we believe in elections and that we're very strategic and that we focus on the thing that is going to come to the ultimate end. But I'm very surprised nobody has taken a group of these people and tortured the fuck out of their ass, like in the middle of the street. I'm very surprised. You know what I'm saying? I'm very surprised, bro. And I mean that shit. Like, I'm very surprised somebody didn't come out with a fucking bucket of gasoline and lit one of these motherfuckers on fire. I am very fucking surprised. Like, I'm surprised. I'm surprised, yo. Like, seriously, I would never think in the United States you could continue to do this and not have nobody be made an example, you know. And again, I'm not telling people to do that, but I'm just fucking surprised. I'm just surprised by it, you know. But you know, the election is the most important thing. But I can tell you one thing: if they fuck over these elections and they don't get the fuck out of Dodge, things are going to change rapidly in the United States. People are not going to be playing nice no more. Once you take away free and fair elections from people, yo, the whole thing is going to change. So yeah, so at some point this shit is going to stop, man. People ain't having it no more, you know, and neither should they. They've been harassed too much. They've been threatened too much, just for trying to live freely, and while paying the taxes that pay for the government to operate. What an insult. You know, did Biden go around to red states treating people like this, running around in their community? Did Kamala Harris and the federal government running around in people's community, fucking just harassing them on the fucking streets? Did they send the National Guard to red states just running around that way, targeting people based on what they, you know? No, they didn't. No, they didn't. And they doing that to blue states. Okay.
This is Sports Channel. This is not a political channel. I just want to be clear about that up front. Although yesterday was the 250th anniversary of America's freedom. And today, the American soccer team plays Belgium. Belgium being one of the more interesting countries to play, and try not to talk about politics as it pertains to soccer or sports in general. Hopefully by the time you watch this, they'll be out of the tournament because America would have handed it to them.
Okay. So this is a significant B-side right here.
Because their best striker who saved their asses last game, Romelu Lukaku, who happens to be from the Democratic Republic of Congo. For the sake of the sensitive types in the crowd, I'll just say that the DRC and Belgium have a very interesting and significant history. The DRC arguably being the richest nation on the planet, not its money, not its economy, its actual resources, minerals, cobalt, gold, oil. The DRC has it all in abundance. We're talking in the multiples of trillions of dollars worth of resources that can be found in the Central African nation. The DRC has so much value just in this land that I've made in my own head canon that that's actually Wakanda. In fact, if you go and watch Black Panther, and I've mentioned this before, if you look at the beginning of the film where the vibranium meteor hits, it low-key hits in the DRC. And while yes, this is silly, it does undergird a real truth about the struggle of the DRC and most of Africa, which is that colonialism has taken so much from its land and its people. The DRC would probably not be Wakanda, but if left to its own devices, it would legitimately be one of the richest nations in the world. This was something that was understood 75 years ago when Patrice Lumumba rose up to lead a relatively bloodless revolution in the DRC in the 1960s. I've talked about Lumumba more than a few times because even though his time as a revolutionary was relatively short, it was incredibly influential. The image and idea of a free Congo helped create Black radicalism here in America. The Black Power movement and Pan-Africanism and even Malcolm X were influenced by this man. Malcolm called him the greatest Black man to walk the African continent. His Independence Day speech in 1960 is one of the most famous speeches in history, as he was probably the first at the time sovereign Black leaders to openly criticize and condemn racism and colonialism to the face of white Europeans as a sovereign leader of his own land. Considering the impact of this moment and this movement, it's no surprise that Lumumba was assassinated only 6 months later, killed by a coalition of his political enemies in the Congo along with the Belgian government with help from the CIA. This sadly was not the end of turmoil for the DRC, as war and upheaval and social strife has been ever present, greatly due to foreign influence and imperial forces seeking to get a foothold on the nation and its, again, trillions of dollars worth of natural resources that powers Teslas and probably the device you're watching this on right now. And this is an ongoing massive humanitarian crisis, while Palestine, and to a lesser extent, what's happening in Sudan, get most of the headlines in terms of international coverage. What's happening in the Congo sadly struggles to keep the attention of the world. And that's why when I saw this man standing up in the audience at a FIFA World Cup game, I innately knew that this had to be related to the Congo's complex history. This suit was too sharp, the haircut was too specific, and the aura was too great for this to just be a random super fan as he was being described in most mainstream media. And lo and behold, within 5 minutes of Googling, it was made clear that this was in fact a political statement being made by one Michel Kuka Mboladinga, aka Lumumba Veya, and I apologize if I messed that name up, but he's dope, and he's not just showing out for the love of soccer. He's there to deliver a message to his nation and to the world to not forget about the Congo, what it is, what it was, and what it's going through. It's a direct reference to the statue of Lumumba that greets you when you enter the nation, and it is inherently political. Which is surprising for me, considering that I made a joke about the politics of soccer and a bunch of European crybabies jumped into my comments because I posted something about the current state of FIFA and its not so subtle commentary on the history of global colonialism by Western Europe. I got a whole lot of, bro, it's just soccer. And I guess low-key shut up and dribble, but like not the typical shut up and dribble, like with a basketball, it's dribbling a soccer ball. And, you know, Europeans often like to think that they're not just like Americans when it comes to racism. But in some ways they're worse because at least Americans know they're racist. Y'all act like this is like some shit that's just being made up over here. And I'll leave it at that for now. So it's not like it's news to me that Europeans and whites across the world are just as oblivious to racism as Americans, but it is an interesting change of scenery for me as a person very new to soccer fandom. As some of you may know, I'm a proud soccer dad. My oldest has been playing soccer since he was 9, and at first I was just happy that he was interested in the sport as something to do outside when the lockdowns ended, but me having to learn the game forced me to appreciate it a lot more than I initially ever thought I would, and I'm finally starting to get what the rest of the world sees in the sport. I even have some rule changes I'd like to suggest, but I was told that may be in bad taste, and so we'll stick to just the politics.
Good opening.
Okay, new rule. Half-court violations in soccer. Also, still not calling it football. Let's not get ridiculous. Just being real with y'all. But I've probably watched soccer more than any other sport outside of football for the past few years. And this is my first time having the opportunity to pay attention to the World Cup. And it didn't take long to notice some interesting race politics and, social cultural commentary that I know I can't be the first one to notice. But considering that I, like most Americans, aren't that locked in, going to be new to a lot of the people watching this. But for those of you who are long-term soccer fans that want to really get into the shit, go ahead and put some things in the comments that I may have missed. I'm sure because I'm new to the sport, I'll be missing a lot. To get started, before I even saw Lumumba Veya, I could not notice that regardless of what country was playing, the continent of Africa and its rich resources were on display. And I don't just mean that because of Congo or Ghana or the Ivory Coast or the many North African teams. I also mean pretty much any team that isn't East Asian, Central Asian, or Eastern European. When I mean natural resources, I mean literally the people in this case. America is fielding the blackest team they've probably ever had, and surprise, surprise, we're doing the best we've ever done in forever.
Surprise, surprise.
Again, recording this before we play Belgium today, but even making it to this far is already like new heights for America. I've been saying for a while that there's probably a cultural shift coming to American soccer as more and more young black boys, a lot of these like little boys that grow up to be 5'11" shooting guards are gonna probably find their way into soccer earlier than they would have. And when you look at people like IShowSpeed making soccer way more popular amongst young American black men, we'll probably be seeing a cultural shift if it can take a hold in black communities, which is hard because soccer in America runs on like a weird cartel system. In other countries, soccer is popular because everybody can play it, including the poorest of the poor. Whereas in America, you basically have to have a nice amount of money to get the high level training. But again, if it gets cultural, we'll get there in a second. By the time I have grandkids, I think America maybe will have gotten to a World Cup finals if we don't make it this time around. One example of this is one of the top players on the American team is the son of an NFL legend and former Super Bowl champion. And if you look across almost every other team in the World Cup right now, you see plenty of black folks. Even Mexico has a black dude playing striker that's one of their best players. Japan has a dude that looks like the black Giga Chad playing goalie.
Yo, I'm happy to say that, I actually played soccer myself, in a league called it was actually called Capitol Hill Soccer League. And so I grew up playing soccer from when I was like 7 years old till I was maybe 17, 18, until high school was almost over, right? But yeah, now it's actually gotten bigger in the U.S. soccer from that time. So yeah, soccer is great, and I really do like the fact that we're getting into it. It's a great sport to play. It's a great alternative to basketball or football, right? Because you don't run around. First of all, basketball is a tough sport, because it is all you are running, right? And you bouncing this ball. For soccer is rough like that too. But I would say football is one where you get to run more open. I'm talking about soccer, football, that one, right? You get to run openly without all the heavy gear. And so it's a great sport. It's a great sport if you get a chance to play it. It's great for any kid, girls and boys also. So if you do have kids and you have the opportunity, if there's a league, it's a good idea to have them experience soccer at a young age, like maybe 7, 8 years old, because then they have plenty of time to have it grow on them. But in any case, let's go on. I like what I'm hearing here.
Every other team, if they don't have at least 1 or 2 or probably even 3 black players on their team, it may low-key be almost the entire team. So unless the World Cup is won by one of those few teams with the minimal black players like Norway or Argentina, I wonder why there's no black players in the Argentina team. It's safe to say that no matter who wins the World Cup, Africa wins the World Cup. That's just the facts. The whole continent. We're giving the whole continent of Africa a World Cup trophy at the end of this because clearly they're going to deserve it. Now, if you're asking why that is, it's not just because soccer is so popular in Africa and across diaspora, but the diaspora itself exists because of colonialism. Because in 1884, a bunch of Europeans had a meeting in Berlin to decide the future of Africa, a meeting that didn't include any Africans. And since then, the continent has been raped and pillaged for its natural resources, and even after much of the continent won its independence in the last 75 years, neocolonialism is still in full effect. And it's not just because of Europe, it's also Russia and China and of course America attacking and raping and taking from the continent of Africa and not giving much of anything in return. In fact, despite Belgium's horrible history in the DRC, China right now controls like 80% of the mineral extraction happening in the nation right now, extraction that is not being used to fix the...
Now, this is another point right here. When you go online and you talk to many people online about this topic, right? What's going on in Africa, what's going on in Sudan, what's going on in the Congo, right? A lot of people point to Europe, right? Europe being behind this, Europe being behind that. And they don't really, for some reason, they don't realize, no, actually, it's not actually Europe that is behind what's going on there right now. It's not the old players. It's not even the U.S. You can't even argue it. And I'm saying it for even a decade now. No, it has actually been others inside spreading these weapons. And it's a shame that people don't realize that. I'm glad that this guy, brother, is mentioning China's influence in the region, because China also is spreading weapons, proliferating weapons. Also in the Sudan, proliferating weapons. A lot of the Middle Eastern, Iran, and let's say, it's a country that Iran bombed, right? Is it the UAE? Guess what? They may be fighting each other in that area, right, in the Middle East, but they actually are supporting one of the groups in Sudan. They're both in agreement about one of the groups in Sudan. So it's interesting how you see these players change. And you got to ask yourself, when people say it's about ideology, I say it's not about ideology. It's about colonialism. That's all it's about. It's only about pure, hard cash. Because when you can be in the Middle East fighting each other and then funding another war where you're on the same side, you're supporting the same side in another part of the world, in Africa, that tells you right there it is only about the money. Somebody said China is buying it. No, China is proliferating weapons. They're not just buying it. Okay, yeah, but big up Norway. I see you. Yeah. I mean, really, man. And again, I've been saying this forever. Like, if you think any superpower is not up to colonization, I don't know where you studied. I don't know where you got your idea from. If you think any superpower doesn't have an imperialistic goal, I don't know where you've been watching. I don't know what history lessons you've been getting. Russia, China, they have imperialistic goals, just like people point to the old colonizers before, like you got, or even the United States of America. Like, you really, and you should pay close attention to how countries maneuver, because there are some that don't mind. Just because one is not involved right now, or if you are not involved right now, doesn't mean that they mind, or that they aren't planning on being involved. You know, there's a lot of ways to kind of skin a cat, and people got to be willing to examine the different ways, not just one way you go about colonization. You know, there's different ways to do it. So, but on that note, let me hear some more of this. It's interesting.
Huge humanitarian crises happening in the DRC. As a byproduct of the devastation of these African nations, there are full-on political, economic, and medical crises, which has many people in these nations constantly trying to find their way out. And sports is one of the most lucrative ways to do it. But also consider the fact that this extraction isn't new. So some of these African players were born in France, Belgium, Germany, etc., to parents that are of African descent that may have immigrated 20, 30, 40, 50 years ago. And I say that because I do want to be clear as I speak to this, because this is one thing I didn't make clear in a previous statement on this. I am not saying that these African players are not citizens, genuine citizens of the nations that they're playing for, first and foremost. They are. But just because they were born in France, born in Belgium, born in Paraguay, whatever, doesn't make the way in which they came to inhabit and embody those nationalities any less complex and, yes, political. Their Africanness tells a big part of their story, and that's a significant thing to point out. When I see the French team and it looks like an HBCU picnic, I think there's something to be said there. And I get it, I am an American idiot sometimes. I don't understand the nuances around racial politics outside the States, and I will continue to try to improve on that. And again, I'm not trying to say that these French players are not French or take away their French nationality or anything that I wouldn't want someone to do to me as an African American. I also understand that these various countries, there are political movements and opinions that are nationalistic, that seek to expel and marginalize Africans of the diaspora and say that they're not truly of the nations they live in or are born in. I don't want to contribute to all of that. America's best player right now, Folarin Balogun, who just got cleared off that bullshit red card from last week, he is a Nigerian Brit that just happened to be born in New York. That's the only reason why he's playing for us. And shout out to us for that. And that's fine. Like, all of this, the actual like details of who comes from where and who they play for, that doesn't really matter to me in terms.
Yeah, you know, I think people, it's sad because the only reason why it's a question, I mean, well, maybe not the only reason, but I think it matters more to some people, maybe not everybody, you know, but I think a lot of people, it stands out. It's not just that the person is not from the country. It's that people have an idea that folks from a particular country look a certain way. And I think that's the reason why we're even talking about this guy who's a Nigerian Brit playing for the U.S. government. Playing for the U.S. soccer team. Damn, I'm sorry. But, you know, the reality of it is that it is absurd even more in the United States of America, because literally we are largely an immigrant country. So where is it that we start turning against immigrants ourselves? I'm not talking about anybody else around the world. I'm talking about our actual America. Most of the continent, most of the countries in America, you know, are largely immigrants, background people. You know, if you're not a Native American, you're basically an immigrant background person, right? In one way or the other. Maybe people will argue that Africans that were put in slavery were not immigrants, they were prisoners. Great. Yeah. But what I mean is just that you do understand that, you know, you were brought there a few hundred years ago, right? 400 or 500 years ago, something like that, right? So, and that there's been a constant influx of immigrants that was lawful or, you know, even invited. People were invited to come. So, and, you know, so to actually turn on this guy and actually wonder about, you know, how American he is. He's born in the United States. Why is that not good enough? You know, it was good enough for everybody else. So,
also to chime in,
yeah, go ahead.
Where FD signifier is coming from, and he said, you know, like whoever wins the World Cup, essentially Africa wins the World Cup, is because the majority of these soccer or football teams, if you want to call them that, they are comprised of people of African descent, right?
Okay,
Soccer
maybe,
is
many.
is the main sport in Africa, right? And they are inherently great at it. They're inherently
they start
great at
very young.
And so
That's the first sport they play. It's the first sport they play, bro. And no matter if you're rich or you're poor, they have a soccer ball.
So
yeah,
when you look at the diaspora of soccer as a whole, you know, it is comprised of Africans, right? Africans, full blown like Africans, right? People of African descent, right? And obviously these countries now get to get better representation or better talent when it comes to soccer due to the colonization of Africa. So that's what he's trying to say, right? And neocolonialism essentially looks like the pillaging of natural resources. So in the case of China, China is essentially tying down a lot of these African nations to debt that they will never be able to pay back.
Yeah.
So they know that their GDP is of a certain amount, but they'll still loan them
way more.
You know, 800 million, knowing that over the 10 years that they're going to default on those loans,
of course,
and that now they'll be able to gain access to these natural resources under the guise of trying to help develop Africa. And so that's really what neocolonialism looks like in today's age, right? Just like when we hear Trump talk about Greenland, we're going to take over Greenland. It's not because Greenland's great. It's because Greenland has a ton of natural resources that, you know, as we continue to go further in as a civilization, they're finite, right? We will reach a point where these fossil fuels and other resources, natural minerals, they become so scarce, right? That's why, you know, even if you don't, obviously we can circle it back to economics, even if you don't believe, you know, even if you understand or don't want to play the game of the gold prices going up and down, ultimately long term, gold as a commodity is going to be up. Why? Because it is finite. We only have so much gold left.
Right.
And eventually we will reach levels that will technically we'll have to hoard them, and a lot of countries are doing them. We look at China, we look at Russia. They have a lot of their wealth, their country's wealth, tied to natural resources like gold and other minerals. And so that's what neocolonialism looks like in today. In the past, it was in the form of slavery. In today's age, it is in the form of commodities, right? Or non-renewable resources, right? Like oil, gold, you know, and then obviously your hard minerals like cobalt, silver, right? Platinum, palladium. All of these things essentially are now what all these major superpowers are after, right? But in the same breath, we can no longer just go and trample onto another country's land and take it over due to, you know, due to entities like NATO, right? So they have to find other ways. And in the case of China and even Russia at times, they technically get these countries, most likely African countries, to insurmountable debt And once they default on these loans, now they'll be forced to pay it back in the form of these natural resources. And again, the reason why he says Africa wins the World Cup, regardless of the team, is because regardless of the team, the diaspora of soccer is inherently made up of African talent. When we look at the French team has a ton of African talent, and their main talent is their star called Kylian Mbappe, and obviously his name is African. He is of African descent, born in France, but African descent, and that's why he points out the hypocrisy of a lot of these countries essentially still holding racist sentiment, but that racist sentiment technically is on the hush when we have the African talent on display in something like the World Cup. But yeah, go ahead, V.
Yeah. I agree 100%. Now look at this. Here I just wanted people to look at this map. Look at Sudan, right? And look at Democratic Republic of Congo, right? Congo is obviously 3 times the size of Sudan, right? But or South Sudan. But Sudan is large. They almost, no, not 3 times the size, maybe twice the size of Sudan, right? But let's look at this. You got Sudan here, then there's South Sudan. South Sudan just came out of a war, but you have Sudan here. They're in a conflict, and you got Democratic Republic of Congo. They're in a conflict. Now look at who the players are. Let's look at and do you tell me, does this make any sense? I mean, to me, this illustrates 100% that it's simply it's colonialism, neocolonialism or colonialism, because look at the parties, how they decided different parties are supporting. Look at what sides they're supporting. You just tell me. You got Sudan, right? Civil war. You got the SAF, right? The Sudanese Armed Forces, right? And then you got the Rapid Support Forces, which is the RSF. Now you look here, backing the Rapid Support Forces, you got United Arab Emirates, you got China, and you got France indirectly. China indirectly. But it doesn't matter indirectly because it has a significant effect, right? Now, so you see China and France doing what? Supporting the Rapid Forces, right? This is in Sudan, right? The Sudan Civil War. And then you got United Arab Emirates supporting that, right? Okay. And then you have backing the Sudanese armed forces, Iran, Turkey, Russia, and Egypt, right? So you see Russia and China in the Middle East, they're on the same side, right? But not in Sudan, right? Not in Sudan. I mean, that's interesting. That is very interesting, right? Turkey again. I'm sorry, but this shows you. This really breaks a lot of ideas that people have. No, this is a hot fucking. You hear what's going on in the Middle East. It has the globe's attention, right? The globe's attention. It has everybody's attention, and they have the world. Everyone is chiming in on the side. You're either on the side of Russia, you're on the side of Iran, you're on the side of the U.S., or you're on the side of Israel, right? But then when you look down here, you look down in Sudan, this shit is a hot mess, bro. They're not all on the same side. China and Russia are not on the same side in Sudan. They're not. Iran. In Turkey, okay, in Egypt. All right, so now look. Now let's go over to Democratic Republic of China. Democratic Republic of Congo. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Look at this. Look, who's backing the rebel movements? Rwanda, United Nations, United States, France have repeatedly condemned Rwanda. Okay, but this is just the politics. Supplying Congolese government, China. Prominent supplier, right? Okay, Russia, Eastern Europe, DRC government relies heavily on Soviet Union weapons. Ukraine, okay, you see that? Hardware, Russia, Ukraine, and Belarus have historically sold far DC heavy armor. You see that? Western nations, Also, Middle East, historic, small arms, Congolese military. It's a patchwork. U.S., Belgium, Israel. You see? So this, I don't know. To me, this is just, I don't know. What do you see when you see this? What do you see? To me, it just looks, yeah.
To me, it's essentially, again, it's just neo-colonialism, right? They are pillaging instead of the slaves of Africa. Now it's the resources. They're all trying to vie and create disarray and conflict, because conflict within Africa allows for them to continue. A unified Africa means that they are not dependent on other countries to fund and save their wars, right? And so that's essentially what it is, right? They now are forced to continue this game of who is going to back me. And again, if we think they're doing this for free, these African countries that are, currently in conflict have nothing structurally to give but these resources. It's
Right.
the only thing they have to give.
Yeah,
They
natural
are not,
resources, minerals.
Exactly. They are not
Right.
first world countries, right? They are not well-developed countries, right? And so what these countries do is essentially they have the promise of development under the guise of helping, but it really is pillaging, right? That is what neocolonialism looks like in today. That's what colonization looks like without colonizing, right? I give you a hand, but that hand comes with heavy implications and rights to your minerals and resources that are a finite thing and dwindling down more and more as we go forward in America's, not even America, in the world's history, right? And so that's why all these countries are vying for their power by quote unquote support, right? We're support the rebels, because all of these rebels are just all different fractions within the same country trying to vie for stability through a structured government, but they continue to back these rebel groups to continue the conflict essentially, and hoping that they back the right rebel group that eventually ends up in power, even if it's for a short period of time.
Right. Now check this out. Before we get back to this, the soccer, right? Check this out. I'm asking about the oxymorons here. Now check this out. The modern weapon pipeline into these conflicts, especially Sudan, created striking geopolitical contradictions. When contrasted against traditional Middle East alliances, these dynamics expose how raw national security and pragmatic survival completely override ideological, religious, or historical rivalries. The most glaring oxymorons or deep geopolitical paradoxes emerge when looking at who is fighting on the same side and how they behave in Africa versus the Middle East. Right, that's what I'm saying. It's like they're actually contradicting themselves. Look, Sudan paradox. Iran and Egypt fighting side by side. The single biggest contradiction in the Sudanese war is that Iran and Egypt are backing the exact same side. The SAF, the Middle East context. For over 4 decades following 1979 Iran Revolution, Egypt and Iran were fierce regional adversaries. Egypt and Sunni Arab powerhouse historically aligned with the West and the Gulf monarchies Saudi Arabia, UAE. Iran and the Shia-led Islamist state operating an axis of resistance that explicitly aims to counter Western and Gulf influence in the Middle East. While Egypt and Iran have taken monumental steps to normalize diplomatic relations and fully restore ambassadors, they remain highly suspicious of one another on the broader Middle East chessboard. The oxymoron in Sudan. In Sudan, this bitter Middle East rivalry completely vanishes. Egyptian military strategy and Iranian advanced weaponry are working in tandem to keep the SAF afloat. The irony for Egypt. Egypt's secular military-led government under the President Abdel Fattah el-Sisi detests political Islam, yet to protect its southern border and its vital water security interests, the Nile River, Egypt is backing a Sudanese military elite heavily intertwined with Sudan's old guard Islamist movement. The irony for Iran is providing drones to help a military state structure that is deeply funded and politically influenced by Egypt and Saudi Arabia, the very powers that historically check Iranian ambitions. The UAE versus Egypt, close allies acting as bitter proxies. Another profound contradiction involves the United Arab Emirates, UAE, and Egypt. Middle East context. The Middle East, Egypt, and the UAE are practically joined at the hip. The UAE has given tens of billions of dollars in financial bailouts, investments, and central bank deposits to prop up Egypt's struggling economy. Politically, they view the region through the exact same lens. Both are fiercely opposed to the Muslim Brotherhood and regional instability. The oxymoron in Sudan. In Sudan, they are effectively waging a proxy war against each other. The UAE is the primary lifeline for the RSF paramilitaries. Egypt considers the RSF a dangerous militia and is actively deploying resources to help the SAF destroy them. Thus, Emirati supplied weapons are being used to kill Sudanese soldiers backed by Egypt, even while the UAE funds the Egypt state back home. The DRC paradox, Rwanda M23, and the Israeli Gaza echo. The subtler but equal striking contradiction plays out in the Eastern Congo involving Rwanda and its backing of the M23 militia. The global context following the 1994 genocide, Rwanda's leadership built its modern identity on the premise of never again, vowing to protect Tutsis and ethnic minorities from extermination. Because of the shared historic trauma of genocide, Rwanda has maintained a deeply sympathetic, strong diplomatic and intelligence relationships with Israel. The oxymoron in DRC. The DRC, Rwanda, defends its military intervention and weapons supplied to M23 by claiming it's protecting Congolese Tutsis from the FDLR, a rebel group descending from the original Rwandan Hutu perpetrators of the 1994 genocide. However, the international community notes a sharper geopolitical double standard. While the Western nations and African bloc strongly advocate for state sovereignty and borders elsewhere, such as condemning regional incursions in the Middle East or in Ukraine, Rwanda is actively violating the DRC's borders with heavy military hardware, is largely met with diplomatic finger waging rather than severe global sanctions, primarily because Rwanda is viewed as a vital Western security partner for counterterrorism elsewhere in Africa. So these conflicts prove that international relations are rarely dictated by consistent morals or long-standing treaties. You know, that is just something that I don't understand. People need to. This is pure. When you're looking at what's happening here, Sudan, it doesn't matter who's there. It's all contradictory. They all are flipping. You know, they're enemies in one place and allies in another, right? And and that's almost the purest form. When you see that happening, you can't be confused. It's pure colonization. It is purely for resource, power, and control. They have no ideology attached to what's going on. Zero. In the Middle East, there's an ideology, right? Not here. So, it's just something to keep an eye on. But let's play some more of the soccer. I didn't mean to veer off on that, but it just made me. Well, I forget what came up that made me go into this topic there. He's talking. Yeah, I know. He's talking about Congo. That's what it is. So, in any case, here we go. Let's hear some more.
But it does matter to me that we understand that that's not happening by some natural capriciousness of people just moving across the globe. There's a reason why so many of these West African nations are being mined, not just for their natural resources, but for their human resources. And the fact that that's still happening to this day is also why Patrice Lumumba was assassinated so many years ago. It's the exact same concept. It's extraction of resources from Africa to be utilized by European and other nations to enrich them, disallowing African nations to benefit from their own resources, and in this case, their soccer players. The Congo was one of several African teams that made it to the round of 32, but sadly, almost all of them did not make it into the round of 16. Most of them going out sad with comeback, like choke losses at the end of the game. But I imagine if you took these African players from all these other teams and had them go to their home countries, we'd probably be seeing an all-African top 16 at this point. I know I'm not the first to make this statement. This is something that was pointed out years ago when France won the World Cup in 2018. And Trevor Noah, the then host of The Daily Show, made a similar comment, and a French ambassador had the nerve to get mad at him, wrote a long dumbass letter that completely glosses over the fact that the reason why so many people in Africa and across the world speak French is due to France's history of colonialism and extraction, a history that has mostly come to close in recent years, which is one of the reasons why France's economy is in so much constant turmoil these days, and why their own citizens are outside rioting in the streets like every 18 months. And even still, you probably could tell me I'm making too big a deal out of this and nobody cares if it wasn't for the fact that these African players from these European nations still very much get treated as second-class citizens, even as they're some of the best soccer players their nations have ever seen. And this is very clear with Romelu Lukaku, who plays for Belgium, again from the DRC. From what I can understand, Lukaku is one of the top strikers of the last generation, but despite this, he has spoken himself to that classic double consciousness of being black in a non-black space, or in this case, being an African within Europe. Europe doesn't have the same history of slavery to shape its racism the way it is in America, but please believe that colonialism is built on anti-blackness and its effects are ever present, just like anti-blackness is here. And we know this because as we speak in nations like Northern Ireland and even in South Africa of all places, there are pogroms happening to black immigrants where people are being pulled from their homes and their homes are being burned down by white, and in South Africa's case, black terrorists, because of this history of anti-blackness that permeates well outside of America's borders. From what I understand about FIFA and soccer players worldwide is that racism is so prevalent that they just tolerate it. They just say, fuck it, we're just gonna deal with it. It is what it is. And this is, again, my limited knowledge of what Africans are dealing with, but it doesn't take much Google to see that this is factual. And everything I'm saying about these African teams and these European teams are also true regarding the Caribbean teams and the South American team. Because
Yo, Turtle Hands, comment on the video. What are you copy pasting something from some other conversation? We talking about football. Man, stick to the conversation, man. Come on. What is going on here, yo?
America is technically at war with Iran. The Iranian team was even disallowed free travel in the United States. So there's like literally so many very political things happening in soccer right now. And that's before, again, talking about why Argentina is the only nation in South America with not a single black person. Messi's the GOAT. I'm sure he's a great guy. I heard he's a good guy. I just don't want to know anything about his opinions on black people. I'm just saying, statistics show that's something I don't want to know about. I say all this to say that as with any realm of life, not being political, leaving politics out of something is a choice, not a natural state of being. Politics are inherent to the shape of our world, especially within the realm of sports. And if you don't want politics in your sports, feel free to bury your head in the sand, but don't act like the other people who are not dumbasses are the weird ones for having eyes and a working brain as they watch soccer. It is very much possible to enjoy something and at least acknowledge its political or social implications. And when you get mad at people for doing that, it's not because they're wrong, it's because you're wrong and you just don't want anybody bringing it to your attention. Speaking of bringing things to your attention, as many of you probably already know, but a lot of you definitely don't, I released my first Nebula original piece.
All right, so yeah, that was kind of interesting. I mean, you know, I thought it was interesting. I never peeped his videos before, but now I'm familiar with it. Let me go ahead and subscribe there. Of course, the World Cup is political. Yeah, well, everything is political, and people do say, you know, there are times when I step out of politics also, but listen, here's the thing. It depends on how good you have it. If you have it good, I would say, then you don't really need politics. If you have it good, right? You don't need it because you're above all of that, right? If you have it good, but put a 1 in the chat if you have it that good. I'm just curious, and put a 2 in the chat if you don't really have it that good and you actually need to be concerned about politics. And Yeah, I'm just curious about that. Like for me, I don't have it that good. You know, I'm concerned about politics. I have kids that I'm concerned about. They can't vote. So I vote for them pretty much. I don't just vote for myself. I mean, I vote for them. I'm voting for a world to be better, right? I'm concerned, maybe not necessarily for myself because I live outside of the U.S. So, I'm voting in a commune way for the Copenhagen municipality. But since I'm not a Danish citizen, I don't vote in the parliamentary elections here. But I vote in the American election, the country I'm a citizen of, right? I vote for the federal elections back home, president, Congress, Senate. Although D.C., we don't really have a vote in the Congress and the Senate. But that's where I'm from. That's where I'm born and raised, right? Now, but I'm concerned about my country. So I'm also concerned about my family members there. I'm concerned about my friends there, that I grew up with and are still friends with to this day. I mean, I'm just curious. Everybody, well, hold on. Turtle, let me know. Are you concerned? See, this is the part where I really don't like. I don't mind people because people could have blocked your ass already. I don't mind people having their opinion. But when you purposely don't answer a question, when you're in my chat and the chat is open for everybody, here we go. All right, here we go. So Turtle doesn't want to communicate with people here. So there you go, Turtle. You had your fun. Anybody else that's in the chat, when I say put a 1 or a 2 in the chat, that's the rule. Put a 1 or a 2 in the chat. If you're above politics and you're not concerned about it, put a 1 in the chat. Very simple. Put a 2 in the chat if you are not above it and you're concerned about politics. That's all I'm asking. Anything else you do, you can do it. Go for it. Have your arguments, have your fights, but at least do the least part. All right. That's all I requested, especially if you think your comments are important here. You know what I'm saying? Because otherwise, I will time you out. In Turtle's case, I just blocked his ass because he got the wrong place. Get your ass back in your hole, Turtle. This ain't the one. Any case, let's move on to the next one, man. Let's see here. Okay, let's see here. The Surf Times. Platinum. What's up? We got Platinum, and then we got one more, and then we're gonna be out of here. What's up?
He's actually not who he said.
Yeah, let's see here. This is the Surf Times, y'all. So let's peep this.
He is. I think he's a left winger who committed.
Mike? You want to describe who they are, bro? You there? Oh, okay. Maybe. Let me check. Did Mike get timed out? Okay, he's still here, but maybe he's got something else going on. All right, let's peep it.
Sexual assault.
Yeah, agreed.
Yeah, I'm here.
You hear? Yo,
I was on mute.
Yeah, you want to describe them?
Yeah, so essentially the Times, the Surfs in general. The Surfs Times. This is the Surfs are normally the normal channel.
Mm-hmm.
They're essentially a left-leaning, a left YouTube political channel. They cover various nuanced topics, and from different perspectives of the left. So sometimes you'll see further left individuals, and for further center right or center left individuals. So it kind of gives you a well-rounded take on what the left is thinking as a diaspora overall.
Okay.
Which is pretty good, right? It's good to know what people who believe and not necessarily disagree with you, but what they think overall. And the Surfs kind of give a good overview of that. You'll have individuals who are further left than others, and they just pretty much give their nuanced perspective on the topics. And this is obviously Plattner, which we haven't really covered his case, but essentially he
dropped out.
He dropped out. He was a DSA candidate. And essentially what happened with him is that he ended up in a scandal that involved potential rape allegations. And so he was in Maine, and Maine is a very important state because Maine is a swing state. So it's one of those states that that as a Democratic Party, they really need it. They really look forward to gaining ground in Maine as a state. So it's a big deal because now the central Democrats or the establishment Dems, now they get to put the candidate forward that they want. And so that's essentially what's happening here.
Okay.
And let's see how they take it.
Okay, yeah, let's peep it. Let's
Specific demographics of people respond to selling. And one of the things we've been saying, like a lot of times when you're selling to white people, if you just try to relate with them and like validate them and you're like the same as them, then they're like, oh, that's great, right? They want everybody to be the same as them, right? And that just seems like true. Platner is the same, and so you have to feel the same about him, or you're like an enemy or you're in danger. That doesn't mean you're a bad person. It just means it's a thing that fucking happens when improper candidates are brought forth. If there is a brown person that comes in front of me and other brown people who looks like us, we're gonna relate to them, and it's on us to be careful about it. I like Zoran Mamdani a lot, but I can't not criticize him for certain things when he does things wrong, because that's just me playing.
Yo, that's a great point. Right off at the top, that's a great point that he's making. All right, let's hear some more.
Into my bias. So similarly, if Platner is a fucking Blackwater mercenary, is has so many problems, even outside of like what you think of his policies, as a candidate, he's dog shit. Like in the terms of like balls and strikes for candidacy, he's dog shit. So I'm sorry, I'm going off on this, but that's fucking crazy. Somebody would take your words out of context like that, Mike.
Yeah, and
you should be able to understand that, like, and look in on yourself for that shit.
I'm saying this about myself too, to be clear. Like, I am a white dude who has a very white experience, and for example, like my experience is going to be colored by my own lived experience. One example that took me to really realize how bad cops were was that, like, there was a particular area that I would drive through, and I'd never, ever seen a cop there. And it wasn't until a family member who was not a white person drove through that same area and said, I get pulled over there every single time. And to me, that's where, you know, one of the first few times it's like, oh, this is what happens. Like, this is the difference between my interactions with police and people who are not white and their interactions with police. It takes like learning from different people who have different experiences. And that's all I'm saying. I'm not saying that like every white person is evil automatically, although some, so I think that individuals like that person is kind of echoing what Ryan Grimm said, that like, hey, this is, the left having to confront their anti-white bigotry or whatever. Like, that is stupidity that needs to be addressed, and we shouldn't be talking about like anti-white racism on the left. Just like, if you do that, you're stupid.
Yeah, to be completely clear, he also compared coming out of the closet as like, a homosexual to coming out as a white person in progressive spaces. And I was like, when you come
who are we talking about?
Talking about Ryan Grimm. We're talking about
Ryan Grimm. Yeah, I should just play the clip because we.
Well, we can play it, but yeah, no. I want to finish this point though. Hold on. People can get killed for that shit. It's so wild that he had that take, and then he tried to get ahead of it, and then he tried to do this entire thing where it's like, these are comparable situations. And I was like, no one in the history of organizing has been like, I'm white, and then someone be like, oh shit, are you serious? Changes everything about you. I don't even recognize you anymore.
I have no idea what's going on right now.
I've never heard this Ryan Grimm.
Oh, play it. Yeah. Okay, then play it.
To be very clear, just to preface this, I love Ryan Grimm. Everybody go subscribe to Drop Site News. Amazing journalism there. On domestic issues, I think sometimes his commentary is ass.
There was that one clip of Emma too that started going around too, and like, mind you, I love Emma, but what she said was a bit diabolical. I was like, oh.
But no, I will defend Emma on that point, because she was making a larger point that she doesn't care what you believe in your personal life. It matters how you vote as a politician. When you're a politician, she views politicians, and I view this the same way, as a tool. As long as you're a reliable tool for the correct positions, then it doesn't matter what you believe in your heart, because we can never really know that anyways. That's the point she was trying to make. Obviously, maybe it came off a little weird using the Nazi example.
I'm not sure which one we're referring to.
She basically said that she doesn't care if a politician is a Nazi as long as they, I'm paraphrasing, as long as they go into like their job and they vote properly. On like
she was saying, I don't care if Bernie or AOC are secret Nazis as long as they vote the right way. And basically, but it was a larger point about how politicians are tools and not like.
Listen, I get all of that. I really do. And I really like Emma. I really do. I look up to her. This is not a slight against her at all whatsoever. I've met her in person. I think she's great. I just that's one of those takes that like I'm sorry. I can't.
It's a tone deaf take. I love Emma too. Yeah.
But
I mean, I've
how
said
would you
tone
know?
deaf shit too.
That's the whole point. It doesn't matter what a politician actually believes when it comes down to it. Like the common refrain is, "Oh, you know
It's
that
a
person.
morality
That
issue,
person's
though.
really."
But you don't know what. But you don't know what's actually in their mind or their heart.
Someone you like right now could be the most racist person in their private life, and you don't know.
Yeah, but you don't want an administration filled with Nazis.
General.
Just because they vote
you genuinely believe
but they vote that way. They vote as Nazis. They act as Nazis. Like there's a difference between.
But
the whole point is politicians are tools for the vote.
It's not that it's a realistic scenario. The point is that it doesn't matter how someone feels in their heart if they're a politician. What matters is what they actually do with their role as a politician.
I think, but that's not how humans work.
I think the context is understood. I think the context of the thing is understood, but the way it was expressed, but the way it was expressed was tone deaf. And I think I think that's the kind of point.
Like I'm not stupid. I understand what she's trying to say. Like I understand. It's just like also a bit of an insane thing to say when a lot of your viewers are people of color and marginalized people.
But it wasn't the best example, but the point remains, I think.
The point remains, but the general trap, I think, especially in this era of politics, is we're in a point where we're just in the audacity economy, right? Where we have to say like crazy things to get attention, and even if it's a salient point, the way she was making it, like that's specifically structured because she's like, okay, this is something extreme that will catch people's attention, but if they look into it, they'll understand what the context is. We're not in an environment right now where it's easy to discern context with this much noise going on. So like I can completely understand what her intention was and what her point is, but like making that statement was a little tone deaf, and I think that she would understand that, hopefully, right? But like at the same time, I just think it could have been phrased. Like, don't you think it could have been phrased a little bit better, Matt?
I feel like
I guess the whole point. But I guess the whole point was people going on about Plattner's tattoo. So I guess that was the example she went with. Of course, not the best one, but I think the point remains. And also, I think it is what it is. We know what we know about the guy now. We didn't know this before, and I think people have changed their mind on him right away.
But this is one thing that I have to ask because it's really bothering me. Do you not think that there's a problem, at least optically, like at the bare minimum, that leftists were like, yeah, Plattner's awesome, fuck yeah, knowing that he had killed brown people, but they're only drawing the line now that he has a white victim.
I don't know if people were thinking he was awesome. I mean, I never really, for me personally, all
right, so hold on. What do they mean when they say he killed brown people? They're talking about his military service? Let me know in the chat if you know what they're
talking about Plattner's military service. So he served in the Iraq War and Afghanistan. So he was a former military, and essentially what they're covering is the coverage of Breaking Point's breakdown of the Plattner situation, right? Ryan Grimm, who is the white gentleman in the background of the video they're going to analyze from Breaking Points. He's a great journalist because he's a journalist first and foremost before he joined the Breaking Points crew. Emily, she's a bit more of a center right, so she's a well-known journalist as well. And so they both came from different backgrounds and now are a part of the Breaking Points team. And I watched that video actually. And so Ryan's take as a journalist, but also from his own personal beliefs, is he's giving credit to Plattner, and not necessarily discrediting the victim of his potential rape, but posing the question are they jumping the gun? Are they jumping the gun? Do we have enough proof to, essentially force him to drop out? Should he be dropping out? And so that's where the back and forth is going. And, that's where the tone of him speaking, as intellectual as he is, as much of a great journalist as he is he speaking from the perspective of a white male, right? A white male, nonetheless, even if he is a liberal, him defending or even potentially victim shaming the woman who came forward, even though, there are some valid points, those points don't supersede the potential wrongful deed that he did, which was potentially rape a woman. And the question behind that is the timing, right? It just so happens to be that, conveniently, the timing of it allows for them to insert another candidate. So it kind of serves the establishment Dems to have Plattner not choose or help in the choosing of who he would like to replace him as the Democratic candidate, running in a primarily swing state in Maine, right? Maine is a swing state. They have yet to have
It's an important election. It's an important.
It's a very important election.
Yeah.
So
it's interesting.
Essentially, the establishment Dems were kind of upset and in shock that Plattner won by a landslide. And with those numbers in voting for Plattner was expected to kind of win the state, even regardless of who the Republicans put up against him. And so Plattner he didn't want to resign until he actually got a say in who would replace him in that race for Maine senator. And so the DSA, not the DSA, the established Dems essentially said, no, you're not going to have anything to do with the candidate that we'll choose, and we'll choose that candidate who will run up against that Republican to essentially see who wins the state. And so that's just kind of where that dialogue is right now.
But let me ask you this. I mean, isn't it, to me, in my mind, I'm like, if you're Plattner and it's not real, why would you step down?
Because it is a double standard, right? So when we look at the Republican Party, already it's created negative sentiments throughout the Democratic Party and some of the voters, but essentially it would turn the election, instead of about the politics and policies, about him specifically, right? If he doesn't drop out, this is always going to be a contention point. It doesn't matter what points and what he advocates for in legislation, or what he's potentially advocating for in legislation and representation in Maine. He essentially is always going to be, this is going to be the one thing that overshadows it, period, right? The safest thing to do is for him to fall back and essentially run again, maybe for another position, when these things clear up, or when he can prove in a timely manner that these are false allegations, or not as direct allegations as it's currently being insinuated from the woman who's actually making these claims. She also went on CNN with Jake Tapper to be interviewed. So there's that as well. So
should we pull that up? Should we pull that up too?
Yeah. Actually, you could pull it up because this clip is a lot longer. Her interview with Jake Tapper is a lot shorter. So maybe we can set back to this in the next segment.
Yeah.
But we can probably end it with her interview with Jake Tapper.
What's her name? Hold on, I'm gonna pull it up. I got it. It's Amy. It's Amy something, right?
Yeah.
I think that's
Platinum's victim interview with Jake Tapper.
Yeah, let me pull this shit. Let me pull this up. I mean, the reason why I asked that question is because it's hard to support somebody that drops out. So even if I'm like, what? I mean, the dude dropped out, so I would be a goddamn fool to support him, because it's like he dropped out. What at the end of the day, I would look like a fool defending someone who dropped out. There's nothing I can say. What can I say at that point?
Yeah.
It's
with
like
that he hasn't been able to say for himself, right? Because he hasn't been able to say much for himself.
Exactly, man. It's like, what the? That's why I asked that. I don't know. Obviously, I don't know if he did it. It's a bad look. But
yeah,
it is a bad look. But does that mean you're not supposed to fight that bad look? Because this is a bad look, bro. Like, if you didn't do it, in my mind, I'd be thinking I would be fighting it. Like,
yeah, no, I think
this
he
is
does
embarrassing.
have plans to fight in the future.
Okay.
But I don't think that. I think for the betterment of a two-party system, he is kind of forced to step aside, and hopefully the Democratic establishment Dems don't put an establishment Dem against a Republican. Hopefully they pick another progressive candidate who is Medicare for all, housing, education, the whole nine.
Bro, he has two. He has two people. He has the rape victim, and then he's got his ex-girlfriend saying he's abusive.
Yes. So that his ex-girlfriend said he was abusive. Said he used to assault her.
Damn. Damn, bro. It's always better to don't get me wrong, you don't know people's situations, but it is always better to not abuse physically or mentally if you can help that, right? But also walk away. If you're dealing with somebody and you don't have any reason to be around there, just walk away, man. Fuck it. Find another, just move on. You know what I mean? But it is like, damn, dude, he got two different. I mean,
yes,
that's
but
bad.
Also the timing as well. It's bad. It's horrible. So I think that's where at this point
can you really get people? Can you really get people to come and talk about you if you weren't that bad?
I agree.
I'm just asking. I don't know. I'm just asking. It's just.
I think where there's smoke, there's potential fire. We don't know if some of these incidences were a lot less abrasive as they're being stated.
Right.
Yeah.
We don't know.
Could be that.
Yeah.
Or it could be exactly what these ladies and women are essentially claiming, right? We don't know. But again, it's too much of a dark circle around him for him to avoid stepping aside,
and
right?
It's too much of a gamble for me too. I can't put my rep on the line defending him and shit.
If I was a constituent of Maine, I wouldn't feel comfortable fully backing someone.
But you don't understand, man. They could be lying, man. Where's the proof? There ain't no proof, bro.
They definitely could.
But he stepped down.
But the ownership is on him to follow up if he does want a political career to disprove this, right?
Once you step down, man, now? Let me just ask the chat. Fuck it. now that we got people here, tell me, are you here to defend Platinum? Put a 1 in the chat if you think he's innocent. Put a 2 in the chat if you think he's guilty. Let's hear it, yo. Let's hear it. He stepped down. He's got one woman saying that he's accused of assault, right? And then the other one is saying that he's abusive. You choose. Put a 1 in the chat if you think he's innocent of all charges. Put a 2 in the chat if you think, I can't defend this dude. I don't know. I'm sorry, dude stepped down. Who's going to defend? If he stayed up, maybe you have an option to defend his ass. You would be, if he didn't step down, you could say, look, they haven't proved anything, man. The man says he's innocent. He's still running, man. Isn't that unfair? But when he steps down, it's like, okay, what's there to defend? It ain't I'm not in it anymore. It's like, all right, let's peep this. Let's peep it.
A very good example of what modern.
Okay, there's audio issues here.
Yeah. What do you mean by that?
What I mean by that is that, I think there's a lot of situationships. I think people are dating multiple people at the same time, whether that's known or not known by the people involved. So it was just a very common practice is what I viewed it as.
And kind of casual?
Yeah, very casual.
And when did you meet him and how did you meet him?
Met him on Bumble, actually, in 2019. And I had known who he was. He grew up in the next town over. We had like a mutual family friend, so I always knew of his existence, but that was when we actually met.
And what'd you think of him?
At first I thought he was great. He's very well spoken, he's intelligent, he's charming. I thought a lot of good things. We had a great first date. it went and flowed really well.
He has described himself as self-medicating with alcohol.
Yeah.
He has described himself that way.
Yeah.
So I would think maybe that would have reared its head.
Yeah, and unfortunately, that's something that I think a lot of people are desensitized to, in general, heavy drinking, and especially out of the relationship that I had just come out of. So it wasn't anything abnormal to me. I remember we were out one night and he was drinking, and that's when he told me that he has PTSD.
When the New York Times story came out, you were in it, but you didn't go as far in that story as you are today.
Yeah.
Why not?
I didn't want to. I didn't want to have to violate this huge level of privacy to my own life to be able to infer that this person is not honest and trustworthy. I felt really protective of my own privacy throughout this whole process. And it got to a point where my privacy was no longer going to happen. And that was when I kind of just made the decision that, like, I'm going to say my piece and get it out there. I had tried to give the impression that something, worse happened. And that's when it was like, I refused to comment further.
You definitely alluded to a bad night.
Yeah.
So bad that you never saw him again afterwards.
Yeah.
But just to underline the point, you're not coming forward because you have any political motivation.
No, not at all. That was actually one of the huge reasons that I didn't come forward and still struggled. Like, that was a huge moral conflict to feel like...
Because you'd like a Democrat to be in the Senate.
Yeah. Yeah. I like the things that he speaks about. They're important. They're important to people. I'm one of those people.
Yeah, that's interesting.
But at the end of the day, you feel he's not being honest.
He's not being honest, no.
And we should note, this is 2021 we're talking about. It's only 5 years ago. Tell me about that. When was it?
It was at the end of 2021. I remember it being shortly after I moved back into my winter home, because that is where it happened. And it was a night where him and I were texting back and forth, and he had taken something that I said as an invitation. And that's not how I meant it, and I quickly clarified. And he sent a message back indicating that he would come over. And I said, no, don't come over. Like, I'm not in the mood, don't come over. And I was more stern with that message. And then I didn't hear back from him. So I thought that meant he got the message or gave up on it or whatnot. And so like half an hour later, I heard a noise outside my door. And then he came in. He just came into my house. It was unlocked. I live in an area where you don't usually have to lock your doors. I do now. So he came in, and I realized, okay, he didn't listen. He's in my home. And I was laying on the couch. It was probably pretty late at night, and I was already ready for bed. I just wasn't in bed. And so he had kind of like jumped on top of me and indicated that he had intentions that were sexual in nature. And I remember just at first being like, hey, I'm not into this. Like, I'm not in the mood. Like, don't, whatever. And it got to the point where I was like, okay, I feel like I've said this enough times. Like, he's not listening to me or he's not hearing me. And I looked at him, and I remember this very specific look in his eyes. And I could smell alcohol, and I was like, this is different. He is heavily intoxicated. Like, and that blank stare was kind of like a photographic memory that I still have of that night. And that was me recognizing what the situation was. And this wasn't just like, oh, hey, somebody showed up and I'm going to tell him to go home. Like, he was heavily intoxicated, had intentions with me, and wasn't listening when I said no. And
you were saying, no, don't, over and over.
I remember.
Damn, man.
Obviously I've had to recall a lot of this. This is something that I tried for many years to forget. And so small details, might get past me. But yes, I remember very specifically saying, I'm not into this. In my message previously, I had told him I had an old back injury. And I remember saying, like, I'm not in this. I've had a long day. My back hurts.
Just to let people know. Just to let people know, that was their audio that was off. I don't know why it was off on one side, but I don't know if you heard that. Maybe my side fixed it for you all, but The original, it's only on one side until this point, but I'm gonna let it play some more. Let's go.
That kind of mood, like the leave me alone mood. And there was a little bit of like scuffle, like altercation. The house that I live in has like this antique sewing kit that I kept beside the couch, and that got knocked over. He like backed into it, or something was maybe pushed into it by me, or something happened in that moment, and that thing got spilled. And
do you remember pushing him away?
I remember potentially pushing away with my legs, like, and then as he backed into it, it spilt, and all of the sewing needles and tape and yarn and everything went everywhere. Everything had fallen onto the floor, and in that moment, I evaluated my safety. Like, a drunk person who's blackout drunk is in my home, has these intentions with me, has already caused this amount of destruction and not listening to me. And so I basically felt safe as just complying.
You normally use protection.
Whoa!
And this time he didn't. And you didn't want that.
No.
And he didn't care.
No, I don't think my words were falling on deaf ears or drunk ears.
And you were still saying, don't do this, or I'm not into this?
I remember specifically him like grabbing at my chest, and I like hit his hand and I said, don't touch me. And I remember that during the altercation.
And
specifically.
Then he kept going.
Yeah, and it was this weird mix of like coming in and out of, I don't think consciousness is the word, but like coming to and kind of falling back into that drunken, I don't know what I'm doing state. And yeah, and he would apologize in those moments and then go back to doing what he was doing.
So he was aware that he was doing something wrong and saying sorry.
I feel like he was in moments.
Is there any?
This is damning. She looks very believable. I don't see any body language lying going on here. Now, I'm not reading any. And yeah.
The way that he thought this was consensual, or no? Just because?
I don't believe that you can think that that scenario was consensual. You have to understand that wasn't, when somebody is repeatedly, when somebody in the middle of it says, don't touch me, like, that's obviously not consensual.
Especially if he's apologizing on occasion.
Yeah. And that next morning.
That sounds really creepy. Like, the guy he's drunk, blackout drunk, she says. He's assaulting her. And then he's, but he gained some kind of consciousness and is apologizing and then goes back to assault her. Like, that is twisted. That is, yeah, man. I see why he stepped down. This is horrible. I had never seen it. Don't get me wrong. I heard about this case. I didn't hear about her accounts. I heard when I heard Platner step down that fast, I assumed there was some validity to what was being said. And I'm just in what was being said, because in my mind, this is a serious allegation. To have someone, for you to be running for a national office, or a state. Yeah, it's a national. You're a rep for your state now on the federal level. And then someone makes this allegation. That is serious. That's serious, number one. So if you didn't do it, I'm not seeing myself like necessarily allow someone to just make an allegation about me that way, right? But because it's that serious, man. This can ruin you forever. This is serious. But so I didn't understand him stepping down. When I heard he stepped down so fast, to me, that was very fast. I was like, damn. Okay, well, enough said. Maybe there's something there. And I didn't even hear her. I didn't hear her own testimony, her own words here. But here it is very believable. Look at her body language. She is not blinking. she is not. Yeah, Cuomo stepped down also, and James, I saw your comment. I'm very sorry about that too, man. I don't think I didn't see that, but I did see it. I'm very sorry to hear that. Yeah, and it is James. Are you a male? Are you a male, James? I'm sorry to ask you this, but that occurred to me when I saw your name because that's a typical male name. So let me know if you are, because if you are. Yeah, a lot of times that topic about boys being assaulted doesn't actually get a lot of traction, man. Yeah, that's something typically boys live through. I mean, boys, a lot of times if it's women, if the boy was assaulted by the woman, we're kind of praised a lot of times, or maybe more confused about it. And if it's a man, then if it's a man that assaults you, then it's a lot of shame associated with it. So a lot of times boys don't speak out at all. You know what I mean? So yeah, so I feel for you. That's a serious topic though for boys to yeah. But it's happening. It is happening. And if it does happen to you, whether you're a girl or a boy, you need to speak up to somebody. Let somebody know, even if it's no matter who it is, because you can always go back in time and that person will remember that you said something. You see what I mean? So something can be done about it. Don't keep it to yourself. Don't keep it to yourself. Don't keep it to yourself. Like straight up. Yeah. Don't keep it to yourself. And yeah. But when I look at her face, I don't detect any lies. I don't detect any body language that would suggest to me that she's lying. She seems like she is being very authentic, natural. She doesn't seem like she's doing it for money. Doesn't seem like she's doing it just to spoil his election. She seems like she's just trying to do the right thing because she doesn't know if maybe it's happened to other people too. And that is the right thing to do, because you don't want someone who's done something like this to have power. That's just, they could do it to more people, and you don't know if he's done it to more people, especially if people aren't speaking up. But let's go. Let's hear the rest of this. Damn.
So after everything ended, I ran to the bathroom, which is just beside my bedroom, and I was in there for a while and just trying to like comprehend things. Like,
were you crying? Were you?
I honestly I don't think I was crying. I was like more in shock and yeah, just trying to understand like what had just happened. Especially like this is a person I have known and have trusted and have had very consensual relationships with, like, you know, all along until it wasn't. And so that was a really hard thing to understand, that this was a person I trusted. And so I spent a little bit of time in the bathroom, and when I came back out, he was asleep in my bed. And at that point, I didn't know what my options were. Like, obviously, I don't want this person in my house. And when I, earlier had realized how drunk he was, I knew that he had driven over that way. Like, I'm surprised he made it to my house. And if I woke him up and sent him home, like, I am now making the decision to put somebody that drunk on the road. And I didn't want to live with the fact that, like, if he got into an accident or hurt somebody else. And I remember thinking that I could tell him to leave, and I could call the police immediately, and I could at least get him caught for drunk driving. So I was like, I'm gonna let him sleep, and the second he wakes up, I'm gonna tell him to leave. And so he slept. I lay there in like a state of panic all night, and I remember turning on, I have like one of those noise machines that you sleep with, and I turn it on ocean waves, and I'm like, I'll just try to meditate. It didn't work. So in the morning, he woke up and he went to go put his arm around me, and I was like, whoa. And realizing this person doesn't know that what happened wasn't okay. And so I remember taking his arm and throwing it back at him, and I said, are you fucking serious, Graham? And he's like, what? And I'm like, do you not remember what happened last night? He's like, no. And I'm like, okay, I need you to get dressed and leave and never talk to me again. Like, nothing that happened was okay. And he did. He just got up and got dressed and left and didn't seem concerned.
He didn't ask you.
He didn't ask me. He didn't ask me a single question. And I mean, in the moment, I was like not wanting to talk about it anyway. So maybe I felt fine about that in the moment. But like, I was still like, how can somebody that you've been in a, you know, some type of a relationship with for this long tells you to never speak to you again about something that you did, and you didn't even ask what you did. So he left. He didn't talk to me, and I waited a couple weeks because I knew that with what had happened, I could have gotten pregnant, and I wanted to wait and to make sure that that wasn't the case. And so I waited until that happened, and I sent him kind of like a final send-off message. And
what did it say?
I remember a few pieces of
Yo, Eric, you crazy. Eric wrote, "So you're not voting for Graham?" I mean, this is wild. I mean, how could, I don't know. Maybe listen, there's another story. This guy has another girlfriend saying that he's abusive too. So it's not just her, but it just kind of shows you that more younger people, this is what I think. More younger people in the right frame of mind need to run for office. You need to start running for office, because you can only get people like this when there's just not enough options, not enough people trying to move forward politically, their state forward politically, or their counties, or what have you, right? Young people, get involved in Maine. Get involved in this, because look at what's happening. You know, the more room there is for just someone who's maybe shouldn't be running, the more room there is for someone who shouldn't be running, the more room there is for them to run, the more likely they will run. But the more younger people that are involved in the process, it will kind of cut that room out. You know, it will give people more options. And now it kind of seems like he's running because there wasn't a lot of options. And that's what I'm getting at. He shouldn't be the only person with that platform that he was talking about. I mean, many of the things he was saying are damn sure things that folks should be saying, just typically, because they're very real. But, you know, it just kind of shows you that, damn, I mean, this guy got that kind of baggage. I'm going to play a little more, and then I'm going to play his other girlfriend. This is horrible, man.
And I remember
this wasn't the girlfriend. This is a woman that says he allegedly assaulted her sexually. So let's go on.
saying that like nothing that happened that night was okay or consensual. And I waited on Instagram. You see when it says seen. And so I gave it a couple days. It said that it was seen, and I still didn't hear back out. And at that point, I blocked him on everything. I deleted his number.
Yeah, you're right. If I was a Republican, I'd be saying this is a hoax. Yeah, and anybody that's a Republican would be saying this is a hoax, because that's what they always goddamn say. You know, you can't have it both ways. You can't be a Dem, or you can't be a lefty or a progressive and say it's a hoax, because we know that more likely than not, this is, there are victims out there. There's a lot of women being assaulted. There's people being assaulted, and that is such a serious allegation that nobody would lightly make that claim that someone assaulted them. I don't think it's something people do lightly. And if you do, you will be hated once people find you out. So, that's also a serious thing to lie about something like that. So I don't think people make these claims lightly at all. Generally speaking, no. Yeah, but let's hear some more.
I blocked and deleted his text phone number as well, because text and Instagram are, I think, the two ways that we had communication. And I've never heard from him since.
He posted a comment on Reddit about a video promoting underwear designed to prevent rape. And he wrote, quote, "Rape is a real thing. If you're so worried about it to buy Kevlar underwear, you'd think you might not get blacked out, fucked up around people you aren't comfortable with."
Right.
What did you think when you saw that?
I thought, here's a man who was drunk and who, by dictionary definition, raped me. And he's blaming drunk women. So I just felt like that was a very odd take to have on that. And I also feel like...
Wow, he wrote that? Damn, I had no idea. He wrote that? That is crazy. That is crazy to write. Let me hear that again. That is bizarre.
To prevent rape. And he wrote, quote, "Rape is a real thing. If you're so worried about it to buy Kevlar underwear, you'd think you might not get blacked out, fucked up around people you aren't comfortable with."
Well, that is either you totally don't understand the issue, or you're like saying that it's the woman's fault if she's drunk. Like, that is crazy. Wow. I had no idea. I had no idea he wrote that. That is bizarre.
What did you think when you saw that?
I thought, here's a man who was drunk and who, by dictionary definition, raped me. And he's blaming drunk women. So I just felt like that was a very odd take to have on that. And I also feel like with all of the comments that he made,
you know, yeah, Renee says, so now we believe women that come out after an election, not just Trump, right? Is that what happens? Is that what happens? I'm curious. Like, for me, I would generally, election or not, I would generally believe a woman that told me something like that. I would generally believe right off the top. As long as there's nothing else that just seems kind of like not in place, like, you know, that stands out extremely. Yeah, because I'm pretty aware that it happens a lot. It is happening. And so, you know, my initial instinct would not be to not believe a woman. But that's not everybody in society. A lot of people in society, look, it happened to R. Kelly, and people fucking defended R. Kelly. Look at how many people R. Kelly allegedly or apparently assaulted, right? Puff Daddy. People defended Puff Daddy, right? People are defending Trump right now. Like, so there is a big thing in society, I think, about defending rapists. Like, for some reason, if they're a celebrity of some type, people generally go with the celebrity. If a person, in Donald Trump's case, the excuse is he's a businessman, right? You're trying to bring him down. That's the typical thing. You know, the person who says they're a victim is viewed often as the person trying to bring the successful person down. And it's very interesting. I think that you just got two different kinds of people that are aware that it happens, and they're generally going to pay close attention and believe a person when they say something like that, whether it's girl or boy or woman or man. Like, straight up, it's a very serious allegation, and I don't think most people make it lightly. You know, that doesn't make sense to make it lightly. So I'm guessing it's a very small fraction, a percentage of people that aren't telling the truth when they say it, and it is something that is permissive in society. But then you got a lot of people that the way they're wired, the way their brain is wired, they just think that, I don't know why people do that. There's a lot of people that defend rapists. And they just see it as, they always want to defend the person who has money. They always want to defend the person who has the celebrity, and everybody else is just trying to tear them down. It's amazing, but it is like that. Let me see here. I just believe Republicans and Israel want him gone because they know he is a huge contender. I'm just saying, I'm so tired of women waiting until they're running for office to say anything. Well, let me ask you this. When you listen to her, that's what I'm going by. I'm not going by the time. I'm not going by that because I know that a lot of times people are trying to forget this shit themselves. It's not convenient to a lot of people to start thinking about these things. And then I think when all of a sudden they see somebody out there in the public again, that's what the issue is. They might not have said anything, but the fact that the person is now out there, they're forced to reckon with it. I think there's an argument to be made about that. But again, nobody knows. I don't know. No one else knows. No one else actually really knows. And but I just think there's arguments to be made about that. Like I'm not too impressed by that argument there. That's all. Like, why wait? Nah, I'm gonna tell you. I know people, they have been assaulted, and you need to believe them. You need to believe them. Like, pretty much. Like, when and why? No. Like, I just don't buy it. It's the same argument with Puff Daddy. You're just trying to bring him down. R. Kelly, he's rich now. You're just trying to bring him down. Platner, he's running for office. You're just trying to bring him down. Like, when I look at her, not the timing. When I look at her, I don't see a liar. She's very, very compelling. But in any case, let's go on. Because there's another one. But then again, I don't know. I can't say that I do know. It's not a criminal charge. Yeah, we will see. But Platner stepped down, and I'm of the opinion myself that fuck all that. You make this accusation about me. Like, if you made it about, if it's not true, I don't see why he would step down, to be honest. Like, but I do know why he stepped down, because he has two women saying he's abusive. I mean, it's not even one anymore. It's like
about women, sexual assault, rape, even.
All right, let's go to the next one. The next one is a girlfriend. That wasn't an ex-girlfriend, I don't believe. This is an actual girlfriend here, and let's listen to what she have to say. Who knows?
You already knew Jenny's story.
Yes.
But what was your reaction to her telling her story yesterday?
I'm so proud of her. I was so proud of her, and I know how hard this has been for her, but I also know that she deserved that vindication. She deserved to come out and actually tell her full story, because the way that it was told before, or the parts that were left out before, had left her vulnerable to a lot of attacks that she did not deserve. And she should have been protected the whole time. It's unfortunate that she had to tell her story this way, that she should have never had to come out with her name and her face. She should have been able to tell the story anonymously, in my opinion. But I'm proud of her for doing it. And I didn't know until the story came out that she had said that I was, an inspiration, or one of the reasons that she decided to tell her story. I really didn't know that was the case until I read it in Politico, and it means a lot that she's blowing her life up. I blew my life up, and I think she saw that happen to me, and she saw the attacks that I faced. How do you thank someone for something like that? She took a lot of courage, and she didn't have to ever talk about this, and I think it's just, I'm very grateful that she did.
She said one of the reasons that she came forward was because, so more than a month ago, the New York Times published a story about you and about Jenny and about another woman, and neither of you told everything.
Right.
There were things that had happened that neither of you wanted to be on the record saying.
Right.
Very private, personal things.
Yeah.
There was a lot in the story about how you are a conservative Republican.
Right.
After the CNN.com story, after the Politico story, after the CNN interview, lots of Democrats withdrew their endorsements. Senator Gallego, Ro Khanna, Senator Elizabeth Warren, all came out and said, no, he needs to drop out, or I'm withdrawing my endorsement. What did you think of that?
As much as I'm grateful and I'm glad, and I hope that finally this was enough finally. There is also that feeling of pain of like, but my accusations weren't enough, like our story. And again, I never thought that I was going to be the lone voice in that story. I really thought that mine was going to be the lesser of the stories, that mine was going to be like not a footnote, but like my story was meant to bolster the other stories that were being told. And
Jenny's story is rape.
Yes, and I had believed until the publication that was going to be like the central focus of the piece. And so it blindsided me, but I think the biggest betrayal after that piece came out was feeling like I had been, they wouldn't even use the word abuse. A lot of people just kept saying, oh, mistreatment, or, no one was describing.
It was domestic violence.
And it was intimate partner violence, and it was domestic abuse. And those are words that I've never felt comfortable. I've never really talked about myself I've never called myself a victim. I don't like using that kind of language.
So one of the first things that came out about Graham Plattner was that he had a Totenkopf, an SS tattoo on his chest. Mm-hmm. And he denied knowing that that's what it was.
Right.
And that's not true.
No.
Because he called it that when you guys were dating.
Yeah. I never knew what that word was. I didn't even know how to spell it correctly when I said he's got a Nazi tattoo. I had to look it up on the ADF website, and I had no idea what it was. And I had no photographic evidence of it. So for the first 2 months after, like from that, everyone talks about the text from August, we were looking for pictures. We were going back through, trying to find old pictures. So if I'm fabricating this story, I'm doing it without even having a photo of this tattoo that I like. That's the crazy part that I think people are missing.
Let's go back to June, to the New York Times story. He just flatly denied anything physical. Yeah. He said he was a bad boyfriend, but he flatly denied anything physical and said anything, and this did seem aimed at you.
Yeah.
Anything to the contrary was politically motivated.
Yeah.
And he said that on MS Now, and that seemed.
Well, it worked.
Well, you're right. It did seem to have worked. The Democratic Party just kind of moved on.
Yeah, like it's just politically motivated, and then that's it. Like everybody just kind of moved on from the story after that.
But he was lying, right?
And
so when he said,
yeah,
he's a bad boyfriend, but there's no physicality.
Oh, that's a lie. And I think the thing that
you know
a lot
what
of people,
you know what I noticed. I find this really, really interesting. There are no MAGA people. There's no MAGA people. For some reason, like they're not. Where are the MAGA folks? They're gone. Usually, there's loads of MAGA people here, and I would just like to know, like, do you believe her? I just find that so weird because it almost seems like MAGA people don't believe any women, even if it's against a Democrat. Like, what the fuck? I don't know. Like. To me, it seems like it doesn't make a difference. I don't even wonder if the women were Democrat or Republican. But it just seems like because of Trump, they can't side with women, period, on this issue. You know what I'm saying? Like, I would expect to see some MAGA people chiming in on this topic, whether just somehow, but it seemed like they just go away when you talk about this topic. Maybe it's because they might think it's going to lead back to Trump. So, MAGA people, where are you at? Is she telling the truth? Are these women telling the truth, MAGA folk, or are they fabricating it? That's what I want to know. Because the reason why I'm asking this is because they say every other woman, if you say it about Trump, it's fabricated. So I want to know. They're saying it about a Democrat now. Is it true? Is what these women are saying true? I'm just curious. And I find it really, really strange. I find it really, really strange. They're nowhere to be found right now. That is odd. That is odd for me. But let's play some more.
Will come forward at least saying this is. He was known for being very rough with people. I mean, like he
they don't care, Jen.
Sober the next
they don't
day
care
on many of these occasions. So it wasn't with me. And so when he yes, I know there were times when he was blackout drunk that he would say, "Oh, I don't remember that."
They're not going to condemn Plattner regarding this woman because they know it's going to lead back to somebody's going to say, "Well, do you condemn Trump?" And they're going to be like, "No, it's a hoax, man. What they say about Trump is a hoax." So they're not even going to go there with Plattner. They're just going to let it be. That is crazy. That is crazy.
But then days later, he would come back and details would slip out, and he'd say, "Well, that was before," or something, and I'd catch him in a lie. And
can't condemn Plattner for having an SS tattoo. No. We're going to stay away from that conversation. He has an SS tattoo. MAGA people, what do you think about it? What do you think about that? Isn't that good? Is that good or is that bad? Are Democrats wrong for taking him out, or are they right? Yo, they don't even want to touch on it.
It would be like, wait, so you do remember, you weren't blackout drunk. But on rare occasions when he'd be, the next day, very apologetic, very contrite. Not, oh, I don't remember doing that, but I'm sorry if I did that. It was, I remember doing that, and I'm sorry. It was not I was in a blackout drunk situation.
He acknowledged that he did it, knew that he did it, and apologized.
Josh, I hear you 100%. Personally, Josh says, if the statement was not true, I would want to defend myself in court. Yeah, I would want to defend myself, period. Like, I'm not waiting around. Like, what is this? That's how I look at it. Like, I don't see why. I don't see it. I don't see why I would step down either, to be honest with you. But then again, when you have more than one woman saying stuff like this, maybe that's why he stepped down. Yeah, because it's hard for people to believe that two women from Maine would make this up. It's hard for people to believe it. And they don't look like they're making it up. Come on, let's be honest. Do they look like Pam Bondi? Pam Bondi's lying ass? I mean, no. They don't look like those kind of people. I mean, I don't know, man. Yeah.
Yes.
Sober. When he was sober.
Yes.
This is a very painful process and has been for a long
They both calling him a drunk too.
time.
Yeah.
So they're corroborating shit,
Continues to be. But it's important because you want the voters to know about him. What do you want them to know?
I think they know now. They needed to know the truth. They needed to know, because these things translate. It's not like the things that he does in private in his relationships with women, the things that he has done to women, coercive control, lying, deception, abuse, and
Mango says, MC81 says they spent months going after him. Shit, they ain't spent months going after him here because I never played it. I never played any of this stuff. And these MAGA people are here. They normally are here, right? And they have been here. All of a sudden, I noticed when I started playing this, no MAGA comments. No MAGA comments. They're not here. They're not here.
They would be hypocritical, right?
They ran out, bro. They disappeared.
Yeah,
They're watching, but they're not commenting on this one.
Yeah, it's hilarious.
It's pathetic,
sure.
bro. It's pathetic, man. Oh my God. Yo. Oh, hold on. Let me see. Oh, I got what you. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Where the fuck? Because I never covered this story before, man. It's like, where they at? They don't even want to touch. They have that one comment about this. It's like, damn. Okay, is that what it's going to be? Let's go back to talking about socialism. They're going to all be here. Yeah, but you can't regulate schools and like that, and you can't run buses that way. That's communism. Soon as you start talking about paid free education, they'll be back.
Really horrible things that we know about him. We know that you can't be that way in private and not have it translate into how you would govern or how you would, when you're put in a position of power. And I think it terrifies me to think of him having any type of power politically, because what is he going to do with the women in his office? How is he going to manipulate? How is he going to deceive? When I saw him lying about the Nazi tattoo, that was the first kind of chip in my armor where I was like, I can't let him continue to lie like this. I couldn't watch him continue to just deceive people and run this fantasy that he's this changed person that had this dark past, when really he's doing these things to this day. I mean, Jenny's accusations are only a few years old, for example. So, we know that he's continued to do this to women.
Wow. Wow. The accusations are only a few years old. So that means the event is only a few years old. That's what it sounds like to me. Wow. Jen says, are these women pressing charges? It sounds like they can, because nowadays when you have two people saying something, it goes a lot further than one. There was a time where maybe prosecutors wouldn't do this, wouldn't think to go at it on circumstantial evidence. But now it's not so sure anymore. Now it is not so sure anymore. And a civil suit can easily bring more information. A civil suit can easily, I think, can happen in their favor. As long as they're corroborating stuff. They're corroborating things. So, it may not be criminal, but civil, it's interesting. Let me see. Let me go to the chat. Well, if they don't, they are not really holding him accountable. I'm not sure about that one either, Jen. I just got to say, I don't think it's that. For me, this is just my opinion. I think that, yes, generally speaking, you should speak up. It's in your best interest to speak up. It is in your best interest to do that, to speak up. If you've been assaulted, go to the police after, right? But that is easier said than done, because I don't know much about this, so don't get me wrong. I don't want. I could be misconfusing something. I could be confusing something here, right? But in my mind, Maine, it's a lot of rural area in Maine. A lot of small towns in Maine. Even the big towns are small towns. To me, it seems like there's a lot of politics in these towns, favoritism in these towns. A lot of things can go different ways. You never know. It depends on the environment. How people speak up. If there's a support base for it, you're more likely people will speak up. It's more likely they will speak up. But I don't think it matters, to be honest with you. Just the fact that they spoke up, I think people need to take these claims serious. And I don't see it as a reason why to believe that it's not true necessarily either. But I mean, there are people that will say you're not holding them accountable if you don't take it to the police, or if you don't speak up right away. But I think it comes down to support base. If there's no support base, if you don't feel like there's a support base for you, and you think it could backfire on you, just the accusation, then yeah, maybe a lot of people wouldn't. But who knows? Again, I don't know. But I could tell you something that, to me, I can only tell you my opinion. They seem very compelling, their words. Yo, Michael, you want to say something about this? Well, like, what's your thoughts on this, man? Are you?
Well, I think that, like Jen said, I think it is questionable that, a civil nor a criminal case has been filed, right? I think after, now that this is public or a lot more visible, maybe the police office, maybe the DA picks up the case regardless, right? And see how that plays out. I think, the first accuser was definitely, it was more questionable because there was nothing to back what she was saying. Not that she needs it, because the claim in itself is serious enough.
Right.
But the second accuser, in terms of rape, does have text messages of him acknowledging some questionable behaviors. And so I think that's much more incriminating. I think obviously the timing of it is very convenient. Or inconvenient, in particular for Plattner.
Yeah, it's
but I do
inconvenient.
think that the best thing is for us as onlookers is for it to play out. I think if he is a valid candidate going forward in the future, it is his responsibility and his duty to the people to prove his innocence by any means, or with whatever proof he has that he is innocent, rather than just a blanket claim of innocence. And I think that's kind of the best way to do it, because I wouldn't want to disregard what these women have potentially been through, because that would be victim shaming and victim blaming, which I don't think any one person deserves that. I do
True.
think that, like you said, there's a lot of politics that come into play when you are accusing someone of something so serious. And who's to say that they do even have enough proof? Maybe the proof isn't even enough for them to consider a case, right? But maybe that doesn't mean that he's not guilty of these things, right? So I think it's a lot more nuanced, and I do think that as someone who is progressive, I'm not gonna judge him and say he is guilty, but I'm also not gonna say he's innocent. I think it's up to him for him to portray his innocence and also give proof of his innocence going forward if he does choose to continue to be a viable option for the people of Maine in any position, right? I think as a DSA candidate or for any candidacy, I think this could either be the end of his political career if he cannot essentially provide proof that all these accusations are false. And it's up to him. If he truly believes and knows that he is innocent, he should not have any problem after stepping down to make this as visible as possible, right? He should be out in the public every other day, advocating to change the trajectory and the dynamics of what it looks like, because right now it looks like these women have valid validations towards their claims. I think it's up to him to, provide text messages, context, and, witness testimony and cooperation to essentially prove his innocence. And if he can't, then he obviously should never be able to run for office, right? And when you look at the DSA as a movement within the Democratic Party, you have to be squeaky clean. You have to be extremely squeaky clean.
Is he down with DSA?
Yeah, he's a DSA candidate.
He's a member. Oh, really? Oh, wow. Okay. So now I see. Now I see the interest. Now I get it. I see it now. I thought he was just left. On the left of Democrats. I didn't know he was actually a DSA candidate. Okay.
Yep.
I think he's finished, bro. I think on body language, I think the man's finished, bro. And I think this thing about lying, see, it's corroboration. I don't know if he's lying, but the corroboration, the compounded thing of the woman talking about the tattoo, and they both talking about assault to some degree. But when I look in his face, bro, when I look in his eyes, I look at their eyes, I look at their face, and then I look at his face. There's something there in my mind, man, that just doesn't seem like he's going to be able to defend himself well. I've seen people with this kind of, I'm not saying he's guilty, but if I just go off of body language, I've seen people with this kind of look in their face, like maybe they don't even know what they were accused of is wrong. Like they confused themselves about what it is. I'm sorry, man. I don't have a better way to say. I could maybe pull up his image, but he just seems, just body language wise, I don't think he's gonna make it. Man. I think it's gonna crumble for him. Yeah. But then again, it's not an indictment. I don't know, but he just going by that, it just seems like it's not there, man. It's not there. Like he should, sometimes you got to know when to just not go too far. Some people, man, they will take it far and it is just not good for them. Some people, look, the alcohol thing, exactly, man. The corroboration is going to add up. And at some point, you just have to ask yourself, like, what is there to defend? Like, what is there to defend? Even he might have to ask himself, damn, did I do this? Do I drink too much? And if he gets to that point where he's like, I drink too much, then he should probably just get out of town. Duck, because these things are damaging. They follow you. Yeah. They do. So it's not even, if you have this today in 2026, if you are a drunkard and if you got a thing about you went out there and misbehaved with some women and shit like this, don't cause yourself attention. Don't choose a job that brings you attention. Because people are getting more hip to this shit. And people aren't being so forgivable anymore, man. This is not the 90s. This is not when the same time when Clarence Thomas was accused. You know what I'm saying? This is even not Kavanaugh. That's over. Kavanaugh was like the last straw. People don't want this anymore, and young people are a little more hip. People 40 and below are a little more hip. The people above, they were in the generation that kind of accepted it, right? I'm 56. We maybe I'm the last age of people that accepted it. Yeah, I'm from the younger part of the people that still accepted it, right? Kind of. But under my age, 40 and under, are they accepting this anymore? Maybe there's still some there. Maybe there's less of them accepting it. I don't know.
Would accept it.
They would accept it too.
I don't think they wouldn't accept it. I don't think they would. I think it depends on obviously ideology. I think, a lot of these individuals overlook, someone like Trump's actions, but also Trump is an anomaly, right? When it comes to his overwhelming support. I think when you're a regular candidate, I think on both sides, I would like to believe, on both sides that, that's something that in order to continue to grow in your political career, and if you're not in the highest stage and as popular and as, one off as Trump, I think you don't come back from this, right? I think you have to have overwhelming proof that these women either just flat out lied in their allegations, or you're giving up forensic evidence to like a private investigator for him to make your text messages and their text messages kind of public, right? To kind of show some sort of disproven.
If he wrote anything in those messages, he is a goddamn fool. But there are people like that know deep down inside they have something in their telephone or something, but for some reason they won't spare everybody else the bullshit. It's like, man. But in any case, we don't know yet. It hasn't played out fully, but it's not looking good for the man. And just my instincts, I don't know. I've seen somebody with that look before, bro. I've seen somebody with that look, and and when I look at these women's faces, I don't see a lie. I have not detected a lie. And then the corroboration, the drunkenness. Let me see this. Look. To be fair to the man, let's try to find a video where he denied, right? Plattner's denial. Let's just try to see that, because it wouldn't be totally fair, right? This is 2 days ago. He's got 2 now. He's got 4. This is fucked up. He's got 4 days ago and he's got 2 days ago. Let's see here. This is terrible. I'm not laughing because it's funny. It just seems kind of like, damn, 2? That means it's not working. When you got to do 2, it's not working. Guys are going to have to learn. Keep it in your pants. It will save you a lot. Keep it in your pants. And also, don't be a drunk, man. I'm not talking about Platinum, but in general, don't be a drunk running up on women, yo. Like, man. Anyway, let's hear a little bit of this, my God. Then we got to shut it down, bro. It's 4 hours, but almost 5 hours now. But God.
I wanted to directly address the troubling, serious, and false allegations against me. Any accusation of non-consensual behavior is categorically false. Over the last 10 months, I have been deeply humbled by the faith Mainers have put in me. You have welcomed me into your homes, into your places of work, into your restaurants, into your houses of worship. You have shown that a different kind of politics, one that puts the interests of people over corporations, is not just possible, but is inevitable. This movement we have built, the largest volunteer base in the history of Maine politics, the hundreds of thousands of grassroots donors, and the supporters across the ideological spectrum, we were united in a love of Maine, a belief that our politics must change, and a focus on defeating Susan Collins. So, regardless of the inaccuracy of the reporting, but mindful of the political reality it will inflict, we are taking the time to reflect on the best path forward for the state that I love, the people that I love, the movement I belong to, and the goal of defeating Susan Collins. Those were the goals when we launched this campaign, and they remain my goals today. On June 9th, 154,058 Mainers, the most in primary history, voted to reject a broken politics beholden to Washington and the donor class. They voted for hope, for change, to take back our economy, to take back our power, and to take back our Senate seat. Throughout it all, you never turned your back on me, and I will not turn my back on you now. Every one of you deserves to see that vision come to fruition and see Susan Collins defeated, and we will use every tool at our disposal to do so.
All right, so that was a pre-recorded video, so that's not an interview, right? So I don't really get that much from it myself, like I do the women's interviews, but the two women that were interviewed. But let me see here. Let's play this one now. See what that adds up to. Can y'all? Oh, wow. Wait a second. Sorry about that. I need to go back. I played the wrong one. Here it is. Boom.
We are suspending campaign operations. This is incredibly difficult because I know that some will think it.
All right, wait a second. Sorry about that. I got to pull it up on a different screen. Otherwise, it won't play right. Sorry, this is from his mobile. So let me rock it from here. Here we go.
I know that some will think it's an admission of guilt, and it most certainly is not. We're not doing it because of the allegations. We're doing it because of the structures that are being taken away from us by those in power. And I also feel an immense amount of responsibility. We are suspending campaign operations. This is incredibly difficult because I know that some will think it's an admission of guilt, and it most certainly is not. We're not doing it because of the allegations. We're doing it because of the structures that are being taken away from us by those in power. And I also feel an immense amount of responsibility to everyone who has worked so hard to get us to where we are. We went toe-to-toe with one of the most entrenched political systems in the history of the world, and we won. We beat them on June 9th in overwhelming numbers. We did it the right way. We built a campaign. We engaged in electoral politics. We motivated people. We banded together. We did it the way that we were told we are supposed to make change. And we won. And now they are not going to let us have it. Not if it's me. And so we're suspending campaign operations. I want to make clear, though, I intend to file my paperwork to withdraw. The process needs to assure that what comes next is reflective of the Mainers who on June 9th turned out and showed that they are desperate for a different kind of politics. It needs to be driven not from back rooms, but by the will of the people. We are suspending campaign operations. This is incredibly difficult because I know that some will think it's an admission of guilt, and it most certainly. We are suspending campaign operations.
Oh, sorry. 2 seconds. Yeah. These are. Let me see. I just need to be sure about this. I need to find one video. Is he sitting down with anybody? Did he take an interview after this? That's what I'm curious about. Did he have any interview?
Oh, no interviews.
Okay.
Just public statements. He hasn't had any interviews.
So there you have it, bro. I mean, I think that's also adds to an element of how he's damned, because these two women, they gave 2 interviews. That means the person interviewing them is allowed to ask them any type of question and catch them off guard, right? And they sat down for that. He hasn't sat down for that. So when I see his comments, his statements, they look quite confident. But if you are going to fool somebody, that would be easier to do in a controlled environment. Yeah. So I think if he really wanted to answer to this, he would do it in the same format as his accusers. Like, I think that's what it requires. And yeah, I think it's that simple. Because if you're dealing with a person that's capable, that's able to lie smoothly like that, then hey, man, you need to open yourself up to some questions too. And yeah, he wasn't willing to do it. Apparently, he was willing to step down now, but he wasn't willing to take the questions. And I'm pretty sure they called him to interview him. Yeah. So I'm not impressed by it. But but having said that, nobody's ever going to know, but you will know how he responded, and you will know how he was accused. That will, but he stepped down. So to me, in my mind, I don't think there's much more to it. Yeah. Somebody, I don't believe people would step down if they don't, if they didn't, if they felt that they could defend themselves well enough. Basically, I don't think he would do it. And, yeah, so it's not a good look for him, but hey, what the heck? It is just one situation, and there should be plenty of other people out there. But if I was a young person, what this would tell me is that the game in Maine is wide open. If you do like what Plattner was saying, if you do appreciate the things he was talking about, and even one of the accusers said she did, then I don't see why plenty of other people wouldn't be out there fighting for it. And irregardless of whether you think he's innocent or guilty of this, that shouldn't even matter anymore. That's up to him to decide, and the victims, right? They have to work on that. But as far as the state and the progress of the state and the progress of the country, that's a whole nother thing. Like, my view is, like, get out there and fight for it, because the country needs you, and the country needs that kind of platform. You don't have to accept if he did do these things, which obviously these women say he did, and he did step down. That doesn't mean that platform needs to disappear. No, it's not an indictment of the platform. It's just an indictment of him and his personal character, and also at a time where Trump is the president. So it's, from what I hear so far, it's not as bad as Trump. It's not, though. It's not as bad as Trump, man. Trump's been accused of raping little kids, man. Like, flat out. Little girls and little boys. He's been accused of just all kinds of shit. It's not even that. He's been accused of murdering little kids. Yeah, at least one. He's been accused of also, what is this, having a baby be killed in Michigan, thrown into Lake Michigan in some letter. He's been accused of a lot, Trump. So, yeah, so it could be worse. But this is enough. I think for Dems, this is enough. For people, level-headed people, this is enough. We know MAGA is not level-headed, so this doesn't even compare at all to what Trump has even been accused of. And, but it doesn't mean that we need to be like MAGA and defend people for things like this, because who knows? He's got to defend himself. I don't think I think you do owe the country more. That part I do agree with. Like, yeah, he owes, him and anyone else owes the country more. So we don't need to focus so much on him. He's been accused, and that will take away from what he does right now, especially right now, right? In the interim, it will take away from being able to represent the country and run an effective campaign. So there's no point. Yeah. That's my overall feeling about it. So it's only about 5. Who said that? It's 5 people? 5 women? Is it 5? Who said it's 5? Eric said it. On a Trump scale, it's only about yeah. On a Trump scale, it's only about a 2, man. Because Trump, they don't even give a damn about Trump. Trump could do anything he want. It's do, say, do. It's okay, man. Trump could go out and assault a little kid tomorrow, and they would make excuses for it. So, But in any case, yo, bro, it was interesting today. It was interesting. We gotta continue to do this. Everybody give a big thanks to Michael for coming up and arranging this today. It was interesting. It was interesting to go through some of these different podcasts, see what they were offering. I gotta say something, man. I liked a few of them. I liked them all. We didn't go back to let me see. What's the one I wanted to go back to? We didn't go back to, as a matter of fact, let me just write that.
The Surf.
Yeah, we didn't go back to the Surf. But I am going to go back. Matter of fact, let me just run a little bit of that right now before I'm out and let them finish that point. Here we go.
Personally, I didn't really I defended the idea of someone having that tattoo because I know people, not in my real life, but from doing work on covering white supremacy and white supremacists and neo-Nazi groups. I know that there are people who got that that's a common tattoo among especially military people who might not know what it is when they got it. So on that specific
putting
point,
aside the tattoo,
Mike is
just
talking
like
about
Blackwater
killing
and,
people, though. Like, he's not talking about the tattoo.
I think that was the main legitimate issue to have with him. Everyone was continuing on about the tattoo or about the previous allegations from that Republican apparatchik lady. And those to me didn't rise to the level of, obviously not good, but didn't rise to the level of this is someone that couldn't have changed over the years or whatever.
I will mention as well,
but for me, the Blackwater stuff was always a legitimate criticism. Absolutely.
Yeah.
But I think also we have an environment where we don't recognize moral inconsistency. So when somebody is morally inconsistent, and the thing was, Plattner had so many moral inconsistencies, right? And so when one arose, people felt they either have to go all in that, like, oh, that's excusable, or all in that it needs to be like.
Well, the thing
right?
is, like, he wasn't pretending he wasn't those things. Like his whole thing was that he was that person, and now he's reformed. That was the thing. Like that's it. It wasn't as if he was trying to hide that it wasn't. Like he was. Always a combat
listen,
veteran.
I don't know.
Actually, I want to ask, by the way, as well. I'm just curious. Are combat veterans like off limits now for like running? Because this is like a new thing for me.
That's not what anyone's saying here.
No, I don't. You're jumping to an extreme example when this guy's in the opposite direction. He's like a person who bragged about doing horrifying things to people in illegal occupying wars.
All
like
combat veterans
from
do
the
horrible
start.
things. They may not talk about it.
Here's the fundamental issue. Okay. Not only did he go to the Middle East and gloat about doing horrendous war crimes in both Afghanistan and Iraq, but he came back and then he joined Blackwater.
Mm-hmm.
That's the biggest red flag, because even if you want to say, oh yeah, he's reformed, I've met veterans who have been in combat, who have killed people, who have come back and they do intense rallying and standing up against, everything that's happening right now in DC. I've met multitudes of veterans who have seen the light. Graham Plattner is not one of those people, because he would have never even touched the idea of joining or being involved with Blackwater and being a Blackwater mercenary. So at the end of the day, I'm just going to say this. I think we have lived through war on terror propaganda from the Pentagon for decades. I think that Middle Eastern life is literally worthless to the average American. And I think a lot of Americans do have implicit bias where it's like, yeah, I'll excuse the fact that he bragged about murdering brown people within the context of an occupation. And I'll excuse that he even joined Blackwater after, because I like what he's saying. And I also want to make another point that I think is incredibly important within this context. There are a lot of people that will co-opt the pro-Palestine movement in order to wash their own sins. Kind of think of it as like the person that's a real piece of shit, then out of nowhere, they're like, God, Jesus is my savior. I go to Christ every Sunday, whatever, right? It's almost the same thing. There are so 100%. Many people, a lot of people who tend to be, it's not just white people, right? It's a lot of people who are very rarely it'll be a Middle Eastern person, but I'm like stuttering. Most of the time, it's a non-Middle Eastern person, and they will co-opt the pro-Palestine movement. They will co-opt that movement for their own personal gain. And Graham Plattner was one of those people. And here's the thing, like Anna Kasparian went on stream on TYT, and she was like, well, if I got raped, I wouldn't let the guy sleep at my house after. Right? That's another example.
Has been out of her mind for the last like
another example.
Fucking years.
No, I understand. I understand.
There's no room for anyone. There's no room for defending. I think everyone could agree that there's no room for anyone defending him on these latest allegations.
No, not at all. There's no room for anyone defending him ever. Period.
But here's the thing: like,
yes, Anna does a lot of pro-Palestine advocacy for sure, and I'm not saying she's faking it, because I do know that she has family ties in Palestine, and like her grandparents were born there. But at the same time, just because she says free Palestine on Piers Morgan does not mean that she is fundamentally a good person with good morals, because we all know that's not true. So it's just like, I just think a lot, I think I come out of this with two things. Number one, I think that a lot of more institutions need to hire and put more voices of color, more specifically Middle Eastern voices, because I feel like there's a huge gap in Middle Eastern voices when it comes to political commentary. And I think any Middle Eastern person could have told you exactly what I told you about Graham Plattner. I stood by 10 toes down because I knew he was a piece of shit. But also at the same time, I think it's another thing that we have to look at too is in Maine. Maine is above 90% white population. Mm-hmm. Maine is a very white state. And to be honest with you, if Maine was a more diverse area, I don't think Graham Plattner would have grown as many legs, if I'm going to be completely honest with you.
No, of course not. No, yeah. I think that's obvious. Yeah. He's specifically someone who could only worked somewhere like Maine, without a doubt.
Yeah, so I just feel like we have a lot of I think Americans as a whole have just been so conditioned to the desensitization of Blackwater and American imperialism within the Middle East and these murders and stuff like that, because we've literally been conditioned to that. A lot of us who are leftist and believe in really great morals kind of flopped on Graham Plattner. You know?
I guess.
But I'll be real.
It was a huge moral failure.
I don't think on politics, but it should be also a lesson in general, because this isn't something that is just unique to the left. This specific type of story. This story has been a common fucking story for the last 10 years in politics. Hey, this is the guy. This is the guy. He's saying the right things, and then look at this laundry list of skeletons, which anybody could have fucking seen a mile away that people were telling.
Yo, I see somebody in the chat just wrote, all liberals talk about is race. Actually, the main topic, which you missed, apparently, was about sexual assault. That's why they're talking about Graham Plattner. They're talking about him because he's been accused of assault. And so here, this is what I want to know from you, turn 3 and Mystery also. Let me ask you this. Do you believe Graham Plattner is guilty of sexual assault and abuse? Because at the same time, the women who accused him are from his state and of the same ethnic group, same color, right? So let me know. If you think that he's guilty, put a 1 in the chat. If you think that he's innocent of those accusations, put a 2 in the chat. And I want Turn 3 and Mystery to also, reply to that. Okay. Yeah. Mystery says Democrats are not American first at all. and turn 3 says all liberals talk about is race. And so I'm just explaining to them that actually the head conversation was the assault, what he did. So what do you think about that? Like, what do you think? They didn't answer yet. Turn 3, mystery. If you believe he's guilty of assault, put a 1 in the chat. If you don't, put a 2 in the chat. Okay? And the reason why I say this is because we talked about it before. People that support MAGA, they even when they're here in my chat, the ones in my chat, they don't want to chime in on that topic. So let me know. So here you go. You see? Didn't want to answer that question. No, they did. We just started playing this clip. For the last half an hour, we've been dealing with sexual assault. They are also talking about that. You heard one little tiny mention and you decided you're not going to answer any questions. So again, since you're here and you're being allowed in the chat, answer this question. Do you think Graham Plattner was guilty? Put a 1 if you think he's guilty of the accusations by the 2 white women from the same state that he comes from. Put a 2 if you think he's innocent. Marcel Lewis, also you. 1 or 2. 1 if you think he's guilty, 2 if you think he's innocent. You see? So that's what it is. You see right there, they don't want you to know because they actually support rape. That's what that is. They support rape, and you've seen it. So you've seen it here live. All right, let's continue. No need to. Don't worry about it. Question over. It was an easy question.
I gotta say I disagree with this part. I mean,
you don't think there hasn't been like other candidates that have been like held up as like the standard and then pulled the fuck back? Like Anthony Weiner doesn't exist.
Oh no. What I'm saying is I don't think there were any red flags in terms of what he ended up actually ended up coming out about him. I don't.
For Plattner?
Yeah, I don't. I don't think
that was like the 8th scandal in a row at that point.
Bro, no, but
these are disconnected scandals.
The idea that anyone though is saying like, oh, I knew because of the tattoo. Well, I mean, most people who are rapists and sexually assault people don't have Nazi tattoos.
Yeah, the bragging about murdering and going on murder tours and killing tours.
Why is that the line? Why is that the line, Matt? You're saying that's the line? Like it's not the tattoo. It's not the multitude of comments that he made on Reddit, which got people freaking out. It's not the allegations of misogyny that came out first. It's not right afterwards one of the people from those allegations coming out and saying that that's the line. It was 4. It took 4 different specific things that came out. I understand that we're saying like, oh, well, I understand how you can somehow make your way through that, but those are still red flags that people miss, and they have to come to grips with that and not act like they were nothing. Like they were.
No, they weren't. It's not that. No, it's not that they were nothing. It was just that. What I'm saying is the idea that you could have seen exactly this coming. You could have, I think the idea that not supporting him because of the Blackwater stuff and that being your red flag for him is completely legitimate. That's an obvious thing that had me never supporting him publicly. I never came out and you can't find me having anything about me telling people to vote for Plattner or defending him or anything, because when I saw that shit, I was like, you know what? I'm staying the fuck out of this. And the only time I ever talk about Plattner has been on the show when he's come up in topics that we bring up on the show, because, we're having a conversation about it. But in my opinion, the people who are like, and it's not leftists doing this, the moderates and centrists who are like spiking the football saying, oh, all those red flags, should have told you this was coming or whatever. You could say those were red flags about other issues, but I don't think that the initial red flag of the Nazi tattoo that people bringing up, or honestly even the Reddit comments, I don't think that brings you to, oh, he's going to come out and it's going to be a rape.
Can I there's a disconnect no, well, here's what I want to ask.
That's the campaign's line. That's when the volunteers dropped out. Like it's not on us to say when a candidate should drop out.
Came out now.
His volunteers ended the campaign.
Let's put it this way. You have people like Like you have centrist and moderate Democrats. You have third way type people. You got Chuck Schumer and Christian Gillibrand and all these people. You got Andrew Cuomo's assistant, staff assistant, whatever, DeRosa, who's been on his side for who knows how long. You got Neera Tanden saying how we could have you guys didn't vet him, or you could have seen this coming. And I'm sorry, like the idea that this was in terms of us getting to this point, I don't think you could draw the direct line. You could have your reservations about specific things, sure, but it doesn't mean that that's where it was going to end up. And second of all, I think the idea that this is the line being drawn, that's not my line. In my opinion, these people who are coming out and saying these things, like the Chuck Schumers and Neera Tandons and people like that, they supported Israel. They support Israel now.
This is the line for so many leftists, though. Matt, this is the line for so many leftists.
Yeah, I don't care about centrists or right-wingers. I don't care about that. Like they have no right to complain about this stuff. And they have no right to be righteous about any of this.
Yeah, so let me get to the disconnect here and why you can draw a direct line from the red flags directly to this allegation. If you go on Reddit and you specifically brag about how much you enjoy killing people, literally, if you wear your Blackwater hat just to get a rise out of people offended by the war crimes, if you say there is basically nothing like killing, there's no experience like it, if you enjoy taking a life, you enjoy violence, how can you not say that that also might lead to violence in home life?
Why are we whataboutisming this though? Like,
and also why is that? Like, why are the Reddit comments excusable for Plattner, but from some similar like talking heads on podcasts, Daria Liza's comments are inexcusable?
Oh, but that's not me. That's you're completely separate example.
But what I'm saying is that there are other. This has been a consistent narrative from multiple people. Like, hey, we do not trust this guy, right? Mm-hmm. And I understand. Like, but I'm saying this is not a mea culpa moment where you understand. Like, listen, there are things that we should have understood and we should have looked out for when vetting candidates before we just constantly try to excuse things. Like the first drop of information should have been like, we need to look into this guy a little bit more and figure out if he's somebody we should be consistent with or if we need to make a change now. If the New York Times article dropped a couple months ago and people looked into it, and those allegations, which were reported to the New York Times, were accurately reported then, right? And all of a sudden, Plattner had to do a mea culpa there, and we would have had more time to vet a candidate, put him up, and replace Plattner than now. After all of this stuff has happened, after we're through a primary and all that kind of stuff, like this could have been solved months ago. And the one thing that I do want to say, I'm sorry, I'm like trying to hog the mic, but like this is an issue where I think like we constantly go about politics or this moral thing. Politics are transactional. We have morals, and we hope that people as well have morals, but politics are strictly transactional. People morally pushing this guy, right, is why he got so far as he did. We should have known that this is transactional. Okay, he's not a good representative. He gets to get the fuck out, right? And I'm not saying
he got as far as he did because of Maine. Maine liked him. I think there was almost no impact at all from anybody online on what happened in Maine. I mean, the first time I talked about it like 10 months ago, he was.
All right, so basically what we have is Plattner's out of it now. There's people that like Plattner. They like what he was talking about, right? A lot of people like Plattner in Maine, right? He was looking pretty good until the allegations. Well, there was this thing about the tattoo that was out there from the beginning. A lot of people talked about the tattoo, but essentially what ended it are the two women that came out and made assault accusations about Plattner. So good to see people that support MAGA in the chat. That's always there. People supporting Trump. Wonderful. But what I want to know from you all is simple. Do you believe the women that accuse Plattner of assault? Put a 1 in the chat if you believe them. Put a 2 in the chat if you don't. And then we're going to be out of here. So let me see. Who believes? I actually believe the women. So here we go. I believe the women. So I'm going to put a 1 in the chat. Yeah, I believe them. They seem very convincing to me. Now, Don, let me know what you think. Kana, let me know what you think. Josh, let me know what you think. Who else is there? And anybody else? Rachel, I'm just curious. Anybody else is there listening? I'm particularly curious in the MAGA people. Look, there we go. Sep didn't want to answer that question. I don't know why. That was the easy question to ask. Yeah, I'm curious about that. I'm curious, Marcel, you didn't answer the question. Still, Marcel, come on now. Like, be a good sport at least. You don't have to believe, but be a good sport. You here? I'm being a good sport with you. Like, the chat is open. What's up? Talia, you didn't answer the question, Talia. So that means you don't want to be a good sport. Okay, that's interesting. I don't know. This is strange. It's like, I think it says a lot about MAGA that they don't, even though the person is a Democrat or a Democratic socialist, they don't want to talk about rape. And it's because Trump has been accused of it himself. So they're persona non grata when it comes to that question. I think that's pretty much what I'm learning here. They don't want to put one or two, right? Yeah, they're not going to talk on it. They don't want it. That's embarrassing, So in any case, there you have it. I think we did this twice. We did it twice. Okay, you're not MAGA. So answer the question, one or two. Talia, do you believe the women or not? The women that accused him of assault, do you believe them or not? Put a 1 if you believe them. Put a 2 if you don't. Okay, sure. Oh, there's a nuance, huh? I don't get the nuance. Sorry, you don't believe. That means you don't believe them. So there you have it. If there's a nuance to it, damn, I believe them. They look very believable to me. Yeah, there you have it. Yeah, there are nuances, and I can still say they look believable to me. Very simple. We're not talking about Al Franklin. We're talking about this current issue right now with Plattner. That's all. We're not skipping. We're not even talking about Trump, so don't be worried, okay? We're talking about Plattner. And you know what? Don't worry. I'm not going to time you out, but normally I do time people out that just don't answer the questions. People like to come in and make all the comments they want, but as soon as you ask them a question, they scared. Wow, that's deep, yo. That tells me a lot about all your other comments too. You probably don't stand on them. If you if you can't pick this one out, you don't know where you stand on this. I don't get it. I'm not saying if he's guilty. Nobody knows. I'm asking, do you believe them? And you couldn't even answer it. So there it is. I think that speaks for the rest of your comments. On any note, yo, Michael, you want to say something before we out, bro? I liked it. I like the interaction here on the Surf Times. I actually liked the interaction. It was pretty interesting to see their different perspective on it, and they do a good. They cover a lot with their debates. I was interested. I'm gonna continue to watch, and I also subscribed. So yeah. And anyone else that wants to subscribe, by the way, go over here. I'm gonna put this in the chat, and you can do that. Subscribe, and then I will be out. I appreciate everybody for coming out. Look, if you didn't answer the question, I don't understand it. Hey, but this time I'm not going to time people out that don't answer. You do you. If you think that's a good look for you and the rest of your comments, hey, no problem. I will be back in about 18 hours, something like that, with the next stream. Appreciate everybody. Thank Michael for setting up this one. That was a good look, and we will keep it pushing till tomorrow. Yeah, let me see here. Now, the poll says, for the people that did do the poll, I asked, is Plattner finished? That was a different question. That was different. That's not even about, do you believe the women? Is he finished? 82% of the people said yes. 18% said they're not sure. I think he's finished, and it's just because of how he stepped down, how he didn't how he didn't take an interview like the women did. The women were interviewed, so the interviewer could catch them off guard. You could see their reactions, their natural reactions to any questions. Plattner didn't didn't take on that platform. And I think ultimately that's what you got to do when you're being accused. So he didn't do it. But then again, it's not my life. It's his. He can he can handle it however he wants. But it is what it is. But I would advise people to follow the same platform if you want, or format if you want people to believe you, But in any case, I'm out. I'll be back. I appreciate everybody for coming through. Fuck Trump. I didn't vote for him. Release the Epstein files. Trump is a hypocrite. There must be something a lot in the Epstein files since he ain't gonna release it. He damn sure ain't protecting no Democrats. All right, now. Peace, y'all. I'll catch y'all later.
Yeah,
fuck Trump.
Yeah, again, scratching, working, struggling, hoping. Some
Fuck
is hustling, every man hustling, stay alive, that's the game. It don't matter if another gets slain. Pain, recession, other cats want a war, we got the weapon. People want bombs, so they gonna get them. This is the rhythm, the politics ticking. It's sad how we living in this life. It's gonna be a time that we change. Shit is not finite, life is the same. Motherfuckers killing each other to make a claim. Stop that bullshit, you have no respect for each other. You know the truth, you come from your mother, your sister, your brother. So love one another. If we make that change, the whole world will do the same. So listen.
Only this one love. Every day the children dying. What about the children crying? No, no, no.
What about the kids?
Don't forget the children.
Tell them about the children.
What about the children crying? Oh, no, no, no.
Yeah, I wish someone would tell me when is the suffering gonna stop. I see time ticking, fuck your watch. There comes a time when man steps to the plate, but it won't matter if your mentality is fake. Where I'm from, we got a system, overcrowded prisons, 2 cents an hour, man. Listen, shit don't change if we keep exploiting each other. One day you find out you only did it to your brother. A homeless mother, a baby, no supper. She got a husband and father, they both love her, but they can't find work cause the people with the power, they got a strange way to govern. Their price tag say nothing. Life is funny, then again it's really not. People dying for what other people got. I asked God if he can come and change the shit. He said, hell no, it's you that's gotta change this.
Every day the children dying. What about the children crying? One.
Some is hustling, every man hustling. Stay alive, that's the game. It don't matter if another gets slain. Pain, recession, other cats want a war. We got the weapon. People want bombs, so they gon' get them. This is the rhythm, the politics ticking. It's sad how we living in this life. It's gonna be a time that we change. Shit is not finite, life is the same. Motherfuckers killing each other to make a claim. Stop that bullshit. You have no respect for each other. You know the truth, you come from your mother, your sister, your brother. So love one another. If we make that change, the whole world will do the same. So listen.
All we need is one love. Every day the children dying. What about the children crying? No, no, no.
What about the kids?
Don't forget the children.
Tell them about the children.
What about the children crying? No, no, no.
Yeah, I wish someone would tell me when it's the suffering gonna stop. I see time ticking, fuck your watch. There comes a time when man steps to the plate, but it won't matter if your mentality is fake. Where I'm from, we got a system, overcrowded prisons, 2 cents an hour, man. Listen, shit don't change if we keep exploiting each other. One day you find out you only did it to your brother. A homeless mother, a baby, no supper. She got a husband and father, they both love her, but they can't find work cause the people with the power, they got a strange way to govern. Their price tags say nothing. Life is funny, then again it's really not. People dying for what other people got. I asked God if he can come and change the shit. He said, hell no, it's you that's gotta change this.
Every day the children dying. What about the children crying? One.
All I need. You're all I need. All I need.
Get off the train at Pennsylvania Avenue. Saw this beautiful honey and guess what I do? I asked where she was going and she said to work at this expensive law firm where she is the clerk. She just moved to the city when she finished up her bachelor's. She's going to Georgetown to get her master's. I was impressed. What about you? My life's a mess. My dog just ran away and lately I've been depressed. Came downtown to go to the National Museum. I think about 2:30 you can see a film. If you wait a second, I could walk you there. It's close. I said I like that a lot and right now you're the most. She started to tell me of how she dreamed of moving to the city. And the day is beautiful when the night is pretty. That's two things then. Then I hit her with a grin. Right then, I knew that something special would begin. The way she moved, it's only one thing up in my mind. But I maintained the vibe like a brother on the grind. She gave me the digits and said, call me sometime. And you know I'm going through it cause she's looking so fine. Downtown honeys look so damn nice. They looking so nice, you have to see them twice. Uptown honeys got a whole nother thieves. They like to dress rough, but they know how to please. But capital city honeys, man, they know they the best. They keep it real smooth and they know how to dress. Them DMV honeys got a whole nother style. You might get the digits, but then they act wild.
When I wake up in the morning, all I see. No matter if I'm hanging out uptown or in DC, you're all I need. You're all I need.
Down on 10th Street, that's when I caught her eyes. And what a surprise, she was reading the Wall Street Journal, sipping up on a latte. I winked at her and said, what a nice day. She laughed and said, why don't you join me?